Chapter 5:27. Troy Palace. The slaves in the palace were busy. Priam muttered to himself as he tapped his fingers on the marble throne. You want to bribe the states? Father, it's not a bribe. I can't bribe them. Pei Ziyun did not pretend and went straight to the point. You once said that the more friends we have, the better. We have to choose our enemies. I don't expect to change the stance of the Greek states. They are Greeks after all. If we really want to bribe them, we won't be able to do it even if we empty the treasury. The appetite of the bribed is getting bigger and bigger. No one will be satisfied. That's why we can't bribe true allies. Yes. Priam nodded thoughtfully. He looked at his young son and waited for Prince Paris to continue. He was getting more and more satisfied with his son. But it's not a bad thing to have more friends. Even if they respond slowly and send fewer soldiers, when accumulated, the number of cities added together is not a small number. It can even change the entire situation. That's why I will visit the cities along the way. I will use the right amount of gold and friendship to win over the right amount of friends. This was what Pei Ziyun meant. He stopped here. A city with one more or less hundred soldiers did not seem like much. But when added together, the number would be considerable. Very good. Your idea is not bad. Priam straightened his body and said, Yes, I will open my warehouse and give you gold and bronze. I will let you carry out your plan. I will offer sacrifices to the great Zeus. May God protect you. Mount Olympus Zeus, who was drinking the goblet of God's elixir, could barely hear the nymphs singing. He reached out his hand through the thick blood-red clouds, making the conversation in the palace of Troy clearer. After a long time, he murmured, How convenient. It's too much in line with my wishes. Even I feel that fate is on my side. There was no doubt that Prince Paris's activities had changed the script. But compared to the original script, this was more in line with Zeus's wishes. Zeus could not help but fall into deep thought. A large ship slowly sailed into the port. A slightly thin man slowly disembarked from the ship. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was Jason, who had been in the Amazon for half a month. After half a month of careful selection, Jason finally completed his mission in the Amazon and brought back a batch of strong slaves for Prince Paris. As soon as he disembarked, a servant who had been waiting for him stepped forward. Is it Lord Jason? The prince said that you don't need to go to the mansion. He will come here directly. I got it, Jason said lightly. His position at Prince Paris's side was becoming clearer and clearer. Wherever Prince Paris was, he was an obedient servant. Wherever Prince Paris was not, he was the butler who was responsible for helping Prince Paris. His understanding of the people below him was that he had to maintain his dignity at all times. Jason boarded the ship again and went to the slave hold. The hold was divided into compartments, with every 2 slaves having their own small compartment. In this era, sailing on the sea was a very difficult thing, and it was also very easy for accidents to happen. Ordinary slaves, due to the crowded cabin, would get sick, and it was normal for half of them to die. And these were all skilled slaves that he had spent a lot of money on. Just could not afford to lose any of them. Hence, he was very careful about the living conditions of these slaves. He wanted to ensure that no accidents would happen to any of the slaves on the way back. Come, all of you, come out. Prince Paris will come and see you personally later, Jason shouted and led the slaves out of the cabin. Looking closely, there were more than 10 male slaves, all of them strong and muscular. It seemed like Jason had spent a lot of effort in choosing his slaves during the half a month in the Amazon. The slaves followed him down the ship and lined up. Jason said, Listen, this is no longer the Amazon. No one treats you as slaves here. As long as you do your job well, Prince Paris will not mistreat you. That's right. A voice came from afar, full of energy. Looking over, it was a young man with a few soldiers. He was wearing a white tunic with leather armor on the outside. He had a belt made of bronze rings, and a short sword hung on his waist. It was Prince Paris. Jason hurriedly said to the slaves, This is Prince Paris, your master from now on. He then walked in front of Pei Ziyun and said, Prince Paris, this time I have completed the task you gave me. I spent half a month carefully selecting them. Look, these slaves are all strong and have skills. They are all descendants of the failed nobles of the Greek city-states. Of course, here, There is no such thing as a slave. When Pei Ziyun heard this, his gaze swept across the row of strong and muscular slaves. Their bodies were exceptionally strong and much better than the slaves he had bought from Troy. He was very satisfied with Jest's efficiency. His fingers tapped on his belt and said, "And, Jest, you have done a good job this time." Pei Ziyun smiled at Jest. The slaves all lowered their heads in fear. In the Amazon, those who did not listen were all dead. They heard their masters say, "In the future, as long as you follow orders, you will not be punished. If you perform well, you will be rewarded. Even freedom is possible." When some of the slaves heard that they could be free, a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes. Pei Ziyun nodded and waved his hand to the soldiers. "Take them away and settle them down. Jessen, accompany me to take a look." "Yes, Prince Paris." Jessen thought that Prince Paris was going to take a look at the ship he had returned from, and he could not help but feel a little uneasy. He had more or less done some extra things behind the prince's back, and now there were a few boxes of goods on the ship that he had bought from outside. When he followed behind, he saw that Prince Paris did not board the ship. Instead, he looked further away and saw that there were a few battleships docked at the port. This time, it was not just one battleship. There were 7 of them, forming a fleet. Some of the battleships even had soldiers training intensely. Pei Ziyun brought Jessen up one of the battleships. When the soldiers saw that it was Prince Paris, they all bowed. Jessen followed Pei Ziyun into a room and saw a young lady sitting in the room. She looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. Jessen did not think much of her. He heard Pei Ziyun point at her. "This is Kusailia, the current secretary. You will work together in the future." Pei Ziyun smiled as he looked at Kusailia. Kusailia had been through many trials in the past 10 days. Now, she had more than 10 subordinates under her. Initially, he was prepared to assign other tasks to Kusailia in case she did not pass the trials. He did not expect that Kusailia would be so capable. "Prince Paris, my respected master." Kusailia bowed as she saw Pei Ziyun walk in. "Kusailia, this is the Jessen I told you about. He used to be a wandering poet." Kusailia looked at Jessen. "How do you do, my respected master Jessen?" Jest had originally thought that this young lady was just a slave and did not pay much attention to her. Now that he heard that she was a secretary, although he did not know why Prince Paris had a secretary, he immediately paid attention to her. He smiled and nodded. "Kusailia." Pei Ziyun looked at Jest and Kusailia and said, "Jessen, Kusailia, the king has sent me to Greece. He wants me to depart immediately. Jessen, you will be in charge of trade. I will give you 1 day to fill all 3 of my ships with goods. They will then set sail with the battleship. Kusailia, you will be in charge of the records of goods and expenses. So you're a supervisor." Jessen thought to himself. In the past, when he was in charge of trade, no one had ever supervised him. He was in charge of the records of goods and expenses. Now that Kusailia was suddenly added to the list, he was a little disappointed. However, this was what a noble family should do. "Yes, Prince Paris." Jessen and Kusailia replied. "There's one more thing, Jessen. You have to take this seriously," Pei Ziyun said. When Jessen heard that Prince Paris had given him a personal mission, he straightened his back and listened attentively. "I hope that every time you go to a place, you will be able to get in touch with 1 or more wandering poets and build a good relationship with them. Can you do that?" Pei Ziyun asked. "If it's just to build a good relationship with them, I will definitely be able to do it if you give me some gold." Jessen replied confidently. As a wandering poet, he was very confident that he could find these wandering poets and build a good relationship with them. This was because he knew what these wandering poets needed, as long as Prince Paris could provide him with gold. Pei Ziyun smiled and nodded his head. "Sure, I will get someone to send the gold over. You can go and fill my ships with goods now." "All right, Prince Paris. I shall take my leave." As he finished speaking, he slowly walked out of the room. Seeing that Jessen had left, Pei Ziyun heaved a long sigh of relief. Seeing that Kusailia was about to walk out with a pen and a piece of parchment, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Kusailia stopped in her tracks and looked at Prince Paris suspiciously. "Kusailia, what are you preparing to do?" Prince Paris, Didn't you say that you want me to record the goods and expenses of the battleship? I was just about to go and record it. Kusailia replied. You don't have to rush. Ask Jesson to wait for a while. I have something to tell you. Kusailia blinked her eyes and looked at Prince Paris, patiently waiting for his instructions. Pei Yun was silent for a moment before saying, when Jesson contacts the wandering poets, remember to write a list of them. Write a letter to them every month and send a gift to them once a year. These will be your work in the future. Yes, Prince Paris. Kusailia's reply was concise and to the point. He waited for Kusailia to leave and catch up with Jesson. Watching the two of them leave, Pei Yun's eyes revealed a smile as he looked at the map. Chalcidice, Anphase, Lathia, Marathon, Athens. I don't care about the others, but Athens. I really want to see it. After that, there's Delos, Crete, and Sparta. In between, I have to go to the lower island of Los. Legend has it that this is the birthplace of Artemis and Apollo. I have to go there to offer sacrifices. What a long journey. At the same time, I have to test the true intentions of the gods, or should I say, Zeus. Chapter 528. Athens. A fleet of warships and ships was sailing on the sea. Pei Yun stood on the deck of the warship and looked into the distance. Prince Paris, we are about to reach Athens, a captain reported. Tell them to get ready to dock. He then turned to Jesson and said, when you reach the shore, go and investigate. I heard that there are monsters in Athens, but I don't know if they have been dealt with. Yes, Prince. As soon as he finished speaking, he could vaguely see the outline of the port. Looking at the horizon, the silvery white beach glistened under the reflection of the sun. The fleet slowly docked at the harbor. At this point, Pei Yun was dressed in a white tunic, with leather armor on the outside. He had leather bracers on a wrist and a bronze belt around his waist, with a short sword hanging from it. At the port of Belius, a group of soldiers lined up. A young man came forward and said warmly, Prince Paris, welcome. The great king has sent me to welcome you. Please board the carriage. Pei Yun looked at the young man and knew that the king he was talking about was the grandson of Erykitos, Menastheus. He had successfully chased out the hero Theseus and killed him. He had inherited his ancestor's throne and become the king of Athens. Although he was not very strong, he should not be underestimated. As he thought about it, he boarded the chariot. The chariot was pulled by 4 fine horses. The young man personally drove the chariot. With a flick of the reins, the chariot started moving towards Athens. Athens was one of the most prosperous cities. It was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. There were few plains and many mountains, making it inconvenient to develop livestock. However, it had good shipping routes. Hence, it was used for trade, mostly with Asia Minor. Pei Yun looked carefully and saw the Acropolis of Athens. Athens originally meant high city or city on a high hill. The Acropolis was the center of Athens. It was built on a stone mountain 150 meters above sea level. There was a temple here, and it was also a place to take refuge and defend during times of war. The Parthenon Temple is right above. Pei Yun took a look and turned closer. The farmland outside the city was divided into pieces, and there were drainage ditches between the ridges. He could not help but nod his head. He thought to himself, land rotation has been implemented, and irrigation is relatively complete. However, there is not much land. Even the wealthiest family in Athens only has an income of 500 wheat buckets. This was the focus of Solon's reforms in the future. Solon assigned citizenship according to their wealth. The first class, with an income of more than 500 wheat buckets, was called the 500 wheat buckets class, and they could serve as the country's magistrates and treasurers. The second class, with an income of more than 300 wheat buckets, was called the knight class, and they could serve as the country's magistrates. The third class, with an income of more than 200 wheat buckets, was called the oxbow class, and they could only serve as low-level officials. The fourth class, with an income of less than 200 wheat buckets, was called the day mercenary class, and they had no chance of becoming an official in the country. This proves the lack of land. The largest landowner only has 500 wheat buckets, and 1 wheat bucket is equivalent to 52. 3 kilograms. This is a stark contrast to Troy, where the fertile land outside the city grows lush olives, grapes, and wheat. Commerce can establish a country, but it cannot dominate. The location of Athens means that it is impossible for it to truly dominate, because its population and food are too dependent on external imports. As he pondered, he had already entered the city. The city was paved with stone slabs, and the Athenians who walked along the streets all had black hair and black eyes. Those with blonde hair were not the original Greeks. The men wore white robes and kept their beards, while the women wore their hair in a bun and tied it up with brightly colored ribbons. Those who were rich had a jewel on their forehead. When they saw the chariot, they all gave way and bowed. When he looked again, he saw plazas, halls, arenas, and theaters. Paisian could not help but exclaim, "What a great city! Thank you for your compliments, Prince Paris." The young man who was driving the chariot was very happy. He pointed and said, "Look, we have arrived at the palace." Athens' palace. After alighting from the chariot, he saw that the palace had thick walls, doors, and pillars were covered with grapevines. There were 2 pillars on the left and right, leading to many rooms and avenues. As Pei Ziyun was guided forward, he saw a few palaces. There were a few statues in front of the main hall, and a middle-aged man on the steps. Pei Ziyun stepped forward and bowed. "Thank you very much, King Menesthoth. Thank you for your warm welcome. Please allow me to present you with a gift." The servant immediately handed it over, but it was not too heavy. It was slightly heavier than usual. If not, Prince Paris's reputation as a spendthrift would have spread. "Oh, you must be Prince Paris. In these 2 months, your name has spread throughout the whole of Greece." As he spoke, the middle-aged man gave Pei Ziyun a warm hug and led him into the main hall. There were many people in the main hall, as the king had invited many people to attend the banquet. The afternoon sun illuminated the paintings on the wall. Zeus was in the clouds, with many gods surrounding him. Each of them held a golden cup in their hands, drinking wine to their heart's content. As the guests were invited to take their seats, the servants served delicious food and wine. During the banquet, a group of dancers danced enthusiastically, while minstrels sang beautiful poems. Pei Ziyun could feel the warmth of King Menesthoth. The other nobles were whispering amongst themselves as they admired Prince Paris. "Do you know the purpose of Prince Paris's visit? I heard that it's for King Priam of Troy's sister, Hesione. He wants to ransom her. However, Salamis rejected him last time. This time he brought a fleet. Obviously, he has a backup plan. Could it be that Troy wants to snatch her back? Snatching her back is only natural because Hercules was the one who conquered Troy in the first place. He snatched Hesione away and gave her to Termon as his wife. It was all a snatch. At this point in time, no one felt that this was wrong. This was too common in this era. Someone said, Hercules is a great hero. How can Prince Paris compare? Prince Paris isn't bad either. He killed the sirens and the 2-headed lizard and suppressed the Amazons. This time in Greece, he won many competitions in the city-states. Furthermore, now that Hercules is dead, King Eurystheus of Agos can take revenge on his descendants. Rumor has it that they have escaped from Mycenae and are heading to Trachis, hoping to receive protection from King Ceyx. Pei Ziyun listened to these words and understood that Hercules' descendants would participate in the Battle of Troy. He smiled and stood up, saying, King Menesthoth, I am grateful for your hospitality. I would like to play a song for you. As he said this, he waved his hand. A servant took out an intricate harp and tuned the strings. Prince Paris was already good at playing the harp. His music was beautiful and could mesmerize a ship. Now, he was even better at it. Pei Ziyun smiled and pressed on the strings. Instantly, the music flowed out. From the start, it was filled with different emotions, bringing people back to their youth. The youth carried his dreams and embarked on his journey. Laughter, tears, hypocrisy, pain, all kinds of hardships and setbacks, as well as the joy of success. Everyone was deeply attracted by the sound of Prince Paris's fingers. Prince Paris's voice changed magnificently. It was as if the vast sea The rolling mountains, the ancient temples, the green olive groves, the heroes fighting with monsters, the philosophers debating with each other, the bards singing melodiously, and the nobles hunting in high spirits. If not for the fact that they were in the king's hall, many people would have jumped up in joy. This was their past. The melody was not sorrowful, but it was quickly replaced by passion. It was as if a hero was facing trials and tribulations, never stopping until he reached a beautiful wilderness and found peace. This is Elysium? King Ministoth seemed to have lost something. He wiped his tears and said gently, "Prince Paris, your music has won me over. Even Audiobook can't compare to you. What request do you have?" "As long as it is reasonable, I will agree." Pei Ziyun bowed. "King Ministoth, thank you very much. I have come to the great Athens and felt the glory of the gods. I have even entered your palace and received such warm hospitality. I am already satisfied. What more could I ask for? However, if I receive your permission, I would like to purchase a bull and offer it to the protector of Athens." Ministoth happily agreed. "Prince Paris, wherever you go, you will respectfully offer sacrifices to the gods. Your piety is well known throughout Greece. How can I stop you from doing so?" "Then I thank you again, King Ministoth." With that, Pei Ziyun took his leave. Ministoth gladly agreed. Pei Ziyun stood up and left. He stopped in front of a pillar. On the pillar were carvings of Athena and Artemis. They were surrounded by nymphs, carrying baskets of grapes, peaches, and figs. Pei Ziyun was deep in thought. He had given Ministoth a chance, but he did not mention anything about the monster. Could it be that it had been resolved? Regardless of whether it was resolved or not, the most important thing to do in this trip to Athens was to offer sacrifices to the protector of Athens, Athena. He wanted to see her reaction. Who would have thought that such a passionate Ministoth would be a part of the attack on Troy? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. At this point, a very young noble stepped forward. "Prince Paris, let me bring you to your residence. That is where the prince and the envoy live." There was nothing wrong with the term embassy. Ancient Greece already had such a place. When foreigners came to the city, they naturally had to find their own way out. However, for envoys and important guests, there was a special service area for them to stay in. When necessary, they would be able to find them a place to sit in a public meeting or a theater. This was the beginning of what became embassies and consulates. Furthermore, he did not arrange for me to stay in the palace, but in the embassy area. Ministoth's passion was actually limited. Perhaps he caught wind of something? This era city was actually very small. Before long, they arrived at mansion. It was decorated with bronze and marble statues. The decorations on the ceiling and floor were simple but exquisite. Pei Ziyun was very satisfied and instructed Jest. "Jest, I have already received permission from the king to offer sacrifices to Athena. Go and buy me a high-quality bull." The nobleman who accompanied him was very young. He looked like a teenager, and he had grown a beard in accordance with the Greek custom. He laughed and said, "Prince Paris, I have 30 cows. You can choose any one of them. Why do you need to buy one?" "Thank you for your generosity. However, if I do not buy it, how can I show my sincerity to the great Athena?" "Oh yes, what is your name?" "Demophon." The young noble thought for a moment before nodding his head. Pei Ziyun watched him leave, his expression gradually turning cold. He even had a strange look on his face. "Demophon, this is the son of Theseus. He did not participate in the war and was accumulating his strength in Athens. When Ministoth returns, he will officially launch a coup, exile the king, and ascend the throne. This person is very scheming." Chapter 529. Pei Ziyun watched as Demophon left. His expression became calm as he pondered. Theseus was the usurper in the eyes of the Athenians. Many people were unhappy with him, and he used force to suppress them. However, due to the opposition, both covert and overt, his efforts failed. Theseus decided to give up this uncontrollable city. He had already sent his sons Acamas and Demophon to Euboea to seek refuge with King Eliphonoa. Aren't Acamas and Demophon in Euboea? Why are they back? But that seems possible. If they don't return for a long time, how can Demophon seize the throne of Athens? Theseus and his family must have some hidden power in Athens. He turned to Jason and said, "This is Athens. When you buy a bull, you have to choose carefully. Don't be anxious and don't be afraid of spending money. You have to compare and choose the best bull. As long as I can make it in time for the ceremony tomorrow morning, it will be fine." Jason looked at Prince Paris's expression and stopped smiling. He said seriously, "Prince Paris, I understand. Don't worry." Jason understood what he meant. This was a reasonable opportunity to look for the bards. Because the bards were the most familiar with the situation, there was nothing wrong with looking for them. Moreover, this was also the reason that had been used in previous city-states. It was proven to be very effective and flawless. Jason paused and said, "The monster is said to be a huge bearman. This problem has not been solved yet. The king is still discussing it." Pazia nodded. Although he already had some guesses in his heart, he still said, "Ask him again and give me a detailed report tomorrow morning." "Yes." Jason bowed and replied. The next day, morning, the sun shone down on Athens. Pazian woke up and saw Jason. It was obvious that he had not slept all night. His eyes were bloodshot and there was a bull in the courtyard. "Prince Paris, the bull has been brought over. This is not an ordinary bull that carries a yoke and pulls a heavy cart. This is a bull that is specially used for sacrifices. What do you think?" Pazian looked at it. Indeed, the bull was plump and strong. Its horns were shiny and its fur was smooth. It was indeed a good bull. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Seeing that Prince Paris was satisfied, Jason stepped forward and said in a low voice, "I have done what you asked me to do. As for what you wanted to know, I have also investigated it." Theseus died, and before leaving Athens, he sent his sons Acamas and Demophon to Euboea, where they belonged to Elephanoi, the king of Athens, and sailed to Scyllus, where the king kept the large fortune left to him by Theseus' father. But King Lycomedes was afraid of this hero, or perhaps he had a secret agreement with Menastus. He took Theseus to a cliff on the island, and lied that he wanted to show Theseus his father's property. Then, when Theseus was unprepared, King Lycomedes pushed him off the cliff. Theseus fell into the sea and died. Now that Theseus is dead, the danger level has dropped. King Menastheus is less vigilant, but he still won't allow Acamas and Demophon to return. It's just that a bearman appeared in Athens and captured the herdsmen who entered the mountains and ate them. The king has failed a few times in his crusade against the bearman. He is also old and cannot kill the bearman himself. Acamas and Demophon contacted King Menastheus, saying that as long as King Menastheus allows them to return and returns a portion of Theseus's property, they are willing to kill the bearman. However, King Menastheus only allowed them to return a portion of Theseus's personal property and was not willing to accept them as citizens. He only allowed them to come to Athens occasionally as foreigners. Now, this is the impasse. When Pazian heard this, he was enlightened. So was the bearman's fault. He muttered, "In the original myths, there was no mention of a monster wave before the crusade against Troy. Is it because there was no record of it, or is it because of me?" Just as he was thinking about this, he heard Jason continue. Also, the meeting with the merchants and bards in Athens was very successful, because everyone was very willing to get close to the noble and pious prince. Very good. You did well, Jason. Pazian praised. Go and rest. Yes, Prince Paris. Jason left. Bring the bull here. Let's go to the Parthenon temple. Pazian ordered the servants to bring the bull and the guards along as they walked along the street. On a tall hill stood a majestic building. This was the Parthenon temple, which stood at the highest point of the city. The back of the temple faced the east, which was very different from the layout of the Great Sue dynasty, which faced the north and the south. The temple stood on 3 levels of marble steps and was surrounded by 46 marble pillars with grooves. At the door, there was a priest who looked middle-aged with a beard. He bowed slightly and said, "Prince Paris, the king has ordered me to wait for you here. Please come in." Pazian nodded and took the reins of the bull from the servants. He led the bull up the 3 levels of marble steps and followed the the priest into the temple. The ceiling of the temple was covered with reliefs, and the four walls were also covered with reliefs. The corridors were made of marble, and after passing through the corridors, they saw a huge altar in front of them. In the middle of the altar was the statue of Athena, which Pei Ziyun had seen before. The statue was much taller than a real person. Pei Ziyun immediately brought the bull over and handed it to the priest. The two assistants looked at it and were satisfied. They put a garland on it and placed it on the altar. The priest took out a jar of water and sprinkled it on the altar and the bull, praying. The bull panicked, but the two assistants tied it up and could not move. The priest used a knife to stab it. The bull screamed, and blood spurted out like a fountain on the altar. The priest skillfully sliced off the bull's head, removed its organs and bones, and separated the meat before praying. Pooh! The best piece of beef had disappeared. He remembered that when he went to the temple to offer sacrifices to Athena, she would not reject his offerings. However, this time was different. The priest saw it and smiled. "Prince Paris, the goddess is satisfied with your offerings." At this point, a bright light flashed, and the priest's expression changed. The goddess has sent a message. "Prince Paris, the goddess says that you will meet with misfortune in the future." The priest looked at Pei Ziyun with a complicated expression. To him, the goddess had already sent a message that Prince Paris would meet with misfortune in the future. There was no doubt about this. Meet with misfortune in the future? Pei Ziyun had no doubt about this. Paris had already died a violent death, and Troy had already been destroyed. Pei Ziyun's expression changed as he put on a fearful expression. He tore his clothes and said, "Please have mercy on me, the great and wise Athena. I am willing to offer gold." As he said this, he ordered his servant, "Bring the gold from the carriage here." Before long, a gold brick was presented. It weighed 200 grams. Don't be fooled by the fact that in ancient Greece, it was worth 5 kilograms. When Alexander ascended the throne, the treasury of Macedonia only had 70 talent of silver. At that time, the ratio of silver to gold was 1:11. In other words, there was only 6 talent of gold. Even when the kingdom of Macedonia was not expanding, its population and area were 100 times that of all the other cities. If he could not even produce 10 talent of gold, then what about Troy? The priest sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly had a deeper understanding of the wealth of Troy, so he continued to pray. Then the gold disappeared, and a new message was sent. "Prince Paris, the goddess says that your wife will save you." As he said this, the priest smiled again. "Your wife will save you." Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. This phrase was a little subtle. In the original script, the oracle said, "Only the abandoned wife, unknown, can save Paris from death." After Paris was poisoned, he had no choice but to be carried by a servant to Mount Ida, where his ex-wife still lived. However, Anon had waited bitterly on the mountain for 10 years. When they met in an instant, resentment prevailed. She said angrily, "I am the one who was abandoned by you. Go, find the young and beautiful Helen and beg her to save you. Your tears and whining will never be able to exchange for my sympathy." As she said this, she chased Paris out of the door, and he died. But now, there was a subtle change in the oracle. "Your wife will save you." This was not only the result of Pei Ziyun's kindness to Anon, but also the fact that there was no determination to kill her, even if she was an enemy of Athena. Otherwise, the oracle would not have said this. The gods do not have the will to kill me. What kind of person was Pei Ziyun? He could immediately sense this. His situation seemed to be better than what he had initially thought. As he thought about this, he ordered the carriage to return to his residence. The moment he returned, before he had time to think, Kusailia came in to report to Pei Ziyun. "Prince Paris, you have given me a document to record the goods and expenses. I have made a detailed record. Please take a look." As she said this, she took out the document and handed it to Pei Ziyun. "Well, put on the table first," Pei Ziyun said. Kusailia put down the document and continued. "Also, I have recorded the list of merchants and poets that Lord Jess is in contact with. As for the gifts, according to your instructions, We will not send them directly, but will give them indirect, reasonable reasons. This is the detailed list. Please take a look. Kusailia took out another piece of parchment and handed it to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun smiled bitterly. Kusailia was very efficient. He had just returned and had not even warmed his seat, and she had already brought a bunch of headaches. He was not in the mood to look at these things for now. However, with such a capable subordinate, it saved him a lot of energy. Kusailia took care of things neatly, and this gave him more time. Kusailia put the list on the table. You have worked hard. Go and have a good rest. Pei Ziyun said with a smile. Prince Paris, I will take my leave first. Seeing that Prince Paris was not in a good mood, Kusailia hurriedly took her leave to prevent Paris from resenting her. Okay, you go. After Kusailia left, the room became quiet. Pei Ziyun sat alone, thinking. I remember that Paris wasn't originally on the kill list. There was still a chance of survival. It was just that Paris didn't grasp it and caused the royal family of Troy to be completely severed. Could it be that because he was the descendant of Zeus, the Trojan royal family still had a glimmer of hope? No, I can't think of it that way. Even if the Trojan royal family still had a glimmer of hope, in the original script, Paris was actually just a fuse. When it came to battle, he was just a bystander. Zeus eliminated the strong heroes. This kind of weakling who could be killed but not killed naturally had a glimmer of hope. But I can level up, and I will become stronger and stronger. If that's the case, I'm afraid this glimmer of hope. Pei Ziyun thought of this and sighed heavily, his eyes dimming. But I cannot level up. If I place my hopes on a glimmer of hope, I should just follow the script and try my best to kill my way out of this situation. Pei Ziyun's thoughts returned to the original path, and he muttered, Menastheus did not do much when he joined the allied army. But as I guessed, he was a weakling and managed to escape unscathed. However, when he returned, the throne was taken by Demophon, the son of Theseus. I can't alarm the gods like a storm, so the plan to attack the Greek mainland is not feasible. But it's not possible to build a plank road in the open, but it's possible to do it secretly. If, at the critical moment of the Battle of Troy, a letter suddenly came from Athens saying that Demophon, the son of Theseus, had rushed to Athens to contact the citizens, what would Menastheus think at the front line of Troy? It's not just Athens, it's the same for the other cities. Since the commander-in-chief Agamemnon has not returned for a long time, Queen Clytemnestra colluded with Aegisthus and assassinated him when he returned. Odysseus has not returned for a long time, and there are many suitors who want to snatch his wife and usurp the throne. I don't believe that after fighting at the front lines of Troy for so many years, no one in the Greek mainland would want to assassinate these heroes and usurp their foundations. Maybe there are people who can't wait for some of the heroes at the front lines to die quickly so that they can seize the wealth and throne. I don't need to lie. This will be easily discovered by the gods, and they will find out that I'm the one behind it. But under normal circumstances, people who are far away from their hometown will also receive messages or letters from their hometown. I'm just making sure that the right information is delivered to the right place and to the right person. I can't even be considered a spy or a secret organization. Even if the gods happen to notice it, it's just a normal trade in communication. I've spent so much time and energy to gather information about the local people and goods and to build a good relationship with the bards. Isn't it all for this small change at this critical moment? The whole situation will be shaken because of this small change. The art of war is not just about the storm. Even the gods don't notice a drizzle or a breeze. So how can we guard against it? The next step is almost at Sparta. Almighty gods, you've made your move, but now it's time for me to return the favor. Pei Ziyun suppressed his emotions and laughed. If not for this move, why would he need to be so patient and try his best to visit the cities along the way? In a world like this, there would be a light breeze and drizzle, which would then stack on top of each other until it became a huge wave. Chapter 530. Pei Ziyun stared at the ceiling, lost in his thoughts. A servant came in and said, Prince Paris, King Menastheus invites you to the palace. He has something important to discuss with you. Indeed, The king had sent someone to invite him to the palace not long after he returned from the Parthenon temple. He must have known something important. Has the king heard about the prophecy? Pei Ziyun thought to himself, "Go tell the messenger that I will depart immediately." "Yes, Prince Paris." After saying that, the servant left. "Athena has accepted my sacrifice and told me that the only way to be pardoned is through my wife. If the king knows about the prophecy, he must also know about the pardoning. In other words, the king can use me without worrying about offending the gods," Pei Ziyun thought to himself. He tidied up his attire and walked out slowly. A horse carriage was already waiting outside. King Menestheus's servant saw Prince Paris walking down the stairs and opened the door. He bowed and said, "Prince Paris, please board the carriage." Pei Ziyun nodded and stepped into the carriage. As soon as he sat down, the coachman shook the reins and the carriage started moving. "Pa!" The sound of a whip cracking could be heard as the carriage sped towards the palace. In a short while, the carriage stopped in front of the palace. Pei Ziyun alighted from the carriage and looked around the palace once again. The palace of Athens was slightly bigger than the palace of Troy. The palace gate was arched, 20 meters tall and 10 meters wide. The main roads within the palace were paved with white marble. It was a luxurious sight. As soon as Pei Ziyun stepped into the hall, King Menestheus stood up from his throne and said in a loud voice, "Prince Paris, you are so brave, kind, and pious. Even the gods admire you. We of Athens are honored by your presence. May the gods protect you forever." Pei Ziyun was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect King Menestheus to be even more enthusiastic than when they first met. He hurriedly returned the gesture. "King Menestheus, you are the king of Athens, the pearl of the city, the king of kings. The gods will surely protect you. I don't deserve to be called the king of kings. That's the glory that only belongs to the great Zeus." King Menastos then changed the topic and said, "Prince Paris, news of your bravery has reached Greece. Recently, in the mountains near Athens, there's a strange beast. I've heard that you're a brave warrior who can kill such beasts. If you can help me get rid of this beast, I will give you 20 cows as a reward." Pei Ziyun was a little taken aback. He didn't think that King Menastos would make such a direct request. However, he quickly smiled and said, "Esteemed king, I am willing to serve you." At this moment, he was very happy. He had been leveling up slowly recently, so he had been looking around for information on monsters. Who would have thought that King Menestheus would give him one? And the reward was quite high. Pei Ziyun was more than happy to be able to level up and receive rewards at the same time. "Prince Paris, if there's anything you need my help with when you enter the mountains and kill monsters, just say the word. I'll do my best." Menestheus said, "King Menestheus, all you have to do is to give me a guide. I don't need anything else for now." Pei Ziyun replied. He didn't want to learn from Ison and share his glory with others. In a mansion, what? Prince Paris accepted a mission from Menestheus? A voice roared. A few men could be seen pacing back and forth in a room. The news they had just heard caused them to feel extremely uneasy. They were both shocked and angry at the same time. They had thought that they had a 90% chance of success, but they didn't expect such a turn of events. At this moment, everyone was thinking about how to deal with this. One of the men pressed on the short sword at his waist, his voice hoarse and low. Why did he get involved in the conflict between us and Menestheus? What is his motive? The man with the short sword asked the question that everyone had in their hearts. What was the reason for Paris to get involved? Logically speaking, Athens and Troy did not have a direct conflict, and no one knew of their plans. Prince Paris would not target them. However, if there was a motive, there was nothing worth plotting. Paris was the prince of Troy, and it was impossible for him to develop in Athens, unless he was an asylum seeker. Although Demophon was the youngest among them, he was the calmest. He said, "Akamas, Prince Paris is healthy and smart. He is also generous. Perhaps he doesn't know about our conflict with Menestheus. Since he doesn't know about our conflict, it wouldn't be strange for him to accept the mission of eliminating the monster under Menestheus' request. That may be the case, but Menestheus has usurped my father's throne. Although he is old and weak, We originally wanted to use the monster to force Menastus to step down. That's why we didn't get rid of the monster. Now that Prince Paris has gotten rid of the monster, doesn't that mean that our plan is ruined?" When everyone heard this, their faces changed. They wanted to use the monster to force Menastus to step down and usurp the throne. They could not allow Prince Paris to ruin their plans so easily. Akama's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Should we kill him?" From his point of view, killing Paris would solve the problem once and for all. They could use the monster to force Menastus to step down again. Paris isn't an ordinary person. He is the Prince of Troy. If we kill him, won't it cause a war between Athens and Troy? A voice said worriedly, "We can cover up a little. Let's say that the bearman killed him. Moreover, even if it causes a war, Menastus will be the one to deal with it. Won't that be our chance?" Akamas said. "No, brother Akamas. Prince Paris is a guest of Athens, and he is helping the people to eliminate the monster. We can't do anything at this critical moment," Demophon said. Although Demophon had been exiled, he had always thought of Athens as his home. Now that there was a guest, and he wanted to help the people to eliminate the monster, he shouldn't deal with him. That wasn't the way to treat a guest. "I'm a coward. If you don't want to do it, we'll do it," Akamas said mockingly. In his eyes, his younger brother Demophon had always been indecisive and could not accomplish great things. If they wanted to reclaim the throne, revitalize Athens, and restore its former glory, they still had to rely on themselves. The sky was dark and gloomy, as if it was nighttime. Paizian didn't know why, but he felt a little anxious and frustrated. In front of him was a forest. A 3-meter-tall statue of Zeus stood quietly in the middle of an altar. He was holding onto a bull and was about to place it on the altar as a sacrifice to Zeus. Pitter-patter! The rain fell, making it difficult to see his surroundings. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, lighting up the space. Following that, he saw a cold dagger stabbing towards him from behind. The dagger was about to pierce his skin, and there was no way to avoid it. Paizian was shocked and sat up on his bed. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat. It was obvious that this dream had frightened him. Phew! He let out a long breath. Paizian then realized that he was lying on his bed in his mansion. After a long time, he woke up. So it was a dream? If not, I would be in danger. I don't have any iron castings in this world. However, he frowned. Is this a dream? And this dagger behind my back, is someone trying to assassinate me? Ever since he came to this world, Paizian had never been assassinated. Every day, he was worried that the gods would use their absolute power to kill him. As for assassination, he wasn't afraid at all. The statue of Zeus, is this Zeus protecting me? Although he was a descendant of Zeus and had the blood of Zeus flowing through his veins, there were too many descendants of Zeus. Not to mention, he was a descendant with a thin bloodline. This was the first time Zeus had shown his protection and kindness. No matter what, he had received his warning. At least he was on his guard and would not fall into a trap. Since Zeus has given me protection and kindness, I should be even more grateful for his protection. This is the reason for a large-scale sacrifice. This way, the gods will not be offended. Paizian thought to himself. Just as he was thinking this, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became an information interface. A line of words appeared on the interface. Mission: counterattack the assassins, capture Akamas alive, and demand compensation. Akamas? This name was very familiar. It was the son of Theseus. Paizian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Theseus and his family were really at loggerheads with him. Originally, he had planned to wait for Menastheus to attack Troy. Then, he would leak the news of Theseus's son Demophon usurping the throne to Menastheus. This would accumulate to weaken the Greeks. Who would have thought that before he could carry out his plan, Theseus's son would find trouble with him first? What's the reason? Oh, it's obvious that Theseus's son wanted to use the matter of the bearman to bargain with Menastheus. However, by accepting the mission, I've ruined their plans. No wonder, no wonder. However, capturing him alive is commendable. Is it the system reminding me not to kill heroes before the Battle of Troy? To prevent bad consequences? Pei Ziyin was deep in thought. The missions issued by the system were all crucial to one's fate. He had long known about this. After thinking for a while, he stood up and shouted, "Men, hurry up and eat breakfast. Also, help me put on my armor and call for a guide. We're going into the mountains immediately." Before long, the slaves were all lined up neatly. When they saw Prince Paris, they bowed slightly to their master and lowered their hands. The guide had just woken up and was a little unhappy. However, he did not dare to slight the king's esteemed guest, the Prince of Troy. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. He saw Pei Ziyin dressed in a white tunic with a bronze belt around his waist. He held a long sword in his hand and raised it high. He shouted, "We're going into the mountains immediately." After saying this, Pei Ziyin led the group out. It was still dawn. A warm breeze accompanied them as they moved forward. The streets were quiet and dark. When they passed by a place, a shadow spied on them. When he saw Pei Ziyin's group, he quickly turned around and walked away. Chapter 531. The rugged forest was shrouded in a thin layer of fog. A shadow was moving quickly in front of them, wearing a hood. His eyes were fixed on the terrain. "Prince Paris, we are on the right path." After taking a closer look, the man returned and said, Pei Ziyin and his slaves followed behind. This guide was arranged by King Menastheus. It was said that he used to be a hunter and was very familiar with the forest. It was this old hunter who had first seen a monster while hunting in the forest. He reported the news to the kingdom, and soon more and more people saw the monster. King Menastheus was pressured to send people to kill the monster, but the results were not good. Those who went were all killed. However, it cannot be said that King Menastheus had no one he could use. It can only be said that he was not serious. This time, when Paris came to Greece, he had no intention of asking Paris for help. However, he had received an oracle from the gods and changed his mind. He wanted to ask Paris for help in the matter of the monster. The king had also heard of Paris killing the sea demons and the dual-headed lizard, and knew that Paris was good at it. After walking for about 10 miles, a dense forest appeared in front of them. The road also became narrower. After another 2 miles, the guide pointed to the forest. "Prince Paris, the road ahead is not easy to travel. If we go over this mountain, we might have to cut down trees to enter." "That's all right," Pei Ziyin said plainly. He abandoned his horse and left 2 slaves to look after it. "Once we go over this mountain, how far do we have to go before we reach the monster's lair?" Pei Ziyin asked. "Prince Paris, the monster does not have a fixed lair. Usually, it moves around a certain area. We just need to search in these areas. The last time I saw this monster, it was in the forest not too far away. When others saw it later, it was in a similar location." The guide replied. After climbing over the mountain and looking into the distance, all he could see was greenery. The green mountain forest was covered in layers of leaves. When a mountain wind blew, the leaves looked like turbulent waves. If it weren't for the fact that there were monsters in this place, it would have been a good place to visit. The slaves followed the guide and advanced in silence. In front of them, they could hear the sound of trees being cut down. Occasionally, the slaves would return to report the situation. Pei Ziyin was in the middle of the forest and saw that the forest was getting thicker and thicker. They had to cut down trees to get through. He knew that they were not far from the monster's lair. At this time, someone came to report, "Prince Paris, there are bearmen a mile ahead." The bearman was 4 meters tall and had fur all over his body. His face was like a normal human's, and when I returned, he was still hunting wild beasts. "A huge bearman?" Pei Ziyin mumbled to himself. "Bring me over to take a look," Pei Ziyin said. "All right, Prince Paris, please follow me." As he finished speaking, the slave led Pei Ziyin carefully towards the bearman. Peering through the dense foliage, Pei Ziyin could see a huge bear man eating the remains of a wild beast. After sensing it for a moment, he shook his head and thought to himself, "It's considered strong, but not a direct descendant." Zhao Fu didn't know which family the bearman was from, but he didn't seem to be a direct descendant. It It was most likely a bloodline that had been separated by many generations. Just as he was thinking of a solution, Pei Zi Yin suddenly felt his scalp go numb. It was a pair of eyes staring at him. He knew that this was the gaze of a deity. A deity was staring at him. Which deity could it be? Pei Zi Yin thought to himself. Throwing this thought to the back of his mind, he focused on observing the bearman. He saw that the bearman had a layer of fur covering its entire body like armor. Its limbs were thick and strong, and its teeth were sharp. Its eyes were red. Seeing that it had eaten half of the beast's remains, Pei Zi Yin knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He looked around and saw that there was a narrow gorge not far away. It was the perfect place to lure the bearman in and ambush it. He then gestured to the slave and retreated slowly in order to avoid alerting the bearman. All of you, set up an ambush in the gorge. Archers, take a high vantage point and shoot arrows to lure it over. Pei Zi Yin looked around and gave the order. The slave obeyed. Pei Zi Yin hid himself on top of a huge rock in the gorge, ready to kill the bearman at any moment. The entire area was silent, and the sounds of birds and beasts could no longer be heard. The wind seemed to have stopped as well, and everything seemed to have stopped moving. The bearman, who was engrossed in eating the remains of the beast, seemed to have sensed something as well. It raised its head and looked around, hesitating for a moment before preparing to leave. At this point, how could Pei Zi Yin allow it to leave? He gave the order, shoot. The bowstring of the archer loosened, and a few arrows flew towards the bearman. Pu. When the arrows hit the bearman's body, most of them bounced off. One of them managed to pierce through, but because of its tough fur, it didn't penetrate too deeply. Ayo! An angry roar could be heard. The bearman was enraged by the arrows. Shoot again, Pei Zi Yin ordered. Another few arrows flew towards the bearman. This time it was prepared. The few arrows that were aimed at its face were slapped away by its huge paws. The bearman discovered the archers hiding in the gorge. It roared in anger and charged towards the gorge. It ran on all fours and was extremely fast, like a huge bear. However, Pei Zi Yin knew that this bearman was much stronger than a huge bear. Another few volleys of arrows were fired, but the bearman didn't seem to care. Normal arrows wouldn't pose much of a threat to it. This wasn't out of Pei Zi Yin's expectations. Everyone, take note of your concealment. Seeing the bearman getting closer and closer to the gorge, Pei Zi Yin reminded everyone. The bearman quickly rushed into the narrow gorge. However, the archers were standing on high ground, and it couldn't do anything to them. All it could do was roar angrily at the archers. Pei Zi Yin, who was hiding on top of a huge rock, saw that the archers had attracted the attention of the bearman. He knew that this was a rare opportunity. With his sword in hand, he leapt down from the huge rock and pierced the bearman's back. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The bearman's back had been pierced deeply by Pei Zi Yin's sword. It became even more ferocious as it turned around and pounced towards Pei Zi Yin. Pei Zi Yin dodged to the side and dodged the bearman's attack. He then stabbed his sword in again. The tip of the sword glowed faintly, and a pew sound was heard as blood splattered everywhere. In the narrow gorge, the huge body of the bearman wasn't very convenient. Pei Zi Yin, on the other hand, was able to maneuver around the gorge without much difficulty. Before long, several deep wounds were left on the bearman's body. The bearman wasn't an idiot. After a few tries, it realized that the terrain was disadvantageous to it. It roared angrily and was about to charge out. At this point, the slaves at the entrance of the gorge raised their spears and pierced the bearman. The entrance was very small. Although the bearman's fur was thick, it couldn't withstand the piercing. Ayo. It picked up a huge rock from the ground and threw it at Pei Zi Yin. Pei Zi Yin saw the huge rock flying towards him and cursed under his breath. He quickly dodged to the side and dodged the incoming rock. At the same time, a few screams could be heard from the other side of the gorge. When he looked over, he saw that the unlucky guide and two other slaves had been hit by the huge rock and died on the spot. Pump! Another huge rock was thrown at him. Pei Zi Yin dodged it, and the huge rock smashed into the walls of the gorge, creating a loud sound. This bearman has a brain. Seeing that the slaves at the entrance of the gorge were starting to panic, Pei Yun's eyes flashed. He knew that he couldn't allow the bearmen to continue throwing rocks at him. If not, the blockade would be broken. He threw away his broken sword and took a bronze spear from one of the slaves. He then threw it at the bleeding wound of the bearman. The bearman seemed to know how powerful the spear was. It used its two huge paws to protect its wound. Whenever the spear came near, it would slap it away. However, Pei Yun's martial arts skills were extremely high. Even though the bearman was protecting itself, he still managed to find an opening. The bronze spear flashed, and a pu sound could be heard. The spear pierced through the bearman's wound, piercing a foot deep. Ayo, ayo, ayo. The bearman was severely injured, and its body trembled. However, it still refused to fall. Pei Yun didn't move forward and shouted. Again, multiple spears were thrown at the bearman. The more injured it was, the harder it was for it to dodge. Soon, 2 or 3 spears pierced through its body. It couldn't stand any longer and fell to the ground. Cheers could be heard from the surrounding slaves. Everyone was cheering for Prince Paris, who had once again slain a monster. At this point, Pei Yun could feel the gaze of the deity watching him. Damn it. If I kill the bearman now and absorb its soul, will I be discovered? If it's an ordinary deity, I might not be able to detect it. But if it's an important deity, I might not be able to hide it. Although I believe in the power of the system, even if I can't detect it directly, the sudden disappearance of the soul might attract its attention. As for falling to the underworld, I don't have to worry too much. That's the domain of Hades. He and Zeus aren't on the same side. According to Greek mythology, the priests can sense the presence of the gods. They can see the descent of the gods. The more powerful ones can even eavesdrop on the conversations of the gods in the Olympic mountains. I'm still relatively weak now. I can only sense that the gods are watching me, but I don't know why. Pei Yun hesitated for a moment before deciding to use his fate points. Following the call, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew larger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and a string of numbers appeared. As he pressed on it, a notification popped up. Priest senses 2/3. Only 3? As the priest's senses grew stronger, it immediately replied, "It's Zeus watching. Damn it, I don't dare to absorb the soul of such a powerful deity." Pei Yun looked at the dying bearman on the ground. He didn't kill it, but shouted, "Drag it back." For the sake of safety, the slaves broke the bearman's limbs and dragged it out. The bearman didn't move at all, as if it was about to die. When they reached the forest, the bearman raised its head and spat at Pei Yun. It wasn't too far away. A ray of gray light shot out from its mouth. No one had expected this. Pei Yun dodged and threw the long spear in his hands. The spear pierced through the air and pierced deep into the bearman's heart. Fresh blood spurted out. At this point, the gray light shot towards him. Although Pei Yun tried his best to avoid it, he still managed to graze his body. He immediately stiffened, as if he was paralyzed. "Master!" The slaves were shocked. They raised their spears and stabbed at the bearman. At this point, a few people jumped out from the bushes, holding spears in their hands. They stabbed at the paralyzed Pei Yun. Chapter 532. The spear glinted coldly, and Akamas was overjoyed. Although the bearman is not a Medusa, an immortal would turn into a lifeless boulder with just one look at her, she has a similar breath. I can kill him now. Even so, the 5 spears still fell mercilessly. These 5 men were Akama's men. Ever since Pei Yun had left the dormitory, they had been following him. Pei Yun had been sending out soldiers and slaves to search for the bearman, especially after they had entered the mountains. His men had expanded their search radius, and they had not dared to get too close. Akamas had been looking for a chance to assassinate Pei Yun, but he had not found a suitable opportunity to do so. Finally, the bearman had given Akamas a chance of a lifetime, and he did not hesitate to grab it. What great teamwork! I've lured it out. At this point, it seemed that the numbing effect had passed. Pei Yun rolled on the ground and rolled down from a high vantage point. The slaves were flustered and didn't know what to do. However, the 5 of them didn't hesitate and pounced forward. They were all experienced warriors, especially Akama's, who was also a hero of Greece. The 5 of them wielded their spears, and once again stabbed towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun continued to rush forward, and with a point of his sword, 2 sounds were heard, and 2 spears were deflected. The moment the spears were deflected, Akama's moved his hands, and the spear drew an arc in the air, and with a forceful push, it stabbed towards Pei Ziyun's back. Pei Ziyun leapt up, and with 1 foot on a huge rock, he bounced off. At this point, the others gave chase again. A few more spears stabbed towards Pei Ziyun. Looking over, he saw the 5 men pouncing on him like wolves and tigers. Seeing that Paris was only running away, he thought that he was nothing more than that. Both sides exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye, they had separated from each other by a large distance. "Who are you, and why do you want to assassinate me?" Pei Ziyun asked the assassins, even though he already knew who they were. The 5 of them had a tacit understanding, and none of them answered the question. Instead, they attacked even more ferociously. "Zeus's eyes are following us, and they're all focused on me and Akamas." Pei Ziyun was secretly delighted and ran towards the forest at an even faster speed. Prince Paris was born in the year of the rabbit. How can he run so fast? Hurry up and kill him. We can't let him leave. Since they had already met, King Monastos would know who Pei Ziyun was. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was getting further and further away, Akamas could no longer hold it in and said in a hoarse voice. The weary Wer-Bear Man finally breathed his last breath. A Wer-Bear Man's soul floated up and was guided by the underworld earth, disappearing in a flash. No one noticed this at all, because everyone thought that the Bearman was already dead. Success! Pei Ziyun could feel the Wer-Bear's spirit disappearing, and his gaze not wavering. He heaved a sigh of relief. This fight had come at the right time. For the first time in his life, he felt like thanking the assassin. However, the entire process was like walking on a tightrope. A slight carelessness could cause all the previous efforts to go to waste. But in order to improve, he had to do this. Before he reached Sparta, he had to hunt for monsters to kill. There were risks, but the rewards were great. This time, he had made the right gamble. He had managed to take the Wer-Bear Man's soul under Zeus's nose. Now that the threat was gone, he showed no mercy. His figure, which was originally charging forward, suddenly bent and turned. The person behind him could not stop running, and with a flash of his sword, his neck was cut in half. He screamed and blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun pounced again and grabbed the man's spear and threw it at him. Pooh! Another scream was heard. The man who had been charging forward had been pierced by the spear, and it went straight through him. Paris! Akamas finally could not hold it in any longer and called out his name, waving his spear at him. You bunch of assassins have finally revealed yourselves. Speak, who are you? Pei Ziyun's body flashed, and he dodged Akamas, rushing towards another person. Woo! This person was also a warrior, and he gathered his strength. But unexpectedly, Pei Ziyun bent down, grabbed a handful of sand, and threw it at him. The sand flew everywhere, and this person subconsciously raised his arm to block, but the long sword came flying at him. Pooh! The sound of a long sword piercing through a person's body was always creepy and exciting. When the remaining 2 people flanked him from the left and right, they saw their friend slowly slipping down. His eyes were filled with anger and despair. No, you despicable person, you don't deserve to be a hero. 5 people plotting against one, and you call me a hero? Pei Ziyun said expressionlessly. At this time, the slaves had already rushed over. You guys kill that one. Leave this one to me. Pei Ziyun ordered. Akamas was angry and frustrated. He did not expect Prince Paris to be so difficult to deal with. With a loud shout, he pounced towards Pei Ziyun again. 5 people were no match for him, and now there was only 1 left. Akamas' attacks were all easily countered by Pei Ziyun. In Akamas' eyes, Prince Paris was like a cat playing with a mouse, mocking it. It felt like its dignity had been severely violated. It roared in anger, and with bloodshot eyes, it continued to stab Pei Ziyun, as if it had the urge to bite Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun smiled, and in a flash, he lifted his right leg slightly. Akamas tripped and fell to the ground. Because it was too forceful, Akamas rolled a few times on the ground before it finally stopped. At this time, he heard a scream. Pei Ziyun turned around and saw the corpses of 2 slaves lying on the ground. 4 or 5 spears had pierced through one of them, and he fell heavily to the ground, his mouth full of blood. In order to verify his guess, Pei Ziyun picked up a spear from the ground and threw it at Akamas, who had just climbed out of the ground. He had calculated that the spear would hit, but when it neared, it missed and only grazed Akamas. Pei Ziyun immediately knew that he would not be able to kill Akamas for now. The gods did not like heroes dying before the Battle of Troy, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Pei Ziyun walked towards Akamas, but he did not take out his sword. Instead, he started punching and kicking him. Sure enough, he would not be stopped. Akamas was beaten until his face was swollen, and he cried out in pain. Pei Ziyun stopped and pointed his sword at Akamas. "Who are you?" Seeing Akamas's eyes darting around, Pei Ziyun knew that he was lying. He shook his head and pointed at the items on the floor. Warriors, spears, shields, armor. These are not things that just anyone can have. "I'll tell you. I'm a noble from the city who sent me to assassinate you. As for why they want to assassinate you, I really have no idea." Akamas said sincerely. If Pei Ziyun did not know it was him, he might have been fooled. "You're lying, but it doesn't matter. When I drag these 4 corpses and you into the city, I guarantee that people will recognize you," Pei Ziyun said coldly. Akamas knew that if he did not say anything, Prince Paris might really do it. Their appearances were not a secret. If that happened, the whole city would know, and he would not be able to bear the consequences. Many people in Athens were unhappy with Theseus and forced him to leave. However, there were also people who sympathized with him. Otherwise, how could Demophon have been able to seize the throne of Athens? However, if something like this happened, King Menastos could take the opportunity to smear Prince Paris' reputation. Prince Paris was killing monsters for Athens, while Theseus' son was assassinating them. This would destroy half of Theseus' inheritance. Thinking of this, Akamas regretted it. He said, "I am Theseus' son Akamas. Kill me." "Theseus' son?" Pei Ziyun pretended to be surprised. "But you and I have no grudge. Why do you want to kill me?" Akamas was speechless. He could not possibly say that Pei Ziyun wanted to kill the monster, which prevented him from obtaining the throne of Menastos. If he said that, he could not guarantee that Pei Ziyun would not take him to Menastos to claim credit. Seeing that Akamas was speechless, Pei Ziyun kept his sword and said, "For the sake of your father, the great Theseus, I will give you 2 options." When Akamas heard that Pei Ziyun would give him 2 options, his heart sank. He was filled with bitterness. Until now, he was still relying on Theseus' reputation. "First, I will bring you to Athens. I believe that the king will be very interested in the son of Theseus, who assassinated a prince." Hearing this, Akamas' heart sank. "Second, I will let you go. You can bring the bodies of your friends and subordinates with you, but you have to swear to the gods that you will pay the ransom yourself." Pei Ziyun said. Choosing the first option was impossible. How could he let himself fall into the hands of Menastos? Akamas chose the second option without a doubt. Akamas knelt on the ground and raised his hands high. He said, "Respected Zeus, your people, Akamas, swear to you that I will pay the ransom to Prince Paris. If I break this promise, I hope that you will punish me. Since you have already sworn to the gods, you can leave with your friends and subordinates." Pei Ziyun said as he sheathed his sword. He felt a little pity in his heart. After killing a hero, he must be as strong as the monster, maybe even stronger. Pei Ziyun ordered his slaves to cut off the bear man's head. He then organized his troops and left the mountain. Seeing that Prince Paris was leaving, Akamas shouted, "Aren't you afraid that I won't pay the ransom? As long as you are not afraid of the god's punishment." Pei Ziyun replied. Compared to gold, he actually hoped that Akamas would break his promise. He wanted to see how the gods would punish him. After leaving the forest, Pei Ziyun got on his horse and sank his consciousness into the dimension. He saw a small palace floating in the air above the dark dimension. The entire dimension had expanded a little. Although it was very small, he could still feel it. On one side of the palace, between the two pillars, there was a new one. Under the new pillar, there was an iron statue of a bear man. It looked very lifelike, and at this moment, there was a mist seeping out of the statue. System. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly grew bigger. It turned into an information interface with a faint light. On it, Pei Ziyun's current level was displayed. Hero Bloodline. Second tier, 95.7%. In such a short period of time, it had grown so much. This was not because of the bear man, but because of the reputation he had gained from passing through many cities. Now, as the mist seeped out of the statue, the statistics would jump. He would be able to level up soon enough. Chapter 533. City of Athens. In one of the taverns in the city, Jason was drinking with a few minstrels. The table was filled with figs, snacks, and good wine. Some of the minstrels had received the blessings of Apollo and had become guests of honor to the nobles and the king. However, some of them were poor and had to perform on the streets. Jest had received instructions from Prince Paris and did not need to look for those who were famous. Hence, these few minstrels were very poor. Everyone was eating the food on the table and drinking the good wine in their hands. A minstrel with a goatee said, "Jason, thank you very much for your hospitality. I did not expect you to be so generous after following Prince Paris." An old man hiccuped and said drunkenly, "Jason, when I first met you, you were just like me. I did not expect you to stop writing poems and become so rich. It is better to follow Prince Paris." Jason looked at the bards in front of him and sighed with emotion. At the same time, he felt a sense of pride. However, one of the bards, who had a slightly thin face and hadn't spoken all this time, said disapprovingly, "Jason, it's good that you've climbed on Prince Paris's good side, but we're bound to be bound together for good or ill. If one day Prince Paris loses his power, you'll be in a much worse state than us." When Jest heard this, his face changed. The two around him were embarrassed as well. In order to prevent Jason from getting angry, they hurriedly allowed Jason to continue talking about the prince. At this point, a commotion could be heard from afar. Someone shouted, "Bearman, Bearman." The few minstrels thought that the bearman had entered the city and jumped in fright. They looked carefully and realized that it was not the bearman who had entered the city. They heaved a sigh of relief. Pei Ziyun was standing on a chariot that was covered in flower garlands. He smiled and waved to the crowd around him. The people in the city were cheering and celebrating the arrival of the bearman's head. "Paris! Paris!" The crowd cheered. Everyone was in awe of Prince Paris for being able to kill the bearman. How did Prince Paris kill the bearman? Didn't he just enter the mountains yesterday? A few of the minstrels widened their eyes, as if they could not believe that Prince Paris had returned so quickly. "Looks like I'm right. Look, even the king is here to welcome Prince Paris." King Monastos welcomed them on the street with his guards behind him. He said to Paris happily, "Prince Paris, you are truly brave. You have returned with the head of the bearman in triumph so quickly. It was all thanks to the blessings of the gods that I was able to complete this mission so quickly." Pei Ziyun said. King Monastheus gave Pei Ziyun a hug. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, he did not return to the palace. Instead, he turned towards the Temple of Zeus. Temple of Zeus, the divine temple, was located southeast of the Acropolis of Athens, in the middle of a vast plain beside the Irissos River. The entire divine temple was surrounded by verdant valleys and clear streams, creating an elegant scenery. Not far away, there was a dense forest that was lush with greenery. The paths in the forest were filled with flowers and trees that vied for beauty. Under the guidance of King Menestheus, Pei Ziyun arrived at the Temple of Zeus in a chariot. The temple was rectangular, 108 meters long and 41 meters wide. The entire building was built on a complete foundation. The divine temple was supported by 104 marble pillars, each of which was an astonishing 18 meters tall. The priest of the divine temple was already waiting at the entrance, leading King Menastheus and Pei Yun into the divine temple. The divine temple had 4 huge arches, each of which was 15 meters tall and 8 meters wide. As they walked through the arches, they looked up to see a rectangular dome. The dome was filled with colorful murals related to the gods. The 4 walls of the divine temple were engraved with lifelike carvings, displaying the elegance of the gods. The priest was silent the entire way, as if he had no intention of introducing the divine temple to the divine temple. A servant led 2 bulls and carried the bearman's head in gold as he followed behind. After passing through the corridors of the divine temple, an altar that was several times larger than any of the other altars appeared before the 3 of them. In the middle of the altar was a statue of Zeus, which was 12 meters tall. As the 3 of them stood in front of the statue, Pei Yun felt someone staring at him. "It's Zeus," Pei Yun thought to himself. The servant brought 2 bulls and handed them over to the priest. The few assistants looked at them and were satisfied. They placed garlands on the bulls and brought them to the altar. The priest sprinkled water on the altar and the bulls and prayed. With the hard work of the assistants, the bulls were slaughtered in no time. The priest skillfully cut off the bull's head and separated the meat. Following this, Pei Yun personally took the bearman's head and a gold brick that weighed 200 grams and placed them on the altar. He raised his hand and prayed, "O great and wise king of the gods, with your blessings, I was able to kill the bearman. All the glory belongs to you. May you accept my sacrifice." This time, the gold and the bearman's head had disappeared. It was obvious that the gods had used them. However, only a little bit of the beef was missing. The priest smiled and said to Pei Yun, "Prince Paris, the gods are very satisfied with your bearman's head and gold." King Menastheus accompanied Pei Yun to observe the entire process. The beef was not missing. This was not surprising. Perhaps it was because the great Zeus had transformed into a bull before. However, the disappearance of the bearman's head and gold indicated that the gods were still satisfied with Prince Paris. This way, he could still maintain his friendship with Prince Paris. The 2 of them left the temple. Pei Yun bid farewell to King Menastheus. The king said regretfully, "Prince Paris, you will gain my friendship." As he spoke, he called for the remaining 18 bulls to be brought out. Pei Yun watched as King Menastheus left. He thought about the sacrificial ceremony and what had happened in the temple of Zeus. He was bewildered. The servants drove the 18 bulls through the streets and alleys of the temple of Zeus. A bull was worth a lot in ancient Greece, and 18 bulls were worth a fortune. As the bulls passed through the city, the people discussed them. "Look, these are the bulls that King Menastheus gave to Prince Paris." These bulls were given to Prince Paris by the king as a reward for his efforts in killing the bearman. Prince Paris is really brave and good at fighting. He also respects the gods. The citizens of the city rushed over to see the 18 bulls, as though they had earned them. The bulls followed the road to the harbor, and with the help of the servants, they managed to catch up to the ship. At this point, a carriage approached the harbor slowly. From the carriage, someone delivered a small box. Pei Yun instructed the servant to bring the box to the cabin. When he opened it, he realized that it was filled with bronze and gold. There were 500 grams of gold, which was a huge sum. Pei Yun looked at it and smiled. "Akamas is very tactful. This way, I will be able to pay for the 2 sacrificial ceremonies." This matter was settled. As long as Akamas did not cause trouble for him, he would not go looking for trouble either. "Jessen, how are the bards in the city doing?" Pei Yun asked Jessen. "Prince Paris, I have been in contact with all the bards in the city. Some of them are even my old friends. Other than a few stubborn ones, the others are all willing to get close to the noble Prince Paris." Jessen said, You have done well. Next, we will be heading to our next destination. You have to hurry up. Also, our ship has to be filled with goods." Pei Yun said, "Traveling was like doing business. If not, even if he had the gold from the national treasury, he would not be able to support himself." "Understood, Prince Paris." Jessen bowed. "Kusailia, how is your matter?" Pei Yun asked. "Prince Paris, I've made detailed records of all the goods and expenses. I've placed them on your desk. I've also made a list of all the wandering bards that Lord Nees contacted. The list is also on your desk, said Cecilia. You have done well too. Paizian praised. He then called the captain over and instructed, we will set sail in a while. We will head to Tyros and Cyprus immediately. While the bulls are still fat, let us hurry. It would be bad if they lose weight. Understood, Prince Paris. The captain replied. In just a moment, shouts, sails, and oars could be heard. Someone looked at the warships carefully. These warships had long bronze horns and were long and narrow, with 3 levels. The guard were busy. Everything was in order. After a while, the warships slowly set sail. Seeing the fleet leave, Akamas was furious. Demophon tried to persuade him. Brother, this time, Prince Paris has shown mercy. Because you were the one who tried to assassinate him. He could have kept you alive. If he had handed you and the other corpses to King Menastheus, the king would not have let go of this opportunity to attack us. Furthermore, the king would have given us a higher reward. And the gods above, these soldiers. Demophon pointed at the warships in the distance. I counted just now. Each ship has 50 soldiers. 7 ships means 350 soldiers. If an ordinary city-state mobilized, it would only amount to this number. Demophon said solemnly, Brother, you should not go against Prince Paris in the future. You are not his match. Demophon patiently persuaded him. Paris doesn't even dare to fight face to face. He even scattered sand on the battlefield. Also, if it wasn't for the coward who didn't participate, if you could have helped us, I wouldn't have lost so badly. Akamas was furious. Paris doesn't even dare to fight face to face. With that, he turned and left. Demophon shook his head and thought for a long time. Prince Paris, I cannot see through you. Arriving in Athens was not their first stop. Along the way, there were many rumors. Although some were belittling, they were generally positive. He was passionate, good at music, and good at fighting. He also knew the rules. Which prince did not have all his followers? But when Prince Paris entered the city, he left all the soldiers at the port and even gave them money to buy food and water. He only brought 10 slaves into the city. This was why the kings along the way were willing to welcome them warmly. Prince Paris should be our friend, not our enemy. This way, we have a higher chance of taking back Athens. Unfortunately, the reckless Akamas ruined it. At this time, Demophon still did not know about the upcoming Battle of Troy. Perhaps some people had heard the news, but only the higher-ups of the humans. The sons of Theseus, who had lost the throne, did not know about this and only felt that it was a pity. Chapter 534. Tylos Island, the busy port, was filled with ships, and it felt as though thousands of sails were racing against each other. The bustling market was crowded with people, and the sounds of people hawking their wares could be heard. Although Tylos Island was only 43 square kilometers, and one could see the end of the island from here, it was unusually busy. This was because this was the neutral trading point of all of Greece. Most of the people on the island were merchants and hawkers from all over the world. They lived a comfortable life, and the news spread very quickly. Just then, someone shouted, Prince Paris is here. Prince Paris? Haven't you heard? The hero who killed the sea demons, the 2-headed lizard, and the bear men. What is he doing here? I heard he's here to worship the gods. The port was packed with people. Many people crowded to the port to see Prince Paris. Which one is Prince Paris? That one is wearing a white tunic and has a sword by his waist. The crowd discussed, and they were all very curious about Prince Paris. Some even thought that the prince, who had killed so many monsters, was like the Cyclops. Paizian stood on the warship and looked at the crowd quietly. His lips curled into a smile. His reputation was getting more and more widespread. The reason why he came to Tylos was that the island was the most important trading port in the Aegean Sea. There were many temples on the island, and legend had it that it was the birthplace of Artemis and Apollo. Paizian disembarked from the warship, and under the protection of the soldiers and slaves, he passed through the market. There were many goods on the market, and it was a feast for the eyes. After passing through the market, There was a long corridor made up of 100 pillars. Along the corridor was the path to the temple. On both sides of the path, there were towering ancient trees. Birds chirped happily in the trees, as though welcoming the guests who had come from afar. At the end of the path was a monument that someone had dedicated to Apollo. The monument was 5 meters tall, and there were all sorts of carvings on it. Next to it was the temple. When Pei Zi-yun reached the monument, he saw the priest of the temple waiting at the door. "Honorable Prince Paris, we welcome you. Please follow me." Pei Zi-yun followed the priest into the temple through the corridor and arrived at the altar of the temple. There were no abnormalities in the sacrificial process. Pei Zi-yun offered sacrifices to Apollo, Artemis, Poseidon, and Hermes. Pei Zi-yun placed a bull and 100 grams of gold in front of Apollo's altar, a bull and 100 grams of gold in front of Artemis's statue, and a bull and 100 grams of gold in front of Poseidon's and Hermes' statues, respectively. Since Apollo and Artemis had always been friendly to him and had always protected him, he had given them 100 grams of gold more than Poseidon and Hermes. Pei Zi-yun stood in front of the altar and prayed loudly, "God, please help me to complete my mission." After worshipping these deities, Pei Zi-yun did not linger. He quickly returned to the battleship and gave the order to set sail toward Cyprus. Cyprus was a small island located in the eastern part of the Mediterranean Sea, with an area of 9,251 square kilometers. It was said to be the hometown of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. The bustle of Cyprus port paled in comparison to that of Tyros, but the market here was much wider than that of Tyros. Ever since he had given the golden apple to Aphrodite, Pei Zi-yun had automatically tied himself to Aphrodite, the goddess of love. This time, he had specially come to Tyros to offer sacrifices to Aphrodite in order to gain her favor. As Pei Zi-yun killed the sea demon, the dual-headed lizard, the bearman, and other strange beasts, his reputation grew. Bards from all over the world also spread his name, and his reputation grew rapidly. In Cyprus, the people welcomed the arrival of Prince Paris. Pei Zi-yun smiled and waved to the people. During this period of time, the enthusiasm of the people from all over the world made him realize that his reputation had risen. Pei Zi-yun came to a temple. This temple belonged to Aphrodite. The priest saw Pei Zi-yun and smiled. "Respected Prince Paris, the deities already know of your arrival and have instructed me to bring you in." Pei Zi-yun nodded slightly. Aphrodite knew of his arrival and even specially asked the priest to welcome him. It seemed like she was still very friendly towards him. After passing through the main hall of the temple, Pei Zi-yun saw an altar. In the middle of the altar was a statue of Aphrodite, which he had seen before. The statue was much taller than a real person. Pei Zi-yun did not dare to be slow. He took the bull from the servant and carried 100 grams of gold. He even made a huge garland and placed it on the altar. After a series of complicated sacrificial rituals, Aphrodite took the best piece of meat from the bull, and the rest was given to the temple by Pei Zi-yun. The gold and the garland disappeared. "Prince Paris, the deities are very satisfied with your offerings," the priest said with a smile. Pei Zi-yun nodded slightly and walked in front of the statue of Aphrodite. He prayed loudly, "God, please help me to complete my mission successfully." The prayer was the same as the one at the Tyros temple, but this time it was to the goddess of love, Aphrodite. Pei Zi-yun continued on his way to his next destination, Crete. In Crete, Pei Zi-yun was also welcomed. Crete was the largest island in the Mediterranean Sea. The island had beautiful weather and evergreen plants. Grapes, olives, oranges, and flowers were in full bloom on the island. The island was surrounded by blue waters and was known as the Garden on the Sea. Pei Zi-yun prayed to all the deities. Those that he had already prayed to were now regular ones. There was a temple of Hera on the island. Although Pei Zi-yun knew that he had offended Hera by not giving her the golden apple, he still offered sacrifices to her. When he arrived at the temple of Hera, Pei Zi-yun offered a bull and 100 grams of gold to Hera. Hera did not take the bull, but kept the gold. In front of the statue of Hera, Pei Zi-yun prayed loudly, "God, please help me to complete my mission successfully." Mount Olympus, the deities gathered in the main hall of the holy mountain. He walked from table to table, pouring wine for the deities. The deities raised their golden cups and drained the wine in one gulp. There was a cloud in front of him that reflected everything that had happened to Pei Zi-yun during this period of time. The deities looked at Paris with different expressions. Athena said to Hera, "This Paris is diligent. However, if he continues to gain fame like this, it'll be time for him to be eliminated by my cold and merciful father." When Hera heard this, she knew that Athena felt pity for him. She laughed coldly. "He did not respect me and did not give me the golden apple. Why do you care? Your father will eliminate him for the sake of the deities." She then stared at the cloud and watched as Pei Zi-yun offered sacrifices to her. "However, since he is so devout, I can give him an ending where he dies on the battlefield, and not because of a plot." Hera had always been calculative and vengeful. The last time Paris did not give her the golden apple, a seed of hatred was planted in her heart. At this time, the seed had already sprouted. Once the time was ripe, it would break through the soil and devour everything Paris had. "As you wish," Athena said and thought for a while. She then asked, "From the looks of it, Paris's next stop will be Sparta. However, with his military strength, he will not be able to take Helen. We've already discussed this. Paris will see an empty Spartan palace. Other than King Menelaus of Sparta, there are others who love Helen." She was referring to the two sons of Zeus, Helen's two elder brothers, Castor and Polydeuces. "Isn't it normal for us to arrange the fate of our heroes like shooting stars? Even the beloved Theseus of you and Poseidon, when he grew old, didn't you allow Lycomedes to push him off the cliff? Theseus killed the wild boar Phia, subdued the bison Marathon, defeated the Minotaur, kidnapped Hippolyte, kidnapped Helen, and even wanted to rob the queen of the underworld, Persephone. In the end, he grew old and was pushed off the cliff by Lycomedes, the ruler of Skylus. He could only watch helplessly as Theseus fell into the sea. They have already enjoyed fame and legend. I will ask Poseidon to give them an ending," Hera said coldly. Athena nodded slightly. She naturally knew that Hera replaced Zeus to eliminate many people, especially the sons of Zeus. Other gods could not do it, but Hera did it. Thus, she was known as a jealous god. Hercules completed 10 great deeds and was killed by his wife. Castor and Polydeuces were also legendary heroes of the previous generation. According to legend, when they heard the news of their sister's kidnapping, they immediately set sail to sea and chased after her. They had already approached the island of Leesburg on the coast of Troy. Unexpectedly, they encountered a storm and lost their ship, Hera, to Poseidon. Athena still did not know what happened to Castor and Polydeuces, but when she heard this, she understood that their fate had come to an end. She felt a slight chill. Hera could be said to be the killer of Zeus's son. In fact, in terms of divine power, Athena was already much stronger than Hera. However, Hera shared a part of Zeus's authority, which was no small matter. This was the authority to control the sacred mountain. Even Zeus's son ended up like this, and Paris did not give her the golden apple. Why should she anger Hera for him? Hera acted for Zeus's sake. She herself was unscrupulous and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The trace of pity disappeared immediately. Apollo, on the other hand, was faintly worried. He murmured, "Prince Paris, you are already at the edge of danger." Apollo knew that if Paris continued to grow and gain fame like this, his father would mercilessly eliminate him. Artemis heard her brother's mutterings, but she only drank the wine and ate the divine food. Although Prince Paris had sacrificed himself many times, he had only left a good impression on her. This impression was not to the extent that she would speak up for Paris. Paris was not that closely related to her interests. Aphrodite drank her wine by herself as she watched Pei Zi-yun's performance. She lowered her eyes and thought about the conflict between herself and Hera. Hera definitely wanted to deal with Paris. She was the wife of Zeus, and thus had a share of the arbiter's power. Yet she could not stop her. She thought to herself, such bravery! I can only bestow even more love upon him, to make up for his tragic future. Chapter 535. Crete, Royal Palace. Banquet Hall. The royal palace was a long courtyard. The king's palace, the queen's bedroom, and the banquet hall were scattered around the courtyard. The buildings were connected by corridors, hallways, corridors, and staircases. There are thousands of doors and hundreds of rooms, just like a labyrinth. After Paisian had finished praying to Hera in Crete, King Idomeneus sent someone to invite Prince Paris to the palace for a grand banquet. At this point, he saw King Idomeneus reclining on a reclining chair in the middle of the main hall. Soft animal skins were laid out on top of the chair. A maid was pouring wine for the king and placing it in his mouth. The banquet hall was filled with many nobles of the kingdom. At this point, the banquet was nearing its end. King Idomeneus straightened up and smiled. Prince Paris, I hope you will enjoy the wine of Crete to your heart's content and enjoy our delicacies. Paisian bowed slightly and said, Esteemed King Idomeneus, thank you very much for your warm hospitality. Come, Prince Paris, cheers for our friendship. King Idomeneus raised his golden cup and downed the wine in one gulp. Paisian did the same. Prince Paris, I have long heard of your heroic reputation. You have killed sirens, dual-headed lizards, and bear men. You also love and respect the gods. Every time you go to a place, you will offer sacrifices to the local temples. It is a joyous occasion to see you in person today. Paisian heard the praise and stood up. King Idomeneus, everything I have done is due to the guidance and blessings of the gods. Your praise and warm hospitality make me feel intimidated. Is there anything I can do for you, a king blessed by our common ancestor, Zeus? Paisian looked at him coldly. King Idomeneus of Crete was very powerful, and he was favored by Zeus. The palace's storeroom was filled with wine and olive oil, as well as food. The treasury was filled with gold, bronze, and weapons. He had 2,000 well-equipped warriors, and a large number of ships belonging to the king set out to trade all over the Aegean Sea. However, Idomeneus was still troubled. The reason was that in this era, Crete had declined, while Mycenae was thriving. King Agamemnon had also gained the hegemony. The two divine descendants of Zeus, Agamemnon of Mycenae and Idomeneus of Crete, had been fighting against each other. Idomeneus had been trying to restore the glory of the Minos dynasty. Yes, there is. The caravan that just came back told me that the Trojans have been increasing their control over tin, and they are imposing heavier taxes on it. Do you know about this? Idomeneus said with a smile, but his eyes were cold. This affected Crete to a certain extent, and his income decreased. At this moment, he was thinking to himself, Damn Trojans, they're causing trouble for me. Your Majesty, I'm not sure about this because I've been out for half a year. Paisian replied politely. However, I personally believe that we are all descendants of the great Zeus and should have a closer relationship with each other. We can even reduce taxes on each other and increase exchanges. I do have some thoughts about this. Please take a look. As he spoke, Jason waved his hand and respectfully handed over a sheepskin book. Ships close to each other, reducing taxes, not obstructing navigation, free trade, providing necessary convenience, and enjoying certain privileges. Idomeneus took a look at it and felt that it was a good idea. His intelligent brain immediately understood that Crete would benefit more from it. The reason was simple. Troy controlled the Dardanelles Strait, and trade with the Greeks was frequent. Although it seemed fair to reduce taxes on both sides, it was actually a one-sided deal for Troy. With this, they could even earn extra profits from selling tin that was subject to the tax reduction. Is this true, Prince Paris? Of course, but we have to sign a peace treaty with Troy. Regardless of the reason, we are not allowed to join the opposing camp of Troy. We cannot support our enemies and let them benefit from it. Am I right, great King Idomeneus? Yes. I have to discuss this further. However, for the sake of our friendship, I want to give you some gifts. After Idomeneus finished speaking, He clapped his hands 3 times, and servants came in with gifts. Paisian looked at the gifts and saw that there were gold, bronze, ivory, and fur. These were actually gifts in return for the goods that he had given to Crete. Paisian stood up and bowed. Respected King Idomeneus, thank you very much for your generosity. May our friendship last forever, and may the gods protect you forever. Prince Paris, I have said that for the sake of our friendship, if you have any trouble in the future, feel free to look for me, the king said warmly. The banquet proceeded in a cheerful and relaxed atmosphere. Everyone drank to their heart's content. During this period, Paisian also drank quite a bit of wine. After about an hour, Paisian bade farewell to King Idomeneus, and the king personally sent him out of the banquet hall. Paisian left the palace and boarded the carriage. He said to the driver, "To the temple of Hecate." "Ha!" The sound of a whip cracking could be heard as the carriage headed towards the temple of Hecate. At this point, Paisian's face darkened, and he shook his head. Seems like it won't work. From the looks of it, Troy was at a disadvantage in the peace treaty. However, in this era of war, Troy did not receive any taxes. Hence, they did not suffer any losses at all. However, they could still discuss the Greeks. At that time, would Idomeneus join the war or not? However, Idomeneus was after all a descendant of Zeus. He seemed to have heard some rumors. Although he was tempted, when he heard about the peace treaty, he rejected it. But at least I can give him more gifts. At least I can still make a profit. Paisian did not think about this anymore. Instead, he thought about his next goal. The goddess of hell, Hecate, was the goddess of the underworld. She had once helped Zeus defeat the Cyclops. Hence, she had the strength of a giant. Even Zeus had to give her some face. Was she the mysterious lady from the last time? It doesn't seem like it. Although she is not a direct descendant of Zeus, she did not go against him. Hence, she would not help me. This time, I will go to the sacrificial ceremony to find out if she was the one who gave me the secret potion. Temple of Hecate. As the chariot neared, it gradually came to a stop. Paisian alighted. In front of the Temple of Hecate was a huge sacred forest. The sacred forest was filled with towering ancient trees. Birds were chirping happily, and women were plucking fresh flowers. Although she was a deity of the underworld, the entire sacred forest gave off a sense of tranquility. Behind the sacred forest, there was a temple in front of him. The priest and his assistant were waiting at the entrance of the temple. When he saw Paisian, he said, "Prince Paris, the great deity, knows of your arrival. She has specially instructed me to wait for you." "Is that so? When did I receive the attention of the goddess of hell, Hecate?" Paisian thought to himself. Could it be that the lady from the last time was really her? He then replied, "I thank the great goddess Hecate for her favor." The priest nodded his head and led Paisian into the temple. The entrance of the temple was a circular arched door. It was 16 meters tall and 8 meters wide. When one walked through the door, one would feel small and insignificant. Inside the temple of Hecate, the entire dome was also engraved with murals, and reliefs could be seen everywhere on the surrounding walls. However, unlike other temples, the murals and reliefs were mainly black and gray. Most of the murals and reliefs depicted scenes of the underworld, which sent chills down one's spine. After walking through a long corridor, he saw an altar. In the middle of the altar was a statue of Hecate. Every time he killed a cow, a piece of the offering would disappear. It seemed like Hecate still had a good impression of him. The priest smiled. "Prince Paris, the deity is very satisfied with your offering." Paisian replied, "I thank the goddess for her blessings." After the sacrificial ceremony was completed, a young lady walked over. She was tall and slender, and her steps were light. She bowed. "Medea, I heard that a young prince has arrived. I wish to meet him." "Medea?" Paisian's heart was filled with suspicion. This person was incredible. She was in the myths and legends, and shouldn't be here. Just as he was thinking about this, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes, and a string of data appeared. Explain your position to Medea without reservation. Under the guidance of a young lady, he walked through the corridor and came to a room. This room was tall and narrow. There was a wooden window and a bed. On the bed was an old woman. Not far away, there was a lamp made of clay made of sea beasts and a vase with flowers in it. Pei Ziyun looked at the woman on the bed. The once mighty Medea was now a dying woman. Her face was full of wrinkles, and the years had left an indelible mark on her body. The young lady took out a silver bottle and opened it. A strong fragrance wafted out. She carefully took out some and smeared it on her face. She did not use much. In an instant, a miracle happened. Medea's wrinkles reduced rapidly, and she became a middle-aged woman. Although there were still wrinkles around her eyes, she had regained some of her youth. "Looks like you were a little surprised," Medea said. Her voice was as light as a breeze. "This is only a part of the power of the goddess I serve, Hecate. She can create a secret medicine that can restore youth." "Can it only last for a day?" Pei Ziyun asked. "You are really sharp, and you know a lot. Furthermore, you are young and handsome." Medea did not answer him directly. She looked at Pei Ziyun intently. "Just like back then, I am not Ison." Pei Ziyun interrupted her reminiscence. "Oh, why? You're all princes. You are all so young and handsome." Medea said, "I have seen many heroes, but there are not many who are as handsome as you. Because I will not learn from Ison. I will push everything to my women and friends. In the end, even with the protection of the great Hera, I could not even sit on the throne." Ison was the hero who obtained the Golden Fleece. However, he abandoned Medea and his son, and in the end, he died under the curse. "Is that so? So this is what you think." "That's right. I heard that you did not have the help of other heroes, but you killed the sea monster, the double-headed lizard, and the bearman. If Ison was as brave as you, he would not have ended up like that. In the end, even Hera, who favored him, gave up on him." Chapter 536. After a moment of silence, Demetrius changed the topic. "I heard that you sacrificed to Hera in Crete." "Yes. Even if the gods brought me bad luck, as a human, I have to maintain my respect for the gods." Pei Ziyun said, "Is that so? But do you know that this will not save your fate? The gods do not want a hero who has completed 10 great merits. Everyone has to die. Die on a sickbed or die on the battlefield. I would rather die on the battlefield." Pei Ziyun said. He looked at the information in her face and saw that there were no changes. Knowing that this was not enough, he continued, "But even if the great Zeus wants me to die, I will still pick up my sword and spear and fight against him." Pei Ziyun said. Demetrius revealed a mysterious smile and said, "You are right. Go, I will protect you in secret." The information interface moved. Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that his words were not in vain. He left without hesitation. The priestess' senses were telling him that this was not normal. Pei Ziyun bade farewell to Demetrius and the priestess. He left the temple and boarded the carriage. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. The weak woman just now had a majestic gaze. One of them is a lady who once descended. The other one is unfamiliar, but her aura is similar to that of the temple. If the unfamiliar one is Hecate, then who is the one who asked the question? In the room, Demetrius fell into a long period of reminiscence after Pei Ziyun left. The light of the whale wax candle flickered and extinguished. Almost at the same time, a teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. She closed her eyes forever. However, the moment she died, 3 shadows appeared in the room. 2 of them were huge. One of them grabbed a soul and said to the other, "Great Mother of the Gods, I obey your orders, but this is as far as I can help you." "This is good enough," the goddess replied. "It's better than those rebellious gods." Her gaze passed through the layers of obstacles and landed on Pei Ziyun. She saw that he was giving the order to set sail, and the next stop was Sparta, port of Crete. Pei Ziyun did not stop, and immediately gave the order to set sail. Water and rations had already been replenished, but there was no need to replenish the goods. The captain gave the order, and the crew immediately started moving. After Pei Ziyun gave the order to head to Sparta, he fell into deep thought. Now that everything had been done and the sacrifices to the gods had been given, the next step was to see if the changes to the plan could achieve the desired results. He also felt that the day when the plan was unraveled was getting closer and closer. Mount Olympus, when the gods saw that Pei Ziyun was about to head towards Sparta, they all had different expressions on their faces. They knew that this was the most crucial part of the script. Hera looked down and saw all this. She came to Zeus and said, "O terrible god, son of Cronus, dear Zeus, tell me, what is your decision?" "What would you like to hear, Hera?" Zeus replied, "Haven't you already decided, with my consent, to let Prince Paris start this war?" Hera was very satisfied. She turned around and said, "It's time to do something. Let the Spartan king, Helen's husband, Menelaus, leave with his fleet and soldiers. Otherwise, with just Paris's men, they may not be able to complete the task of robbing Helen." "As you wish." Hermes listened. He was a young man wearing a simple white tunic with a gold and jade belt around his waist. A short sword hung from his waist, and he wore shoes on his feet. The small wings on both sides of his ankles began to flap. This was the signal to start. Looking at Hermes leave, Zeus was deep in thought. The blue sea was turbulent, and a fleet was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Pei Ziyun stood at the front of the deck of the warship and looked at the blue sea. The deep blue sky seemed to connect with it, as if it was the end of the sky. Thinking back to what had happened during this period of time, and using the priestess's senses to feel it, it felt different. "The eyes of the gods are on me." He got closer and closer to Sparta, but the closer he got to Sparta, the more he felt the gazes of the gods. If he looked closely, these gazes included Zeus, Hera, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, and so on. All the gods who were involved were paying attention to him. It seems that the gods are very concerned about what happened to me in Sparta, and the most important thing in Sparta is to kidnap Helen, so that the Greeks would be righteous enough to unite against Troy. This script has been arranged by the gods for many years. Let's not talk about the golden apple. The most important thing is Helen. Humph. When Helen got married, King Odysseus of Itachi suggested that all the princes present must swear to protect Helen and form an alliance with her husband against those who try to harm the marriage. Why can so many city-states unite against Troy? It's because during the wedding, everyone swore an oath. So when Prince Paris robbed Helen, they had no choice but to go into battle. This is an oath made to the gods. So, at the latest, when Helen got married, the script was written and Odysseus was the executioner. Intentionally or unintentionally, everyone forgot that everyone swore an oath except for him, and he was able to escape unscathed. It seems that the gods have helped me dig the hole in front of me. Pei Ziyun thought and shouted, "System!" With this thought, a plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged, turning into a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him with a faint sense of light, and data appeared in front of him. "Explain your position to me, Dia, without reservation." Completed. Hero's Bloodline. Second tier, 155. 7%. After absorbing all the Bearman and reputation points, I have more than enough to level up. It's just that the gods are very sensitive to power. If I level up at this point, I would be seeking death. But fate points don't matter. Thinking of this, he pressed on the button, and another fate point appeared. Now I have a total of 7 fate points. Using 1 fate point to level up as a priestess has given me another useful skill. This way, when the gods are spying on me, they will know about me, and I won't have to worry about my secrets being leaked. Other than leveling up, although I don't know what other uses fate points have, I can feel that they are very precious, and I have to use them sparingly. At this point, the information interface changed again. No matter how hard you try to hide yourself, your brilliance will attract the attention of the gods. Accept the challenge of fate and let your performance move the gods. I can't hide it anymore. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, and then revealed a smile. Since I can't hide it anymore, then I shall perform to my heart's content. No matter how good fate points are, I can't be as frugal as a miser. There are still some things that I haven't understood. I need to know the truth about the Battle of Troy and the truth about the gods. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Thinking up to this point, Pei Zi-yin did not hesitate to press down on a fate point. As the first fate point disappeared, all of a sudden, the fog that enveloped the entire world dissipated, and a sense of enlightenment surged into his heart. Pei Zi-yin stood on the deck of the ship and muttered to himself, "I finally understood the truth about the Battle of Troy." In my previous life, when I read about the Battle of Troy, I found something strange. In the first part of the Battle of Troy, the gods who originally supported the Greek gods started to attack the Greek people. When the two sons of Zeus, Helen's two elder brothers, Castor and Polydeuces, heard the news of their sister's death, they immediately set sail and gave chase. They were already nearing the Leesburg Island on the coast of Troy. The two of them were the heroes of the previous generation, and also Zeus. They were in the prime of their lives and were extremely powerful. Unexpectedly, they encountered a storm, and their ship went missing. Why did they kill the sons of Zeus right from the start? This severely weakened the strength of the Greek people. Not only this, but also the commander of the entire Greek fleet, Agamemnon, went out to hunt and kill the goddess Artemis's sick deer. This caused the 100,000 soldiers to be unable to leave the port. Also, there was Philoctetes. He was the son of the king of Meriboea, and was also a comrade of Hercules. He inherited Hercules' archery skills. This pious hero wanted to sacrifice himself to the Greek goddess, but was bitten by a snake. Hence, the Greeks abandoned this unfortunate archer, Philoctetes, on a deserted island. Furthermore, the king of Mysia was also a Greek. His name was Telephos, and he was the son of Hercules and Ogo. However, he clashed with the Greek fleet, and Telephos sustained a wound that was difficult to heal. The whole of Mysia then withdrew from the Greek camp. Pei Zi-yin was able to see through all of this. In the Greek camp, the true wise man was Polymedes. Compared to the clever Odysseus, this man was said to have invented numbers, scales, measuring devices, calendars, and lighthouses. However, he was the first to be killed by a very simple trick. What are the gods doing? They're trying their best to weaken the Greeks. Why weaken them? Because in this war, almost all the heroes of the Greek city-states had to be involved. Agamemnon had to become the commander of the entire Greek army. However, the entire Greek army was too strong compared to Troy. What Zeus wanted was not to destroy Troy in one fell swoop, but to completely eliminate the heroes. Hence, a war of attrition was what Zeus was happy to see. Hence, the script of fate was for the gods to protect Troy and to cause trouble for the Greeks. Only when they were almost all dead did they give the Greeks a Pyrrhic victory. Troy had to be destroyed. Now, with my hard work and schemes, I have weakened the Greek army in advance. However, it has not caused the balance of power to be lost. This way, the gods do not have to resort to underhanded means. This is in line with Zeus' intentions. This way, the gods can eliminate the heroes without any bloodshed. However, this is also in line with my intentions. The Greeks will attack Troy in batches. This way, I will be able to harvest the heroes more efficiently and quickly increase my strength. Now that I know the bottom line of the gods, I can step on it and dance. As for the more outstanding one's performance, the more likely they will be eliminated. According to the legends, Prince Paris was very timid. However, when he was targeted by Hera, he still died. Hence, even a mediocre person cannot avoid the fate of death. If a god wants to kill me, I will die. If a few gods want to kill me, they will also die. Now that my performance is outstanding, although I might become a target for elimination, the more outstanding I am, the more likely I will become a pawn for the gods or Zeus to eliminate the heroes. This is actually safer, except at the very last moment. Originally, I'd already seen through most of it. The point of destiny has allowed me to see through everything. Chapter 537. Prince Paris. We're about to reach Sparta. A captain reported, "MM, prepare our bull." After we disembark, I still have to offer sacrifices to the gods. Pei Ziyin said. Yes, Prince Paris. The captain replied as he left. Jess, when you reach Sparta, continue to trade goods and get to know the local bards. Don't be afraid of spending money. Contact more people for me this time. Prince Paris, I will. Jessen replied respectfully. Kouselia, continue to keep a record of the goods and all the receipts. This time, it's time to send some gifts to the bards. Ask them to write poems based on me. The more they write, the better. The more the better. Pei Ziyun said. Very well, Prince Paris, Corselius said. Since he had already revealed his true intentions and understood the bottom line of the gods, he would not hold back. He had to quickly raise his reputation. He had to do his best and not hide anything. Increasing strength means death. Increasing reputation means death. Offending Hera still means death. Pei Ziyin thought to himself, then I shall be Zeus's pawn to eliminate the Greek heroes, the big boss. I can live till the end. If I encounter danger, the gods will protect me. Of course, the big boss must die in the end. But I have the plum blossom system. Whether I die or not, he will see. Sparta was located in the southern part of the Greek peninsula on the plains of Laconia. Laconia was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. In the middle, there was a small plain that guarded the Tagites Mountains. Sparta was known for its strict discipline. King Menelaus was such a strict ruler. Under his rule, Sparta became stronger and stronger. But King Menelaus was in great pain. He loved Queen Helen deeply, but the war in the distance forced him to personally lead his fleet out to sea. Before Pei Ziyun even reached the pier of Sparta, King Menelaus of Sparta had already bid farewell to Queen Helen. Helen, my dear queen, I really owe you this time. However, due to the matters in the distant lands, I have no choice but to lead the fleet out to sea. When I return, I will make it up to you, King Menelaus said with deep emotions. After saying this, King Menelaus didn't wait for Queen Helen to reply. He directly boarded his warship and led his fleet out to sea. Ah, the crude and unromantic Menelaus, Helen said dejectedly after seeing her husband off at the dock and watching the fleet leave. The departure of Menelaus left Helen with nothing to do, and she returned to the palace to play with the infant Hermione, who was still lying in the cradle. Why did my father, foster father, choose Menelaus? Just then, a maid ran in and reported, Your Majesty, it is said that a foreign prince has come to Sparta and is now offering sacrifices at the temple of Artemis outside the city. Oh, which kingdom is this prince from? Queen Helen asked. Queen, it is said that he is the prince of the Troy kingdom. Those who have seen him all say that he is handsome, even more handsome than Ison. The maid replied. Helen suddenly became curious and wanted to meet the Prince of Troy. With Helen's character, if she was in Athens or any other city, it would be much better than in Sparta. To Helen, the strict and austere Sparta and Menelaus, who were equally rude, made her feel like she was in no love at all. Helen ordered, Prepare a carriage for me. I will also go to the temple of Artemis outside the city to pray and relax. Strictly speaking, although Menelaus was the king, he was actually the son-in-law. This order was immediately carried out by the maids and soldiers. But along the way, Queen Helen didn't know why, but she felt uneasy. Maybe Menelaus has just left, and I am not used to it. She thought to herself. With a perturbed mood, Helen, who was curious, got off the carriage and went to the temple, just in time to see Pei Ziyin offering sacrifices to Artemis. From behind, she watched a man offering sacrifices to Artemis, and then raised his hand to pray. She kept staring curiously. The goddess's messenger, Paris, was extraordinarily handsome. When Helen first saw Paris, she was stunned. The prince in front of her was not so much a young man, but more like a teenager, but there was not the slightest bit of immaturity. His figure was slightly thin, and he had black hair and black eyes. He wore a simple white tunic with a bronze belt around his waist. Strangely, an indescribable heroic spirit filled his body and mind, making people unable to help but look up to him and admire him. Instead, when Pei Ziyin turned around, he saw a young queen. The goddess made her so dazzling that for a moment, he almost thought that he saw Aphrodite herself. Relatively speaking, Anon and Cassandra, princess, paled in comparison. No wonder so many heroes were fascinated by her. Pei Ziyun also felt that Helen was beautiful. Although Pei Ziyun did not ask about Helen's identity, when he first saw her, he knew that this woman was Queen Helen of the Kingdom of Sparta. It was also this woman who led Paris to the abyss of eternal damnation. She is simply the incarnation of Aphrodite, Pei Ziyun thought. However, although Helen was beautiful, Pei Ziyun did not lose his composure. He quickly noticed that there was something strange about Helen. There was an invisible halo around her, constantly exuding an intoxicating aura. Is this the grace of God? Or is it her charm halo? Or both? She originally had it, but the goddess temporarily strengthened it? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Both of them did not speak for a moment. They stared at each other for a while. Pei Ziyun seemed to want to say something more, but he took a deep breath and smiled. Beautiful lady, may I ask if you are Queen Helen of Sparta? Helen was secretly surprised. She did not reveal her identity. How did he know? How do you know my identity? Helen stared at Paris's handsome face and said softly, I have long heard that Sparta has a beautiful queen, and now that I see the queen, I know that such a beautiful lady must be you. Pei Ziyun smiled. I'm Helen. What is your name? Helen asked. Paris, from the kingdom of Troy, Pei Ziyun said. Prince Paris, welcome to Sparta. If there is a chance, please come to the palace as a guest, Helen said. I will. After that, Pei Ziyun said goodbye. Although he knew that this was the cause of the Battle of Troy, that was the result of the gods' manipulation. Without Helen, there would be other women to replace her. The gods of Mount Olympus were now paying attention to the progress of the meeting between Paris and Helen. Although this was Artemis's temple, with Artemis's permission, the gods of Mount Olympus could still clearly see the scene in the temple. Although Helen and Paris have a feeling, it does not seem to be of much use. In the eyes of the gods, Paris and Helen were just chatting for a while, and there were no sparks of love at first sight. Or, in other words, this was the result of two rational people. It seems that we still have to push for Paris and Helen to be together as soon as possible. This thought appeared in the minds of the gods. Paris is very determined. Perhaps he and Anon are really in love, Hermes said, looking at Paris's performance. So what if they are in love? In the end, they still have to betray Anon, Hera said. Apollo stared at the clouds in the sky and did not say anything. Hermes turned to look at Aphrodite and said, It's up to you. Aphrodite nodded and opened her palm. 2 arrows slowly appeared in her originally empty palm. The arrows were very short, but the material they were made of was dark and pink, with a hint of a fishy sweet smell. This is love, Aphrodite exclaimed in admiration and said carefully, Even I have to be careful not to be scratched by the arrow. This is the most ancient and sincere love I have ever picked. I have no doubt that even the tiniest wound is enough to devour my body and soul. I will use this to make up for this hero. As she said that, she picked up the bow and arrow, knocked it, and aimed at Paris and Helen. Swoosh! 2 arrows flew out from Mount Olympus, passing through layers of space and obstacles, and instantly pierced Helen and Pei Ziyun's chests. This was an arrow of love. The one who was hit would forever love the other who was hit, unable to extricate themselves. Pei Ziyun sensed something and raised his head. The arrow that was flying towards him was just inches away from him. He could still dodge a portion of it, but he could immediately feel Aphrodite's aura. The gods were watching every move, and they could not afford to reveal any flaws. This was Aphrodite's arrow of love. Helen felt a stabbing pain in her heart, and she took deep breaths from time to time. She, who had been hit by the arrow of love, wanted to leave, but at this moment, she stared deeply at Paris's figure, her eyes filled with tenderness and sweetness. The figure of her husband, Menelaus, quickly faded away. At this moment, Queen Helen of Sparta only had eyes for Paris. Her heart was filled with sweet pain, and her face was blushing. Almost at the same time, Paisiun felt a pain in his heart. The queen in front of him was very beautiful, attracting his eyes. His whole body and mind were filled with a terrible, almost irrepressible temptation and impulse. It seems that he wants to rob her on the ship and occupy her at all costs. This is a terrible thing. It is said that Apollo was hit by this arrow, causing Daphne to be hopelessly pursued, causing Daphne to become a laurel tree. Paisiun lowered his head, smiled, and stood up. Ignoring Queen Helen's gaze, he turned back to the ship. Seeing the gods looking at each other, Aphrodite smiled and said, "Love is fast and fatal. Don't worry, no matter how great a hero is, he won't last long. Besides, we can't let Helen and Paris fall in love in the temple of Artemis. That would tarnish the sanctity of Artemis. Artemis, being a virgin goddess, could not bring out the full force of her power at once to make them fall in love in the temple." And the gods nodded, for good reason. Chapter 538. Sparta, Pallas, even Sparta, in order to let Helen live a happy life, had beautiful palaces, thick palace walls, pillars covered with grapevines and fountains. In the past, when Helen was lonely, she would look at them one by one, but now, she had no interest at all. "Queen, do you want to use some honey?" the maid asked with concern. "No, you guys go out. Let me be alone," Queen Helen said absent-mindedly. At this moment, Helen's face was red, and her breathing was heavy. Her mind was filled with Prince Paris' figure. She sat on the dark red wool carpet, rubbing her fingers uneasily. After sitting for a while, she stood up and looked out of the window, as if waiting for Prince Paris to arrive. On the ship, Paisiun was pacing back and forth, his heart filled with anxiety and unease. In the depths of the ship, there was a small palace hall, as well as 3 pillars. It was suffused with a pink color, but this pink color was gradually being controlled. This was the first time the space had encountered this kind of power, so the transformation was very slow. However, it still turned into a familiar fog, and the pink color was slowly decreasing. I can feel that the realm is suppressing the power of Aphrodite's arrow of love and slowly converting it into my own power. The dower of the Great Sue dynasty is also slowly digesting and suppressing it. I believe that it won't be long before this power is completely transformed by me, but now that the gods are watching me, I don't have time to wait for it to be completely transformed. Helen has probably completely fallen. If not for the suppression, I might have immediately fallen into the trap. Paisiun paced back and forth on the ship, thinking about some things, but found that there was no good solution. However, it's about time now. If I persist any longer, the gods will start to suspect me. Paisiun could clearly feel that the eyes of these gods had not left him for a moment, staring at his reaction after being hit by the arrow. Until now, it could still be said that he was in love with Anon, and his willpower was firm. However, if he continued to persist, it would no longer be a matter of willpower. Without hesitation, he dressed neatly and walked out of the room, saying, "Servants, let's go visit the Spartan palace." Hearing this, the servants quickly went to make arrangements, and Paisiun took a carriage to the Spartan palace. Mount Olympus, when Hermes saw Paris heading to the Spartan palace, he smiled and said, "How can Paris easily block Aphrodite's godly arrow?" The gods could not help but smile knowingly. Originally, the gods were all surprised that Paris could return to the ship after being hit by Aphrodite's arrow. However, not long after, Paris could not withstand the power of the divine arrow and automatically returned to the palace. As the horse carriage sped along, Paisiun's eyes were clear and bright. At this point, he was absorbing the energy from Aphrodite's godly arrow. Fortunately, Aphrodite's godly arrow was able to quickly spread the energy throughout the entire body. Once the energy was used up, the person would regain consciousness. "Prince Paris, we've arrived at the palace," the servant reminded him. Paisiun walked out of the carriage and released a little of his restraint. His face was flushed, and he looked up. He saw that the Sparta palace was made up of a series of buildings. After passing through the huge arched gate, they entered a small plaza. There were many steps in front of the plaza, and after going up the steps and passing through the palace gate, they would be considered to have entered the inner part of the palace. Under the guidance of Queen Helen's servant, Pei Yun soon arrived outside the queen's small living room. Prince Paris, the queen is waiting for you in the small living room. I'll bring you here. The servant bowed and left. Pei Yun walked towards the small living room step by step. Before he reached the door, Queen Helen was already at the door. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness as she looked at Paris. Her eyes seemed to be dripping tears. The serving maids at the side could already see the deep love that Queen Helen had for Prince Paris. The maids did not dare to look too much and hurriedly lowered their heads. Pei Yun smiled as he looked at Helen. Coupled with her flushed cheeks, anyone could tell that Prince Paris had feelings for Queen Helen as well. "My dear Paris, you're finally here," Helen said shyly. "Oh, Queen Helen, my deep love for you has made me unable to forget you," Pei Yun said. "Is that so, Paris?" Helen said as she took Pei Yun's hand and walked into the small living room. At this moment, Pei Yun's eyes were burning with passion. He took out a harp from the small living room and started playing happily. The sound of the harp fluctuated between high and low, sometimes slow and sometimes fast. A beautiful sound was played, and Helen was so intoxicated that she could not control herself. Pei Yun was already good at playing the harp. At this moment, under the effect of the arrow of love, the sound of the harp became even more decadent. Every note seemed to tug at one's heartstrings. Queen Helen only listened to half of the song before ordering the serving maids to leave. She then looked at Paris. Pei Yun stared back at her. Just like that, the two of them got closer and closer. Suddenly, they hugged each other and rolled on the wool carpet. The queen's small sitting room was filled with the sounds of spring. Heavy breathing and loud shouts mixed together. The serving maid outside the small living room was blushing. She secretly peeked at the door, wondering if she should report this situation to King Menelaus. Paris and Queen Helen were passionately making love. Gradually, they lay on the wool carpet in each other's arms. "Paris, will you take me away?" Helen asked as she caressed Paris's chest with her fingers. "Of course, Helen. I will take you away tonight," Pei Yun said resolutely. Since the gods had already acted, it was necessary to take Helen away. He could not go against the will of the gods for now. If he did, he would be killed by them. The two of them continued to make love for a while before Pei Yun said his goodbyes. Although she was extremely reluctant, Helen still agreed to Paris's temporary farewell. Pei Yun left the palace, feeling the pink fire in his heart burning brighter. Under normal circumstances, once we make love, the passion will subside. But now it's the opposite. Helen and I are in high spirits. Is this pushing me to rob Helen as soon as possible? If that's the case, I must use force to take Helen away and show the gods how strong I am. Pei Yun thought to himself. Very quickly, he returned to the pier and gathered the soldiers and slaves. He looked at the soldiers in leather armor in front of him and gave them a final speech before the battle. "Everyone, when the Greeks destroyed our home of Troy, they took our princess Hesione away. When Antinavos went to the Greeks to redeem Princess Hesione, he was chased away by the arrogant Greeks. Our dignity has been trampled on. The arrogant Greeks did not take us seriously. Today, we came for revenge. We want to let the arrogant Greeks understand that today's Troy is no longer the Troy of the past. Today's Troy warriors are even braver. We want to complete our revenge. We must do what the Greeks did to us. Today, we will take their beautiful queen back to Troy and let the arrogant Greeks have a taste of their dignity being trampled on. Troy will win." Pei Yun shouted. These words sounded reasonable and impassioned, but in reality, they were all nonsense. The ones who had taken Hesione were Hercules, Peleus, Termon, and Horus. If they wanted to take revenge, they should take revenge on the cities of these people. What did it have to do with Sparta or Menelaus? Even if they changed the concept and called all of these people the Greeks, it would not make sense. But at this moment, it completely stirred up the soldiers' emotions. Victory! Victory! The soldiers shouted wildly. At this moment, they could not wait to follow Prince Paris and completely trample the Greeks under their feet. Let's go. Paisian gave the order to set off. The troops marched orderly towards the palace of Sparta. Mount Olympus, the gods watched as Paris led the troops towards the palace of Sparta. They all raised their cups in celebration. Hermes said, Paris finally succumbed to fate. Aphrodite, this time, your divine arrow is the greatest credit. Aphrodite smiled. I said that I would give Paris a stronger love. Sparta Palace. How is Prince Paris going to take me away? Helen was restlessly thinking in the royal palace. After having sex with Prince Paris, Helen had completely forgotten about her husband, Menelaus. In her mind, there was only the prince's figure and Paris's warm embrace. The queen paced back and forth restlessly. Although it was already night, she could not fall asleep. At this moment, Helen suddenly heard shouting from outside the palace. A maid ran in a panic and said hurriedly, Queen, bad news. Prince Paris has led an army into the palace. Helen's face paled. She did not expect Paris to pick her up in such a way. But in an instant, her face flushed red and showed a trace of joy. Helen walked out of the small living room and stood on a high place to look outside. She saw that on the stairs leading to the palace, the Spartan soldiers were angrily blocking the attack of Paris's army. A Spartan soldier rushed towards Paris, but faced with the heavily armed Paris, he was killed in an instant. At this moment, Paris was like a god of war. All the Spartan soldiers in front of him were killed on the spot. A centurion looked at Paisian angrily. He said, Prince Paris, who would have thought that we would treat you as an honored guest, but you would bite the hand that fed you. When the king returns, he will not let you go. The whole of Greece will not let you go. Paisian laughed coldly. Won't let me go? Then tell Menelaus to come over. When you Greeks destroyed Troy and stole our princess Hesione, you should have thought that this day would come. The centurion roared and rushed towards Paisian. Before he got close, a long spear stabbed towards Paisian's chest. You overestimate yourself. Paisian laughed. He dodged the spear, and the long sword slashed across. The centurion who was rushing towards him was instantly frozen in place. A line of blood spurted out from the neck of the general. Pung! The centurion's body fell to the ground. The Trojan soldiers cheered. Victory! Victory! The cheers were like a huge wave, rushing into the depths of the palace. Helen saw everything from above. She had grown up in Sparta for a long time. Normally, she would have felt sympathy and disgust. But at this moment, she was completely attracted by Paris's figure. Chapter 539. Who? Another centurion fell. Holding a small shield in one hand and a sword in the other, Prince Paris was invincible. All the attacking Spartan warriors fell under his sword. The stairs were covered in blood. He shouted, Who's next? There was silence. No one was a match for Prince Paris. Attacking him would mean death. However, Sparta did not lack warriors. A few voices said, Let me. Another 7 or 8 Spartan warriors rushed up the stairs. Paisian threw away the broken bronze sword, and the servant handed him a new one. Paisian, who had received the sword, looked at the 7 or 8 Spartan warriors rushing up and also rushed over. 7 or 8 Spartan warriors held spears in their hands and stood in different positions. They surrounded Paisian and stabbed the spears in their hands. This kind of attack was not something a single person could resist. Shield strike. A cold light flashed in Paisian's eyes. He moved with the shield, drawing an arc in the air and colliding with the 7 or 8 spears. The spears all bounced back. Paisian took advantage of the situation and advanced at an extremely fast speed. The theory behind it was very simple. He used his shield to defend and break through the enemy's formation, and his sword would take the opportunity to kill. In a flash, 7 or 8 Spartan warriors were completely defeated. Mount Olympus, the gods looked at the scene in Sparta's palace and saw that Paris's swordsmanship was clean and efficient. In the blink of an eye, he killed all 8 warriors. The gods looked at each other and then turned to look at Ares. This is Ares' swordsmanship. While the gods were thinking, they heard Paisian shout, "This is the sword and shield technique taught by Queen Mompenthesia. It is also a swordsmanship from Ares. Who else dares to fight?" In fact, if one did not have internal energy, the sword and shield technique was much more scientific and effective than the so-called flying immortal. Paisian deeply understood this point. Not to mention other things, the short shield could easily protect the body's vital parts. If one person used a sword, they would have to expend several times more energy to achieve the same goal. However, the swordsmanship of the Dessous world was not useless. On the contrary, a master who could single-handedly fight the world with a sword would be much more powerful after obtaining a shield. It was the same as a martial arts master. Once he got his hands on a modern gun, he could kill his way in and out of a city with just a handgun, as long as he did not run out of bullets and did not have heavy firepower. Not to mention anything else, it didn't seem difficult to eliminate an enemy with a single bullet, but in fact this kind of terror could only be understood by experts. Small shield, it can save 78% of my movement and strength. This was Paisian's own assessment. With a paw sound, the shield had only moved a few centimeters when the spear struck it, causing sparks to fly. Following this, a crack appeared on the shield, and the sword light pierced through it, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Kill! Not only was Paisian attacking, the soldiers of Troy were also advancing. All the Spartan soldiers who were blocking their way fell to the ground and died. A centurion of Troy stepped forward and said, "Prince Paris, most of the Spartan palace guards are dead, but the surroundings of the palace have been alerted. The citizens may pick up their weapons and come here soon. We should retreat quickly to avoid being surrounded by them. Even if they are citizen soldiers, we cannot underestimate them." You are right, but our mission has not been completed. How about this? You lead a group of soldiers and slaves to the palace to search for golden goods, and try to take away as many valuable things as possible. The rest of the people will follow me to the queen's bedroom, and take their beautiful Queen Helen back to Troy to wash away our humiliation. Revenge! Revenge! The soldiers and slaves roared in anger. Paisian raised his eyebrows. I don't know what kind of divine power the gods use to boost their morale, and it's still working. I wonder what these people will think when they calm down. Is this Athena's power or Ares's? If this was the world of Dessous, if this power could be used on a scale of 10,000 people, it would be like a cheat to conquer the world. Thinking like this, the army quickly killed their way to Queen Helen's bedroom. At this moment, Paisian's heart was neither sad nor happy. Aphrodite's pink power had been suppressed by the space, and was slowly turning into his own power. Coming here was completely in accordance with the script of the gods to take Helen back. Walking into the queen's bedroom, Paisian slightly released the suppressed pink power, and his heart instantly burned with the flames of love. He saw Helen's face flushed and looking at him with a look of surprise. He quickly walked up to Helen, grabbed her hand, and said, "Helen, when I was holding a sacrifice at the temple of Artemis on Silsila Island, I saw your figure. From that moment on, my heart was completely captivated by you. I'm going to take you away now, back to Troy on the other side of the sea, and let you become my wife, Paris, just like Anon. Promise me." Helen nodded her head excitedly and threw herself into Paisian's arms. "All right, Helen, let's go. I'll take you away now." With that, Paisian took Helen's hand and led her out of the palace. Along the way, there were robbers and soldiers carrying large amounts of gold and goods. At this moment, Paisian's heart had once again regained its calm. On the way back to the pier, he could clearly feel that the gazes of the gods were gradually decreasing until there were only one or two, and they were also becoming indifferent. The gods had given up on watching. The big picture had been set, and even the gods had lost interest in continuing to watch. Taking advantage of the gap in the god surveillance, Paisian quickly sank his consciousness into the void. The small palace floated in the darkness. Pei Yin focused his mind and saw that the surroundings of the palace were filled with a pink mist. The mist flowed through the countless statues. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was the statues or the pillars, the pink mist was unable to penetrate them. I can feel it gradually transforming into my power, but the speed is not fast. Pei Yin was now in his original appearance, and his soul body was wearing the robes of the Tao monarch of the Great Su dynasty. This might be all the inheritance I can bring out, but just a little will do. Suppress. With a loud shout, Pei Yin pointed at the space from afar. The space trembled, and the pink power was instantly swallowed up by the extremely strong suction force coming from the space. His consciousness moved, and he saw that there was another marble pillar. This pillar was not a pillar, but looked like the foundation of the palace. The pink power circled around it and turned into a statue of a goddess. Compared to the iron statue, this pillar seemed to be made of copper, and the statue was made of silver. After all, this was formed by Aphrodite's divine power. At this moment, a pink fog seeped out from the pillar. This fog was very small, but every time it seeped out, the system's numbers would jump. It is indeed divine power. I feel that my power is increasing very quickly. Pei Yin sighed in his heart. System. A plum blossom appeared in front of him, and it quickly enlarged, turning into an information interface with a faint sense of light. He looked at it with his consciousness. Hero bloodline, second tier, 161, 3%. Now is not the time to level up. Pei Yin regained his senses. To an outsider, all this happened in an instant, and the army had already returned to the fleet. In the distance, the city of Sparta was a boiling cauldron of voices. Flames burned continuously, and killing intent rushed out. Sparta, like many other cities, had a citizen army. In other words, the citizens were the army. However, there were not many citizens in the city. At its peak, there were only 9,000 male citizens. Now, there were even fewer. Furthermore, Menelaus had transferred 1,000 away, and there were at most 3,000 citizens in the city. However, these 3,000 citizens were still not enough to resist. Set sail immediately. When Pei Yin reached the fleet, he saw that the golden goods were all packed, and decisively gave the order to set sail. Pei Yin wanted to escape from Greece and return to Troy as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Menelaus caught up with him, he would have to fight him. Although he wasn't afraid of Menelaus, Pei Yin didn't want to fight him at this point in time. He also did not want the gods to intervene. Yes, many times the gods will personally intervene in the battlefield. For example, they will deflect the spears, or use fog to block vision, etc. However, these will consume the god's grace. The god's grace is not unlimited. The amount of intervention that I or Prince Paris can owe is not much. Set sail. The entire fleet quickly set sail, and the slaves also worked hard to row the oars. Not long after, the ships were like arrows that had left the bow, speeding towards Troy. However, as soon as the fleet reached the sea, the turbulent sea suddenly calmed down. Everyone's expression changed. Boom! A huge crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. The waves split apart, and the old god of the sea, Nereus, emerged from the water, wearing a crown of reed flowers. His white hair and beard were dripping with water. The entire fleet was like a nail nailed to the surface, unable to move an inch. Everyone was so frightened that they knelt down. They could only hear Nereus loudly announce a terrible prophecy to the entire fleet. An ominous bird is flying in front of your ships. The Greeks are coming with their army. They will break up your sinful union and destroy the ancient empire of Priam. Sigh, how many lives will the people of Dardania have to sacrifice for you? Athena had already put on her helmet and raised her shield. This bloody battle will last for many years. Only the wrath of a hero can stop the destruction of your city. When the appointed time comes, the homes of the Trojans will be burned to ashes by the Greeks. The old god of the sea, Nereus, did not stay for long after his prophecy. He quickly dived back into the sea. The crack on the surface of the sea closed up again, and the waves once again crashed against the sides of the ships. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion that had never happened. Prince Paris. The people on the fleet were filled with fear at this ominous prophecy. This was a world ruled by gods, and even the gods said that there would be ominous events. They suddenly felt that a great disaster was about to befall them. God directly interfering with human affairs. Seeing this, Pei Ziyin deeply felt that this was different from the Great Su dynasty. In the past, gods had descended, but they still looked like humans. But this time, the sea had parted, the waves had calmed, and the body that was more than 10 meters tall was different. Hearing this prophecy, Pei Ziyin knew that the god of the sea was not exaggerating. To outsiders, he seemed to have woken up from his love. He said to the captain, "Quick, find an island. I want to pray to the gods." Turn the entire fleet. The entire fleet turned and headed for the nearest uninhabited island. Chapter 540. The fleet turned and headed towards the nearest island. The fleet headed towards their destination in silence. Not long after, the outline of an island appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The outline grew larger and larger. It was an uninhabited island. In order to prevent it from running aground, the fleet circled the island and found a natural pier to dock. The island was uninhabited. There were no birds or beasts and strange rocks. Looking around, there was hardly any greenery. It was also very small, about 1 square kilometer. Quick, prepare the materials for the altar and build it on the open area of the island. Also, bring all the remaining bulls down. Pei Ziyin ordered. Piece by piece, the materials for the altar were carried off the ship by the slaves. The soldiers were in charge of keeping watch. Under the supervision and planning of the priests, an altar was quickly built on the open area of the island. The temporary altar was circular in shape, with a platform made of mud and stones. Pei Ziyin wore a white tunic with a bronze belt. A short sword hung from his waist as he disembarked from the ship with a solemn expression. A group of slaves herded the remaining 8 bulls off the ship. After a period of sea travel, the bulls had lost some of their fat. All the soldiers and slaves lined up in front of the altar. After the ominous prophecy of the sea god Nereus, the emotions of the soldiers and slaves were unstable. Faced with the prophecy of the god, their hearts were filled with doubt. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyin no longer hesitated. He raised his voice. "Everyone, the sea god Nereus just told us a prophecy. My heart is filled with trepidation. But what is the worst outcome of this prophecy? It was the Greeks who pursued us with their armies and destroyed Troy, as they had done once before, and carried off our princess Hesione. That is the worst outcome. But we, Troy, are not the same as before. When we robbed them, it was for revenge, to regain our lost dignity. My dear fellows, citizens, when Menelaus arrives with his allies, are you ready to face the arrogant Greeks head-on? Let them see the tenacity and unyieldingness of the Trojans, and let them taste the taste of defeat. Troy will win." Pei Ziyin raised his arm and shouted, "Victory! Victory!" Their morale seemed to have recovered a little after the ominous prophecy of the sea god Nereus. Pei Ziyin looked at everyone's renewed hope and fighting spirit and nodded slightly. Pei Ziyin took the bulls from the slaves and herded them to the altar. The priest took out a jar of water and poured it on the altar and the bulls. He then knelt down and prayed to the gods of Mount Olympus. Helen stood in the crowd, shivering as if she was cold. She was worried that Paris would send her back to Menelaus after hearing the prophecy. Even though Paris's impassioned speech had reignited the soldiers' hope, she knew very well how powerful Menelaus and the Greek allied army were. She had no confidence that Troy would be able to fend off the powerful Greek allied army. Pei Ziyin could tell that she was feeling uneasy, so he walked up to her and held her hand to comfort her. "Helen, don't be afraid. I only had one wife, Anon, but since I snatched you from the Spartan palace, I will never regret it, nor will I throw you to the angry Menelaus." In the story, Menelaus raised his sword and wanted to kill Helen, but in the end he forgave her. Helen did not know this now, but she was afraid of the angry Menelaus. We revere the gods and the prophecy, but I am not a coward. If Menelaus comes after us, I will teach him a lesson. Paris's palm brought warmth to her. Under his comforting words, Helen's uneasy heart gradually calmed down. Paris, with you here, I'm not afraid anymore. A faint smile appeared on Helen's face as she gently leaned on his shoulder. Paisian thought about it again and decided to use music to let the gods feel his current mood. He ordered the slaves to bring a harp from the ship. When the priest prayed, he played the harp. Paisian's harp skills were at the level of the great Sue dynasty, and Paris was an expert in harp and flute. Fate, where will you take me? Paisian played the song Fate, which was written by the later generations. It was very suitable for his current situation. The winter storm was raging, and the nights were charging forward. The music was sometimes loud, sometimes low, and sometimes high. It was like the journey of life. The music slowly lowered, and then slowly rose again, repeating twice. It was as if the knights were facing a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire. They hesitated and hesitated, not daring to move forward. They wanted to escape. Fate was so terrible that people had to bow their heads. But people could not live with their heads lowered forever. Then the music soared. Although it was just the sound of a harp, it sounded like the horn of war. Amidst the intense melody, they were killing each other. Everyone seemed to see the blood of the setting sun. The battlefield was filled with the corpses of the soldiers. Then, the sound of the guqin gradually faded, bringing with it a deep sadness. Soon after, the morning sun swept across the battlefield. She seemed to be a gentle woman, gently caressing the cheeks of the fallen soldiers. It seemed to be the divine power of Aphrodite. The music was especially charming. The music passed through layers of barriers and reached Mount Olympus. The gods were immersed in the beautiful music. They seemed to feel the ups and downs of fate. They could feel Paris's hesitation, unwillingness, and determination. I feel the uncertainty of fate, Zeus said. My dear, that is the fate of mortals. We are the masters of fate, Hera said to Zeus. Paris's fate has been decided. So what if you have such talent? Athena said. Apollo was the god of music. He listened quietly and felt the twists and turns of fate, as well as the beauty of the music itself. The soldiers and slaves on the uninhabited island listened attentively to Prince Paris's music. Although they didn't have the talent to appreciate it, anyone who listened quietly would be able to feel the charm of such a beautiful music. Through the sound of the zither, the warrior saw his companions slaughtering each other on the battlefield, charging forward again and again. Finally, under the blood-like setting sun, they were forever left on the battlefield. A gentle breeze blew, and the smoke of war dispersed. The first light of dawn shone on the land. Some soldiers were full of tears, feeling the pain. The slaves saw their pitiful lives in fate, and they also experienced the twists and turns of fate and the injustice. Jason closed his eyes and murmured, as if to echo the poem of fate. He was the one who could best understand the uncertainty of fate. He was once poor and destitute, but now he was rich and powerful. His fate had experienced a huge turnaround from the lowest point to the highest point, and it was full of twists and turns. Cecilia's face was full of tears. Her fate had changed from happiness to fear, but she did not run away. Instead, she stubbornly accepted the challenge of fate. Amidst the music, after the prayer, the priest waved his hand, and the slaves tied up the 8 bulls one by one. The priest took a knife and forcefully stabbed them. Pooh! The bulls screamed, and blood sprayed out like a fountain, flowing onto the altar. The priest skillfully cut open the bulls' stomachs, removed their organs and bones, cut off their heads, and separated the meat. 8 bulls were slaughtered in a row, and the divided meat was placed on the altar. Just as the meat was being served, Paisian finished his song. He washed his hands, picked up a golden cup, and filled it with wine. The music of fate still seemed to reverberate in his ears. Pei stepped forward and poured the wine 3 times. He raised his hand and prayed, "O great Zeus, my ancestor, the great Hera, the mother of the gods, the fearsome Hades, the turbulent Poseidon, Gaia of the earth, Demeter, who gave a harvest, Athena, wisdom and civilization, Artemis, who carried the bow and arrow, Apollo, who shone brightly." Pei read the names of the gods of Mount Olympus one by one, and said, "The most precious thing to a human is life. To each of us, we only have one life. I have committed such a crime, and I have become fearful and shaken. I want to escape everything, and escape with Helen to a place where no one knows. But I am the Prince of Troy, and I am a warrior. How can I escape my sins so easily? Some deaths are as heavy as Mount Ida, and some are as light as the leaves of a tree. I wish that when I leave this world and look back on the past, I can say that I have committed many sins, but I am not ashamed of running away. I will devote my life and my strength to atoning for my sins, to my destiny. O gods, I once offered sacrifices to you, just like today. O gods, I once sang praises of you, just like today. If you remember this, please give me courage, and let me face the challenges of fate calmly." As he prayed, the bulls did not take much from them, only a few small ones. It was Hades and Gaia who took it, but almost none of the Olympian gods took it, Vivian said, shaking her head. The feeling of the priestess caused Pei to feel the effects of the sacrifice, and his heart sank. Although Pei wasn't optimistic about the results of the sacrificial ritual, he knew that by doing so, he could see the attitude of the gods clearly. Secondly, he could let the gods know his attitude. He still respected the gods of Mount Olympus. In this way, the gods would not suspect that he had ulterior motives, and they would strike directly. In the upcoming Battle of Troy, he had to dance the dance of death on the edge of violating the bottom line of the gods, and calmly harvest the heroes who came to die, and improve his own strength as soon as possible. And in order for the gods to continue acting according to the script, he had to first be a devout prince. This was very important, but even if he was mentally prepared, the results still made Pei Ziyun's heart sink. This sacrifice is actually a sacrifice to atone for sins, but other than the gods representing the underworld and the earth, no one else was accepted. What I said just now was actually a famous saying that touched many people, but it was obvious that the gods were indifferent to it. Is this the difference between the gods and the gods? The words that mortals care about and are generous are just ridiculous to the gods. Chapter 541. Mount Olympus, the gods lived on the sacred mountain, which mortals could not climb. A colonnade ran from top to bottom. The colonnade was made up of stone pillars carved with praises to the gods, and evergreen vines that connected the palaces of the gods. These palaces were luxurious and comfortable, distributed in different parts of the mountain. When there was a meeting, the gods would walk through the colonnade and gather in the hall of Zeus. Zeus sat on a throne of gold and ivory, receiving the gods in the largest hall. The gods sat around Zeus, like a family around their father. The gods were intoxicated by the soft and melodious singing of the muse. Hebe, the goddess of youth, poured wine. At this time, when the gods heard Paris' prayer, they were all happy and raised their cups together, drinking the wine that could make mortals immortal. Hera tasted the wine in her hand and said to Zeus happily, "My dear, did you see that?" Paris finally bowed to fate. "Your plan is one step closer to success. Everything that Paris has done is becoming more and more in line with my wishes." Zeus smiled and turned to Aphrodite. "Aphrodite, this time your arrow has done a good job." "Great and resourceful Zeus, this is my duty," Aphrodite said. Almost all the gods were in a state of ecstasy. Apollo was silent, but for a moment he could not bear to see Paris like this. Artemis saw her brother's expression and said, "What will come will come. Wait for fate to make the final decision." Apollo nodded slightly and continued to remain silent. No Man's Island after the sacrifice, Pei Ziyun sighed. The attitude of the gods of Mount Olympus was self-evident. Their goal was to let him follow the script that the gods had arranged for him. Now that the plan was revealed, his mission was more than half completed. It can be said that when I bring Helen to Troy, when the Allied forces arrive and the war breaks out, my mission will be completed. In the future, the gods will not be able to protect me smoothly. Everything depends on my own strength and the blessings of the gods. Oh well, I will return to Troy as soon as possible and prepare for everything. For the Battle of Troy, he had to increase his strength in an orderly manner. He could not be too restrained, nor could he be too fast. He shouted in his mind, "System." A small plum blossom quickly appeared and enlarged, turning into a transparent information interface. It gave off a faint sense of light. Mission: the dagger will be revealed when the map is revealed. No matter how much you conceal yourself, your brilliance will attract the attention of the gods. Accept the challenge of fate. Let your performance move the gods. Completed. Pei Ziyun gently tapped on it, and another fate point appeared. After deducting the consumption, I now have 7 more fate points. The precious fate points can always be used at critical moments. Moreover, I feel that the plum blossom is telling me that the fate points that are gathered together will be even more useful. Just as he was thinking about this, he noticed that Helen's expression was a little unnatural. He patted her on the back of her hand and consoled her. "My dear, don't worry too much. I'm here for you," Helen said in a low voice. "Paris, the result of the sacrifice to the gods, is not ideal." She was the daughter of a god, and also the queen. She could tell this as well. However, it was fortunate that there were 2 gods who took the sacrifice, so it was not a total loss. "Don't worry, the gods did not take the sacrifice from me. In the end, we still have to rely on ourselves in this battle," Pei Ziyun said. "But the Greek army is really strong. There's also Menelaus' brother, King Agamemnon of Mycenae. He's an amazing hero. Do you have the confidence to defeat them?" "Don't worry, Helen. I will definitely defeat them. You have to know that I am very strong." Under Pei Ziyun's guidance, Helen gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face. Pei Ziyun returned to the troops and looked at the beef on the altar. He shouted to the surrounding soldiers and slaves, "Everyone, distribute the beef and have a good meal. After that, we will return to Troy." Yes, the soldiers and slaves distributed the beef and ate heartily. After the beef was distributed, everyone tidied up their belongings and boarded the ship. With a command, the entire fleet slowly sailed out of the uninhabited island and headed towards Troy. Pylos, this was an ancient Greek port city in the southwest of the Peloponnese Peninsula. It was on the Ionian Sea and was surrounded by islands. It was a natural harbor. At this moment, King Menelaus of Sparta was visiting Pylos. The wise King Nestor of Pylos was hosting a banquet for his guest, Menelaus, who had come from afar. The banquet hall was huge. King Nestor reclined on a woolen cushion, with beautiful maids pouring wine and feeding him. It was very comfortable. The banquet was very lively. Nestor fully displayed the hospitality of the host. The entire banquet was filled with good wine and delicacies. Beautiful dancers performed fiery dances, bards sang beautiful poems, and there were even noble warriors performing swordplay. Menelaus took a big gulp of the wine in his cup, his heart at ease. He had visited Pylos this time and reached a preliminary agreement with King Nestor. "Dear Nestor, for the friendship between our 2 countries, let us drink this cup," Menelaus said loudly. "Come, cheers." King Nestor of Pylos raised the wine cup in his hand, stood up, and shook it at Menelaus. Menelaus was very satisfied with Nestor's every arrangement. When the banquet was at its climax, a Spartan messenger rushed in, but because he was too eager, he was stopped by the guards on the scene. "What do you want?" The guards at the scene stopped the messenger. There were 2 kings at the scene, so they couldn't just let anyone in. "I'm a messenger from Sparta. King Menelaus knows me. I have something important to report to the king," the messenger said. After a series of thorough checks and verifications, the messenger stumbled to Menelaus' side and told him a piece of unfortunate news. Menelaus' expression changed. The messenger's words were like a bolt from the blue. He was so shocked that he thought he was hallucinating. The news is reliable. Menelaus squeezed each word out through his teeth. His face was so gloomy that it could drip water. King, it is absolutely true. The messenger emphasized the authenticity of the news again. After confirming the news, King Menelaus was furious. He immediately kicked the banquet table over, spilling wine and food all over the floor. With a gloomy face, he left the banquet hall without saying a word. King Nestor of Pylos was very surprised by Menelaus's loss of composure. At the same time, he was very angry. Menelaus is too rude, he said. I invited him to the banquet, and he rudely kicked the table over. How can I pull my face like this? Nestor thought. But then, someone reported to him what happened in Sparta. Dear Nestor, I just received news that Menelaus's wife, Helen, was kidnapped by Prince Paris of Troy, and the Spartan palace was bathed in blood. What? Nestor fell into his seat, clearly shocked by the news. Although Troy was a large country, how dare they offend Sparta like this? No wonder Menelaus was so angry. Anyone would be angry when faced with something like this. I forgive his rudeness, Nestor thought. He then continued to ask, where is he now? He has already rushed to the docks and ordered the fleet to set sail. From the looks of it, he is going to Mycenae. No wonder. Menelaus must have gone to get reinforcements, Nestor muttered. Nestor muttered as he swept his gaze across the wretched banquet hall and waved his hand. Hurry up and clean up. War is coming. Mycenae at this time. Mycenae had replaced Crete and become the most powerful kingdom in Greece. It seemed to be the leader of the alliance in Greece. King Agamemnon and Queen Clytemnestra were patrolling their territory with satisfaction. Agamemnon looked over and saw the blue sea. Sunlight shone through the shallow waters, and he could even see corals and fish. On the surface, hundreds of ships sailed in and out. Agamemnon could not help but feel a sense of pride. My dear Clytemnestra, look, this is the kingdom that the great Zeus has given us, Agamemnon said as he pointed at the prosperous port. Queen Clytemnestra was the daughter of Queen Leda of Sparta, and Leda was the woman who gave birth to Helen with Zeus. Now, as Mycenae became more and more powerful, King Agamemnon gradually had the ambition to unify all of Greece. At this time, a fleet appeared on the sea in the distance. The port bell rang instantly, and the soldiers raised their spears and stood on guard. Oh, who has the guts to attack the great Mycenae? King Agamemnon said sarcastically. Merchant ships could enter and leave without prior notice, but warships had to be notified beforehand according to the rules, and it was obvious that this fleet had not notified their compatriots beforehand, so they were on guard. But looking at the size of the fleet in the distance, Agamemnon was not worried at all. He believed that if the other party was really an enemy, they would not be able to return if they attacked Mycenae. The urgent bell rang for a while and then stopped. It was obvious that someone had sent a message. After a while, the guards at the port were relieved, and the fleet in the distance was allowed to slowly approach the port. After a while, a figure rushed over and hugged Agamemnon, crying bitterly like a child, crying sadly and sorrowfully. Oh, Menelaus, what's wrong? Agamemnon asked, puzzled. Menelaus was the king of Sparta, after all. He would not cry like this over such a small matter. He must have met with great trouble. Menelaus, king of Sparta, and his brother, Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, were the most powerful of the Greek heroes. Both of them were descendants of Zeus' son Tantalus. They were the grandson of Pelops and the son of Atreus. This was a noble family. Other than the rulers of Athens and Sparta, many of the kings of Greece were allies. Menelaus said, "Brother, please help me. My wife, Helen, was kidnapped by Prince Paris of Troy. He also massacred my palace. I want to get my wife back immediately. I want to take revenge on him and make him pay with his blood." Chapter 542. Menelaus told Agamemnon about his tragic experience. He did not have any of the dignity of a Spartan king. Anyone who heard it would cry. Menelaus had thought of this along the way. Otherwise, based on his understanding of his brother, Agamemnon, he would not do anything that did not benefit him. Menelaus could only make use of Agamemnon's sympathy for his younger brother to form an alliance with him. However, it was obvious that Menelaus did not understand Agamemnon, or rather, he did not understand Agamemnon's ambitions. When Agamemnon heard that Paris had robbed the palace and kidnapped Menelaus's wife, Helen, Agamemnon's first reaction was not anger, but joy. Agamemnon had always wanted to become the king of Greece, but under normal circumstances, it was impossible. According to the rules, only the descendants of the gods could become kings. Therefore, all the kings of the countries were descendants of the gods. The gods would not allow the son of a god to rule all of Greece, even if he was the descendant of Zeus. However, the fact that Paris had openly kidnapped Menelaus's wife, Helen, gave him hope. Agamemnon comforted Menelaus, saying, "Menelaus, Prince Paris of Troy has committed a grave violation of the laws of the Roman Empire. God will punish him severely." Agamemnon sympathized with his brother's experience. If it was anyone else who had their wife stolen, they would be very angry. "I want to ask my brother to immediately form an alliance to attack Troy," Menelaus immediately said. With his own strength, it was definitely not enough to take his wife back from Troy. However, if his brother Agamemnon was willing to help him, the situation would be different. After all, the kingdom of Michael was the most powerful and wealthiest kingdom in Greece. In this era, Sparta was not weak either. Thinking of this, Menelaus immediately shouted, "I want my beloved wife Helen back from the hands of Paris. I want Paris to pay for everything he has done." Agamemnon did not agree immediately. He stood still and gazed at the distant sea. He thought to himself, if it is just me and Menelaus's alliance, attacking Troy is definitely not a problem. However, I will not be able to fully display my influence as the leader of the Greek alliance. This will not be beneficial to my hegemony. Secondly, it will be a great loss to my strength. With this, the kingdoms that did not participate in the attack will see that my strength has been reduced. I should pull all these kingdoms into the same boat and form the Greek coalition army. That way, I can use my position as the leader of the coalition army to unify them and let all these heroes and kings die in Troy. That way, I will be one step closer to my goal of ruling all of Greece. Ever since Menelaus explained the matter of attacking Troy, Agamemnon's mind had been filled with all sorts of thoughts, and he did not immediately reply. Menelaus saw that his brother was silent and thought that he had other thoughts. So he shouted, "Brother, are you not willing to help me?" Menelaus's face was filled with grief, as if he did not think that his brother Agamemnon would not help him. "Menelaus, my dear brother, we are brothers. How can I not help you?" Agamemnon said, "I was just thinking that we are not fighting alone. Do you still remember that when you and Helen got married, many princes made a promise to the gods to attack the people who destroyed your marriage?" Agamemnon reminded Menelaus. He had always remembered this promise, but he had never used it. Now, there was finally someone who could help him fulfill this wish. "I remember, brother. Back then, those princes made a promise, and now many of them have become kings of their own kingdoms." Menelaus was full of hope. Fortunately, his brother had reminded him, or else he would have forgotten about this matter. Agamemnon smiled and continued, although it was only to prevent the prince from flying into a rage out of humiliation due to the unsuccessful proposal. Now is the right time. When the time comes with so many of us, it will be easy to destroy Troy, and it will be easy to take back Helen. After saying this, Agamemnon summoned a few dozen people and said, "Immediately take the token and go to the kingdoms to tell the kings and princes who made a promise at Menelaus's wedding that Prince Paris of Troy has taken Helen. Invite them to keep their promise and attack Troy together." Everyone happily accepted the order and left. Menelaus looked at his brother with gratitude and said, "Brother, thank you very much. Without you, I would have lost my beautiful wife Helen." Helen was far too important to Menelaus, and he loved her deeply. "Menelaus, you don't need to thank me. You should thank our father. It was he who thought of everything for us and made the prince make a promise to the gods at your wedding. Agamemnon was full of joy and thought to himself, I am the descendant of Zeus, and I control the most powerful and wealthy kingdom in Greece. This time, I can summon all the kings and princes. When the time comes, I will be the king of kings. Who knows, I might be able to achieve something that the heroes of Greece and the previous kings failed to achieve, unifying Greece. Agamemnon's eyes were full of light, as if unifying Greece was right in front of him. Menelaus did not expect his brother to have such a great dream, and he was immersed in joy. Yes, we have to thank our father, and the prince who made this suggestion, Odysseus. Hearing this, Agamemnon suddenly felt a little gloomy, as if he had seen through something. However, this thought quickly disappeared. We should thank him, Menelaus. This time, when we attack Troy, I will help you vent your anger. Agamemnon was secretly happy. The news that Menelaus had brought today was too important to him. Perhaps to his brother, this was a very painful thing, but to him, the meaning was completely different. The kingdom of Mycenae had long been the most powerful kingdom in Greece. Agamemnon had always been looking for a way to unify Greece, but he had tried many methods to no avail. Today, he saw the hope of unifying Greece. Come, let's go back to the palace. I need to treat you well, and also make arrangements for the attack on Troy. As Agamemnon spoke, he took Menelaus's hand and boarded the carriage together. Queen Clytemnestra also followed the carriage back to the palace. Mycenae Palace. The Mycenae Palace was not very large. There was a large garden in the middle, and the surrounding buildings were built around the garden. The architectural style and layout of the Mycenae Palace was very similar to the royal palace in Crete. Perhaps Agamemnon had not planned to live in the palace from the start, and had only wanted to unify Greece before moving elsewhere, so the palace was not very luxurious. Agamemnon and Menelaus sat down in the palace. Suddenly, Agamemnon thought of something and called for a servant. Quickly go and invite the sons of Zeus, Castor and Polydeuces. They are Helen's elder brothers, legendary heroes. With their support, we will have a greater chance of success. The servant immediately obeyed and went out to invite Castor and Polydeuces. Mount Olympus Zeus saw everything that happened in Mycenae, especially when he saw Agamemnon send for his two sons. He secretly nodded, but then shook his head. Agamemnon, even if you are my descendant, you can't have such a wish, Zeus thought almost instantly. Hera was too familiar with Zeus, and with one look, she knew what he was thinking. She stood up and whispered to Poseidon, who had come to visit. Castor and Polydeuces are two lovely and obedient children. Please bring them back to Mount Olympus. Poseidon knew what Hera meant by welcoming them back to Mount Olympus, so he did not say much. He just waved his hand, and a trident appeared, which he threw down. In the sky above the sea, a storm began to gather. When Athena saw all this, she put down her wine glass and said, Castor and Polydeuces are the sons of the great father. After all, I will go and welcome them personally. It is not easy to enter Mount Olympus, even at the bottom of the mountain. Mortals were not qualified to enter Mount Olympus, even if Castor and Polydeuces were legendary heroes. The sons of Zeus could not enter Mount Olympus. They had to be led by a god. In a mansion, Castor and Polydeuces were twin brothers, known collectively as the Dioscuri. They were the sons of Zeus, brothers of Helen and Clytemnestra. Great heroes Castor and Polydeuces. I have to tell you a piece of unfortunate news. The Prince of Troy, Paris, kidnapped Helen not long ago and bathed the Spartan palace in blood. A servant hurriedly ran over to report. When Castor and Polydeuces heard this, they immediately jumped up like cats whose tails have been stepped on. Is the news reliable? How could Menelaus let Paris snatch Helen away? Castor asked angrily. Esteemed Castor, the news is true. It was brought by a messenger from Sparta. It is said that Menelaus brought a fleet to visit Pylos and is not in Sparta. That is why Prince Paris was able to take advantage of this opportunity, the servant replied. No wonder Paris could snatch Helen away. But Menelaus is also a fool. He did not leave any soldiers to guard the palace. Polydeuces sneered. Years ago, when Theseus snatched Helen away, we endured it for a long time. Now, someone else has snatched Helen away. This time, we are not willing to endure it any longer, Castor said angrily. Polydeuces nodded in agreement. We will make Paris, who robbed Helen, pay the price. I'm going to kill Paris and take back my dear sister Helen at once. As they spoke, they immediately gathered the sailors and soldiers and got ready to set off. Everyone, Paris stole my sister. This time, I will make him pay with his blood, Castor said hoarsely in front of the troops. Blood for blood. The troops marched orderly to the pier. When everyone was on board, Castor immediately ordered the sailors, use the fast sails, and set off immediately. Catch up with Paris and kill him. Chapter 543. Trojan Coast. Leesburg Island. The island was not big, but the vegetation was lush and lush. There were a few depressions where boats could enter, and one was behind a cliff, sheltering them from the wind and rain. Paisien's fleet had stopped here temporarily. The storm had arrived, and they could not return to Troy for the time being. All they could do was avoid the incoming storm. The clouds in the sky rolled, and the wind howled, sweeping across the Black Sea. The seawater was swept up by the strong winds, and huge waves were formed, layer upon layer, as though it was the end of the world. Boom! A huge wave rolled up and hit the island heavily. The soldiers and slaves on the battleship, faced with this irresistible force of nature, all hid in their cabins, huddled together, as though this was the only way to make them feel safe. For the entire night, the wind howled and the rain poured down. The entire Leesburg Island was ravaged by the storm. It was only until dawn that the storm subsided and the dark clouds dispersed. In the distance, a beautiful rainbow could be seen. The rainbow was close to the sea, as though it was an arched bridge across the sea. In the cabin of the battleship, Paisian gently pulled his hand out of the embrace of Helen, who was in deep sleep. He could not help but sigh. This woman was really flirtatious. No wonder so many people liked her and did so many irrational things for her. There was Theseus and there was Paris. Paisian could be considered one of them. Last night, not only was the storm raging, but he and Helen were also crazy for the entire night and only fell asleep at dawn. Paisian carefully covered Helen with a blanket and looked at her exquisite face. He could not help but have a thought. This woman is mine. No one can take her away from me. Since ancient times, heroes have had a weakness for beautiful women. Paisian did not expect that even though he was not a hero, he would not be able to resist this beauty. Paisian laughed at himself. Now that he looked at her carefully, he was stunned. This charm halo, even if I knew about it, it would be difficult to completely neutralize it. But now is not the time to admire. Paisian woke up, got dressed, and walked out of the room. At this moment, the wind was gentle and the rainbow was fading. The soldiers all had smiles on their faces. The weather was clear after the storm, and they were about to return home. They were in a good mood. As he patrolled the area, his eyes suddenly froze. A lady appeared in the cabin. She was wearing a long black robe, and her face was covered with a black veil. It should have been very conspicuous, but she was like an illusion. The soldiers around her ignored her. Even if they walked past where she was standing, it was like walking through an illusion. No one saw her at all. She stood there quietly for a long time. Although Paisian wasn't sure of her identity, he could tell that she was very similar to the mysterious lady he had met last time. However, there were still some differences. In any case, she wasn't an ordinary person. He hurriedly walked over and bowed. "Esteemed lady, what brings you here today?" The mysterious veiled lady was very satisfied with his attitude and said, "Paris, have you heard the prophecy? You robbed Helen, and your city is about to be destroyed." The lady's tone was calm as she walked towards the deck. A light breeze blew past her, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. Paisian could even smell her fragrance, but the surrounding sailors still didn't see her. "Esteemed lady, the great god of the sea, Nereus, told me that there is a hero who can stop the destruction of the city. I want to be this hero. Pei Ziyin said, your idea is good, but how do you know that this hero is you? Furthermore, this hero isn't someone you can be just because you want to be. You have to have a certain level of ability, and most importantly, will fate choose you? The mysterious lady said as she waved her hand to stop him from speaking. She then continued, in Greece, Menelaus has already complained to Agamemnon, and Agamemnon has already sent messengers to all the princes and heroes in Greece. They're prepared to attack you in Troy. She paused and stared into Pei Ziyun's eyes and said solemnly, even so, you still want to resist? Do you still think you have the strength to resist? Of course, I will fight with all my might until fate ends. Even if fate doesn't choose me in the end, I will not regret it. I would rather die fighting than live a cowardly life. The mysterious lady's eyes narrowed. She didn't expect Paris to be so determined. She could feel that Paris's words were not false. Faced with fate, he would make this choice. But you might not be able to return to Troy. Helen's brothers, Castor and Polydeuces, have already caught up. The mysterious lady seemed to be trying to scare him. When Pei Ziyin heard this, he jumped in fright. His expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure. The coast of Troy lies Berg Island. I seem to remember something. No wonder there was such a huge storm last night. It was obviously Poseidon's doing. Yesterday's storm was caused by Poseidon killing the sons of Zeus, Castor and Polydeuces. These two heroes, how strong are they? If my guess is correct, then Helen's brothers, Castor and Polydeuces, have already perished in the sea. They sank less than 10 nautical miles away from her. Thinking about this, Pei Ziyun slowly said, respected lady, I believe that Helen's brothers, Castor and Polydeuces, are both legendary heroes with benevolent characters. They will definitely give me a chance to explain. If they still refuse to forgive me, even if I have to face them, I will not back down. Is that so? Paris, I look forward to your performance. The mysterious lady laughed. Her figure melted into the water and slowly disappeared before Pei Ziyun's eyes, as if she had never been there. Who could this mysterious lady be? Gaia? Or an even more mysterious goddess? Pei Ziyun shook his head and threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. At this point, someone pointed to the distant sea and shouted, Prince Paris, there are corpses on the sea. At this time, visibility was very high. Pei Ziyun looked out and saw a few corpses floating on the sea. Following the corpses, there were many boats floating on the sea. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that these people's boats had been swallowed by the storm last night. Pei Ziyun understood and ordered, quickly go to the sea and salvage the corpses. The sailors and slaves obeyed and rowed a few small boats to salvage the corpses. Pei Ziyun ordered the warship to set sail and followed them. He wanted to take a closer look and confirm if Helen's brothers, Castor and Polydeuces, were among the corpses. Helen woke up and walked out of her room. Her face was pale, and she said, Paris, I'm panicking. I had a nightmare. Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat, and he comforted her. Darling, maybe you didn't sleep well last night. You must be exhausted. Go back and rest well. Helen shook her head and suddenly realized that the warship had set sail and the boats were still salvaging the corpses. She asked, what are they doing? Pei Ziyun said, Darling, go back to your room. I just saw the boat that sank in the storm last night. There were also some crew members. We're preparing to salvage them and bury them. Helen listened to Pei Ziyun's suggestion and was about to return to her room. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Her face was pale as she watched the sailors and slaves scoop up the corpses one by one and onto the deck. These corpses had not floated on the sea for long. Their faces were pale and swollen. Because of the storm, their corpses had not been swallowed by the fishes, so they looked very clear. All of a sudden, Helen screamed and fainted. Pei Ziyun reacted quickly and caught her in his arms. He turned around and looked at the two corpses that had just been salvaged. The two corpses had been soaked in the sea for an entire night, but they still looked like they were alive. They were not pale and swollen like the other corpses. Pei Ziyun carried the fainted Helen and looked at the corpses of the two legendary heroes. These are the corpses of Castor and Polydeuces. Indeed, with one look, I can tell the difference between a strong hero and a normal person. Even though they are dead, I can still feel that their corpses are twice as strong as mine. Pei Ziyun could finally feel the strength of the legendary heroes up close. This gave him a better understanding of the power levels of the Greek world. Even though they are dead, I can still feel the strong bloodline in their bodies. I can only harvest their souls now. I feel that this is a big limitation. In the Greek world, the body and bloodline are the foundation of power. Also, harvesting souls will cause a lot of trouble. The gods value souls very much. If I continue harvesting like this, I will be discovered sooner or later. If only I could harvest bloodlines. The power contained in them is not bad. I can feel that the power in the corpses is quickly evaporating. The corpses will either be cremated or decomposed. That would be a waste. As he thought about this, the system moved. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and enlarged rapidly, turning into an information interface with a faint light. The gods place great importance on the souls of heroes. Their eyes are everywhere, and when faced with their gazes, you will be helpless. Spend 5 fate points to change the harvesting method. You will only harvest the bloodline of heroes and not their souls. Pei Ziyun was stunned. I can harvest bloodlines without harvesting souls? This relieves my worries. If I harvest souls in front of the gods like last time, I'll definitely be discovered after a few times. Pei Ziyun thought about this and looked at his fate points. He only had 7, but without hesitation, he tapped on it. There were no changes. Looking at the corpses, he shouted, "Harvest!" There were no changes. Pei Ziyun frowned and tried to understand the information. In the Greek world, unless I send someone to kill them, I cannot harvest them. Moreover, the killing factor must be more than 50%. Is this a restriction given to me by the system? Or does the system have to follow some kind of rule? It is a pity for the bloodline in front of me. Perhaps I can only see the difference when I hunt for heroes next time. The heroes of this world contained a trace of the bloodline of the gods, including Paris, who had the bloodline of Zeus. As long as he harvested a certain number of heroes, he might be able to usher in an earth-shattering qualitative change. Chapter 544. Brother No. Helen woke up and threw herself on the corpse, wailing, "Is this God's punishment for me?" Seeing her 2 brothers lying peacefully on the deck, either soaked or asleep, Helen recalled the voices and smiles of her 2 brothers in the past, and her tears fell uncontrollably. In the past, when the siblings were together, they were so carefree. Who would have thought that they would be separated forever? Helen, don't cry. Let's bury them properly. I believe they would not want you to be so sad. As Pei Ziyun said this, he thought to himself, "You still don't know that your brothers are after us. You will definitely be fine, but I will be in danger." Not to mention, if he could defeat them, even if he managed to kill them while the storm had exhausted them, he would still have to face the curse of Zeus. Gods could kill the sons of gods, but mortals who killed the sons of Zeus would not have a good ending. According to the Greek tradition, the result of this curse would be that one day, I would fall asleep and Helen would stab me to avenge the death of my 2 brothers. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun could not help but shiver. The story of Milagros and a wild boar was too vivid. The Greek gods loved to kill each other. This interest really made people speechless. Helen did not know what Pei Ziyun was thinking. She threw herself into his arms and cried, "Paris, I only have you now. Don't worry. I will protect you and will not abandon you." Pei Ziyun said as he patted Helen's back, "Paris, I will depend on you for my brother's funeral." Helen's eyes were red. The ancient Greeks believed that without a funeral, they would not be able to cross the Styx. "Helen, even if it wasn't for your sake, I've admired these 2 heroes for a long time." Pei Ziyun said as he thought to himself, Castor and Polydeuces were the sons of Zeus. It was one thing for them to become gods, but even Hercules was doubtful, let alone these 2. They would not be restricted by ordinary funerals. but giving a funeral was a virtue. Thinking of this, Pei Zi called for Jess and Cecilia. Get some incense and prepare 2 sets of clothes for the 2 heroes. Also, go to the island and prepare 2 piles of firewood. Also, build a grave. The grave must be well built. By the way, build a small altar nearby. We want to worship the great Zeus and ask him to take care of the souls of the 2 heroes. Yes, Prince Paris, everyone replied. Pei Zi then took out some fragrant oil and smeared it on the corpses inch by inch. He then helped them change into new clothes. Their faces were glowing and looked exactly the same as when they were alive. Seeing this, Helen cried and fell onto the deck. With hundreds of people working, it didn't take long for the pile of firewood to be prepared on the island and the grave to be built. Helen, come. Let us send these 2 heroes off. As he finished speaking, he called for the slaves to carry the corpses of Castor and Politis away. On the open area of the island, there were 2 large piles of firewood. On top of the pile of firewood, there was a large wooden bed. The 2 bodies were placed on the wooden bed. Next to the pile of firewood was a small altar. The altar was circular and had a 1-meter-high pedestal. On top of the pedestal was a small statue of Zeus. Pei Zi ordered a servant to bring a ram over, tied it up, and placed it on the altar. The surrounding soldiers and slaves knelt down and prayed to Zeus. After the prayers, the priest who followed the army started the ritual. Pei Zi said to Castor and Politis on the pile of firewood, Castor and Politis, I hope your souls can rest in peace. I will treat Helen well. Please rest assured. As he finished speaking, he raised his hands and prayed to the statue of Zeus. Great king of the gods, your sons Castor and Politis have suffered a shipwreck. At this time, I'm going to hold a funeral. I hope you will watch over them and continue to bless me. After the ritual, the corpses were cremated in front of the pile of firewood. Everyone paid their respects to the 2 heroes, Castor and Politis, and bowed to them. Torches were used to light the pile of firewood, and before long, the flames engulfed the corpses of the 2 heroes. Cremated corpses would usually emit a very unpleasant smell. However, perhaps it was because the bodies had been smeared with oil, or because the 2 corpses had been heroes when they were alive, the corpses did not emit a strange smell. Instead, a faint fragrance wafted out. Before long, the corpses and the pile of firewood had been incinerated, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. The servant divided the ashes into 2 portions and placed them into 2 boxes before burying them in the grave. Pei Zi was very considerate and placed 10 gold coins in each box. This was for them to use to cross the river Styx. Due to time constraints and the lack of materials, the grave could not be considered grand. However, it was still made of stone. Helen watched as the ashes of her 2 brothers were buried in the grave, and tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. My dear, why are you crying? Perhaps the 2 heroes were only brought back to Mount Olympus by their father. Paris, you don't have to worry about comforting me. You have already done your best. I just feel sad when I think about not being able to see my 2 brothers again. Helen, I can sympathize with your sadness. However, if the 2 heroes saw you now, they might not be happy either. As Pei Zi said this, he was thinking about something else in his heart. Castor and Polydeuces are both dead, and they were even the sons of Zeus. They could not escape. Could this be the fate of the heroes? No, I must break free from this fate. After burying the ashes of the 2 heroes, everyone began to cremate the ordinary sailors and soldiers. This was relatively simple, and the graves were just ordinary mounds of earth. However, although the funeral ceremony was simple, it did not lose its solemnity. After the funeral was settled, everyone packed up and returned to the warship. Pei Zi also brought Helen back to the warship. Seeing that everyone was ready, he gave the order, set sail to Troy. A fleet slowly sailed out of the harbor, heading towards the city of Troy. The sky was dark and the fog was thick. Faint sounds of crying could be heard, which made one's scalp go numb. Looking closely, one could see gray shadows appearing in the fog. This is the territory of Hades. Are we dead? Castor and Polydeuces looked at everything in a daze and gradually came to their senses. In order to quickly catch up with their sister, the two of them set sail. In the morning, the sky was still clear, and looking at the weather, it did not seem like there would be a storm. However, a storm soon followed. In the fog, more and more shadows appeared. They were all ghosts, and they looked familiar. They seemed to be the soldiers that had followed them. The thick fog seemed to hide a terrible evil. Everywhere they could hear sighs, cries, and screams. The two of them could not help but feel nervous. The two of them looked up and saw that in the distance, many ghosts were gathered on the banks of a large river. They could not wait to cross the river. A person was riding a small boat towards them. Just by seeing it, they could feel it. "Sharon?" Sharon shouted. "Look, who do I see? The great sons of Zeus. You are unlucky. I am here to cross you to the other side of the river. However, even if you are the sons of Zeus, the rules are still rules. You can only cross the river with silver coins. Otherwise, you will have to stay here for a year. There's no need for that. You can carry them over, but the great Zeus has made arrangements for these two. They don't need to cross the Styx River to reach the domain of Hades." At that moment, a golden light suddenly descended, and with a boom, a goddess descended. Unlike the goddess that they had seen when she was alive, Athena's entire body was shining with a golden light, and no one dared to look at her directly. "Oh, does Zeus want to meddle in the territory of the underworld again?" Sharon took a step back. Castor and Polydeuces did not cross the Styx, so they are not the children of Hades. Moreover, the great Zeus, even in the underworld, has this little bit of authority, Athena replied. She grabbed the souls of Castor and Polydeuces and flew. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to have broken through a certain space. What they saw was a great sacred mountain, which was shining with light. However, they only flew to the foot of Mount Olympus and did not go up. Only gods have the right to ascend a mountain. Your residence is beneath the sacred mountain. As Athena spoke, she knocked on the foot of the mountain, and a hole appeared. Athena took the lead and entered. Castor and Polydeuces looked at each other, then followed her in. So the underground that Athena was referring to was beneath Mount Olympus. The brothers could accept it. After entering, they realized that the bottom of the mountain was not dark at all. There was a faint light, and it was a completely different world. The underground was huge, and there were many mansions. Athena led Castor and Polydeuces into an exquisite mansion. Everything that one would expect to find inside, and Castor and Polydeuces were quite satisfied. At this moment, Athena suddenly paused. She tapped the wall lightly, and the wall rippled. Gradually, an image appeared. The image showed the situation on Leesburg Island. The entire process of Pei Zi Yun retrieving the bodies of the two legendary heroes, cremating them, and burying them in their graves, the two of them watched intently, their expressions complicated. As the sons of Zeus, the two of them knew that this was the will of God. He wanted them to die, and the responsibility was not on Paris. However, they had died because of Pei Zi Yun, and their hearts were filled with resentment. I hope Paris will treat Helen well. MT Olympus, Peak Zeus drank his wine, watching everything that was happening on Leesburg Island. He was very satisfied with Pei Zi Yun's actions. When Pei Zi Yun performed the ritual, he also took the offerings. Paris, because of what you did today, someone will definitely bury you. Troy Leesburg Island was located on the coast of Troy. It was not far from Troy, and Pei Zi Yun's fleet arrived at Troy on the same day. The lookouts signaled for them to enter the port. Pei Zi Yun gave the order. "Attention, prepare to drop the anchor." The crew immediately acted according to the order. Some lowered the sails, some took out ropes, and some took out anchors. Pei Zi Yun looked around, and seeing that the order was being carried out, he turned to Jason and said, "Jason, go and inform my father, King Priam, of my return, as well as about Helen. Cecilia, go to my mansion and tell me about my return, as well as about Helen. There is no need to hide anything. As long as it is the truth, answer whatever Anon asks. Tell her that I will report to the king, and I will be back soon." "Yes." The two of them were a little surprised and retreated. Looking at their backs, Pei Zi-yun continued to dispatch the fleet and make arrangements. In his heart, however, he was thinking, I wonder what the people of Troy will think if they find out that I have really brought back a girl from Greece. The oracle said that if I bring back a girl from Greece, Troy will be destroyed. Chapter 545. The palace of Troy. It was late autumn, and the rain was continuous. Sometimes it was heavy, sometimes it was misty, splashing onto the steps. King Priam sat on the marble throne, while the princes and elders stood on both sides. Pei Zi-yun and Helen were also among them. At this moment, the hall was filled with people discussing. Some supported handing Helen over, some opposed, and some were neutral, neither supporting nor opposing. These people expressed their own opinions, and all of them sounded very reasonable. We must hand Helen over, or else God will destroy us. Elder Antino, who was known for his wisdom, didn't care about Paris's presence anymore, and said loudly. When Prince Ephabus heard Elder Antino's words, he immediately stood up, his face full of excitement. Ever since Paris became the prince, he hadn't had a good day. Now that he finally had a chance to overthrow Paris, how could he miss it? Thus, he hurriedly said, Father, you've seen it now. Paris easily put Troy in danger. He doesn't have any qualities that a prince should have. He grew up in Mount Ida and has no upbringing. How can such a person be a prince? As he said this, Ephabus glanced at Helen and was immediately attracted by her. He originally wanted to say hand Helen over, but instead he said, Father, regardless of whether you hand Helen over or not, Paris has brought disaster to Troy. He should be punished. Strip him of his prince title and hand him over to the Greeks. Hand him over to the Greeks? The first few sentences were reasonable, but this was too much. Everyone looked at Ephabus strangely. Handing Paris over to the Greeks was equivalent to betraying one's own brother. Everyone looked down on those who betrayed their own brother. Ephabus' words were no different from digging his own grave. Faced with everyone's gaze, especially his father's, Ephabus' face turned pale. He then realized that he had said the wrong thing. Ephabus was also confused because of his concern. He wanted to overthrow Paris as soon as possible. Everything that had to do with Paris was very impulsive. In the eyes of outsiders, his brain was not working well when it came to Paris. Actually, before Paris returned to Troy, Prince Ephabus was recognized as the second prince. He had enough intelligence, but now, everyone didn't seem to think so. Helen's face turned pale and her body trembled as she listened to Prince Ephabus. She was afraid that everyone would listen to Prince Ephabus and hand her over. When Pei Zi-yun saw the look on Helen's face, he hurriedly patted her on the back of her hand and whispered, Don't be afraid. Continue watching. Everything will be fine. It was impossible for King Priam to give up on him, and he still had a lot of preparations. As expected, Troilus jumped out and shouted, Hey, Ephabus, I didn't expect you to say something like this. You're betraying your own brother. Are you still our brother? Troilus did not hold back when he spoke, and his words left Ephabus speechless. Only then did he realize that once his reputation spread, those who were still attached to him would probably fall apart. Who would believe a guy who betrayed his brother? What's more, what Paris's brother did was only what Hercules had done in the past. He did it to the Greeks, and it was a reasonable revenge. Hercules, Peleus, Termon, and Achilles could destroy Troy and steal our princess, Hesione. We can also steal their queen, Helen, and even destroy Sparta and Mycenae. The more Troilus spoke, the more agitated he became. It was as if the destruction of Sparta was right in front of him, and he was the hero who represented Troy to take revenge on the Greeks and destroy the Greek cities. This is the arrangement of God. An elder of Troy stood up and said, trembling, Yes, and Prince Paris mentioned this possibility before he left. We agreed then, so this responsibility is not on Prince Paris. If he really brought back a girl from Greece, then we will bear this responsibility together. Another elder from the radical faction shouted, If the Greeks want to fight, then let's fight. The Trojans have never been afraid of war. This time, we will let the arrogant Greeks taste the taste of defeat. Sigh, I think we, the Trojans, are temporarily not a match for the Greek army. It is not suitable for us to face them head-on. An old and wise elder said. What do you mean we are not a match for the Greeks? We haven't even fought yet. Who knows if we are a match for them? The elder immediately retorted. Immediately, an intense argument broke out in the palace. Enough, King Priam shouted and stopped the argument in time. If they continued arguing like this, not only would they not reach a good conclusion, but it would also cause internal conflict. King Priam turned his face and said to Hector, who was standing silently, Hector, what do you think? This is not Paris's responsibility. Everyone already knew about the oracle. Paris will bring back a girl from Greece, and this girl will bring war to Troy. However, everyone still agreed to let Paris go. Now that he has successfully returned, it is not appropriate to push the responsibility to him. It was rare for Hector to speak so much, and his point was very clear. This matter was not Paris's responsibility. Since the Greeks want war, we will fulfill their wish. But before that, we still have to deal with the Greek envoy and try to resolve this peacefully. This will also buy time for our war. You are right. Let's do this. Next, we should strive for a peaceful resolution and, at the same time, be fully prepared for war, King Priam said. When Helen heard King Priam's words, she had mixed feelings. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, she did not have to worry that everyone would hand her over. Next, Paris, you will be in charge of dealing with the Greek envoy. Try to resolve this peacefully. If it is not possible, delay them and buy time for us to prepare. King Priam gave his first order. Yes, father. Pei Yun accepted the order. Hector, you will be in charge of the training of the Trojan soldiers. All weapons and armor must be prepared. I hope that the Greeks will see a strong Trojan army, not mercenaries. King Priam gave his second order. Yes, father. Hector replied. Yes, Iphobus. Yes. When Iphobus heard the king call his name, he was very happy. He was still very valued by his father. If it was not for Paris, everything would be perfect. You will be in charge of the management of food and treatment. Is there any problem? King Priam asked. He was now more and more doubtful of Iphobus's ability. If it weren't for his previous impressions, Priam wouldn't have asked Iphobus to maintain and manage these things. Troilus, you will assist your brother, Iphobus, in completing this task. In the end, King Priam still felt that Iphobus was not reliable. He called Troilus over to supervise him. If he did a good job, then it would be fine. If he did not, then he was prepared to replace him. Yes, father, I will do my best to complete this task. Troilus's face was full of joy. He did not expect his father to give him such an important task. When Iphobus heard that Troilus was going to assist him, his face darkened. It was as if he had swallowed a fly. However, this was King Priam's arrangement, and he had no choice but to obey. Just like that, King Priam distributed the tasks one by one. Some princes were assigned to maintain the peace in the city, some were assigned to check on the harvest in the fields, and some were assigned to calculate the financial situation. Priam looked at Prince Helenos, who was standing there without saying a word. He asked, Helenos, what is the result of your divination for our war with the Greeks? Father, the divination shows that this war with the Greeks will last for many years. However, in the end, we will lose this war, and Troy will be destroyed once again. The Greeks will kill Paris, Hector, and even all the Trojans, including you. Helenos seemed to be talking about something insignificant that had nothing to do with anyone. However, everyone's expression changed. Helenos' divination had always been accurate. This was proven when Paris went to Greece last time. Helenos, is there any way to prevent this prophecy from coming true or to change the result? An elder asked, voicing the doubt in everyone's heart. Respected Elder Canius, this is the result that the gods have already decided. How can the gods will be changed so easily? Helenos said calmly. This again? Aren't we just going to watch the arrogant Greeks destroy our home again? I don't believe in the prophecy. The final victory still depends on our warriors, the elder with a fiery temper said loudly, but not many responded. In this world controlled by the gods, politics, military, and trickery all had to give way. Actually, this prophecy can still be changed, right? Priam looked at the prophet's son calmly. His heart was filled with disgust, and he treated him like a crow. Rather than disgust this son, he hated the prophecy and the gods behind it. Princess Cassandra was a person blessed by the gods with the ability to prophesy, and she was even better than Helenos. She had never made a mistake, but none of the Trojans believed her. They only mocked and ridiculed her. The deep reason for this was that every prophecy from the gods was disadvantageous to the Trojans. This caused deep dissatisfaction in the people of Troy. Father, the outcome was already decided from the start. Paris was just a prelude. The gods had already decided our fate, including the fate of our Troy. Helenos spoke of a truth that no one could accept in pain. Priam's face was gloomy, and the entire palace was silent. The prophecy can be changed, but we have to find a hero. Only a hero can change the fate of Troy. A voice suddenly sounded in the palace. Everyone turned around and saw that it was a prophet from the city. Everyone looked over with hope. The prophet did not let them down. He said loudly, "Prince Hector and Prince Paris are heroes. Only they can change the fate of Troy." Chapter 546. Everyone turned to look at Hector and Paris, as if they wanted to see if they were different from the rest. King Priam took a deep breath and said, "Then it's decided. Meeting adjourned." Helenos could no longer maintain his calm expression and said, "Father, I said meeting adjourned." King Priam ignored him, stood up, and turned to leave. Paisian looked at all of this and understood. This prophet must have been hired by King Priam. I didn't expect Priam to be so determined. That's true. Priam has always decided to stake everything on one throw when faced with the malice of the gods. It's a pity that your resistance is useless against the gods. The crowd dispersed, and Helen followed, Paisian out, frowning. Seeing this, Paisian sighed and said, "I've already bought a mansion near my house. You can stay there. Don't be afraid, a gnome will accept you." As he said this, he sent her to the carriage. At this time, his face was gloomy, and he asked Jess in a low voice, "Have you carried out the task that I gave you?" "Yes, according to your instructions, we have already sent a message to Skylos Island." "Wait a moment. Bring me the report on Greece." Paisian nodded his head and boarded the carriage. To the mansion. The carriage driver started the engine and shook slightly. He thought to himself, "System." A small plum blossom appeared and enlarged rapidly, turning into a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: stop Achilles from joining the battle at the first instance. Incomplete. Achilles was the son of Thetis, the goddess of the sea, and Peleus, the hero. Since he was born, he was immersed in the Styx River by his mother. Other than the heel that did not touch the Styx River, his body was invulnerable. He was second only to Hercules. During the Trojan War, he killed the number one warrior of Troy, Hector. One said that Hector was killed by Paris, who was guided or protected by Apollo. The other said that Achilles was killed by Apollo. When Achilles was 9 years old, the Greek prophet Calchas predicted that Troy could not be conquered without the participation of the son of Peleus. His mother heard the prophecy and knew that the battle would cost the life of her son. So she rose to the surface of the sea and sneaked into her husband's palace. She dressed her son in girl's clothes and sent him to the island of Silas to be handed over to King Lycomedes. After observing the Trojan War, one would realize that the gods have been restraining Achilles' power, even causing him to have intense conflicts with the commander Agamemnon. He has been drifting away from the Greek camp for a long time. Therefore, Achilles not coming to Troy for the time being is in line with the wishes of Zeus and the gods. I've sped up the process. The Greek coalition is a few years ahead of schedule. How old is Achilles now? 12 or 13. There's a very reasonable reason not to go. I can't possibly let the child go to battle, can I? I've gone through so many detours to send a message, but it's just a precaution. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun calmed down. At this moment, the carriage came to a stop. The mansion was already in sight. Pei Ziyun calmed himself down and got out of the carriage. At this time, Kusai Lia had already come out to welcome him from the mansion next door. Pei Ziyun said to Helen, "Darling, go in first. I'll be right behind you." As he said this, he let Kusai Lia bring her in. Seeing that Helen would look back from time to time, he sighed in his heart. Seeing that there was no one around, he returned to the prince's mansion. When he arrived at the mansion, he did not see Anon coming out to welcome him. Whenever he returned from outside, Anon would always welcome him at the door. It was probably because Anon knew that he had brought news of Helen's return and was angry. Pei Ziyun knew that Anon was very angry at this moment. He should go and comfort her, but after walking around the entire mansion, he did not see her. He pulled a servant over and asked, "Where is Anon?" "Prince, Anon has already locked herself in her room for half a day," the servant said with a worried look on his face. Pei Ziyun strode back to his room and knocked on the door. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he pushed the door open and entered. Anon was sitting alone on the bed, crying. When she saw Pei Ziyun enter, she said angrily, "Paris, you heartless ugh." Before she could finish, her mouth was sealed. Anon struggled with all her might, and the two of them rolled onto the bed. Before long, the entire room was filled with the light of spring. But after a short while, a scream resounded throughout the room. Anon, who had leapt into Pei Ziyun's embrace, had bitten Pei Ziyun's shoulder with great force, causing blood to ooze out. "Anon, you're so cruel. I'm bleeding now." Pei Ziyun pretended to be in extreme pain. "Paris, you heartless man. Why did you only bring back a woman on a single trip? Do you not love me anymore?" Anon said angrily. "Anon, you're the daughter of the river god, Kibrin. You should know that this is not my fault. The gods have already decided everything." When Pei Ziyun heard this, his expression became solemn. After a long time, he stroked her hair and spoke in a low voice. "Kibrin, didn't your father tell you? None of us can resist the will of the gods. Even if we die, it's just another person continuing to act out the fate set by the gods." Anon did not speak. Suddenly, Pei Ziyun felt a sharp pain in his wound. He looked to the side and saw that her tears were dripping onto his wound. Pei Ziyun sighed slightly. He knew that Anon was very sad. However, according to the original plot, Anon had guarded Mount Ida for 10 years, waiting for Paris. Later on, when Paris asked for help, she refused in a moment of anger. However, she regretted it in the blink of an eye. She chased after him, but before she could catch up, Paris died. The situation now was even more different. It was impossible for Anon not to know that she could not resist this fate. Furthermore, Anon's reaction was already much gentler. "Fortunately, I haven't mastered the cast iron bronze punch in this world. Otherwise, Anon would not even be able to bite through it. If I can't vent, I'll probably have a headache again." Pei Ziyun suddenly thought of the cast iron bronze punch. After a long time, Anon finally let go. She buried her face in Pei Ziyun's chest and sobbed. "Paris, no matter what happened between you and that woman, I want you to know that I'm your wife." "I know." Pei Ziyun nodded heavily. He knew that Anon had forgiven him. Although he felt very wronged, compared to the previous plot, it was much better. Pei Ziyun looked at Anon's tear-stained face. He sighed and gently kissed her on the cheek. Anon closed her eyes slightly and grabbed the corner of her clothes. Pei Ziyun did not dare to continue to enjoy her gentleness. He still had to take care of Helen, who had just arrived in an unfamiliar environment. Helen was a sensitive person. Along the way, even the slightest disturbance would cause her to be like a startled bird. In the face of an unfamiliar environment, he had to help Helen adapt. Pei Ziyun quickly got up, put on his clothes, and left the room. In the room, when Anon saw Paris leave, she felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. It was as if something that belonged to her had slipped through her fingers. She turned over and hugged the pillow. A stream of tears flowed down her face. Pei Ziyun, who was walking outside the room, heard the crying in the room. He stopped in his tracks and sighed again. He shook his head slightly and continued walking forward. At this time, he shouted in his heart, "System!" A plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged, turning into an information interface with a faint sense of light. There were words on it. Hero Bloodline, Level 2, 197, 7%. Oh, or perhaps I've digested a lot of the goddess of love's divine power. My experience points have increased a lot. The only pity is that the last bit of the goddess of love's divine power is very stubborn. It's very slow to digest. Pei Ziyan thought to himself, maybe this is the goddess of love's secret plan. Whatever, I'll level up first. He gently pressed the system button. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Pei Ziyan trembled and could not stand steadily. He held onto the pillar as his entire body was undergoing a tremendous change. His heart was beating rapidly, and his blood seemed to be boiling. At the same time, impurities were constantly evaporating from his body through his capillaries, skin, and pores. In a breath's time, Pei Ziyan noticed that his blood was faintly golden. It was obvious that his bloodline had been purified and evolved. His bones were also gradually changing. His bones were becoming more compact and sturdy. His bones were also stretching and lengthening. Not only did he not feel heavy, but he also felt light and agile. A faint metallic luster flashed across his skin. If one did not look closely, they would not have noticed it at all. Feeling this change, Pei Ziyan had some guesses in his heart. The third and fourth levels of Hero Bloodline should increase his speed and Iron Cast Bronze Fill, which was exactly what he needed. This change lasted for about a quarter of an hour. Pei Ziyan looked at the information interface in the system. Hero Bloodline, Level 3, 97. 7%. Special Skill, Nimble Wind, 33. 6%. Special Skill, Iron Cast Bronze Fill, 25. 9%. After the second upgrade, Iron Cast Bronze Fill has recovered to 25. 9%. As he circulated his strength, the metallic luster on the surface of his skin reflected the sunlight. Pei Ziyan felt that he was much stronger than before. Every movement he made seemed to be supported by a gentle breeze. Resisting the urge to test the lightness of his body and the Iron Cast Bronze Fill, Pei Ziyan returned to the courtyard. He cleaned himself up and changed into a clean set of clothes before coming out. At this moment, Pei Ziyan looked even more elegant than before. There was no such adjective in the Greek world. They would probably say that Pei Ziyan looked even more valiant and extraordinary. The mansion next door had been opened up, and there was a corridor that connected the two mansions. This made things much more convenient for Pei Ziyan. As Pei Ziyan walked along the corridor, he saw Jessen standing at the end of the corridor of the mansion next door. He was holding a piece of parchment and waiting for him. In this era, the books were very short. Every city only had 1 or 2 sentences. After he finished reading, Pei Ziyan smiled and said, "Jessen, you've done a lot of things well recently. I'll reward you later." "Thank you, Prince Paris, for your generosity." Jessen placed his right hand on his chest and bowed. "Jessen, you must keep abreast of the latest developments in Greece. Inform me immediately. If you run out of money, you can withdraw at any time. Prince Paris, if there is any news from Greece, I will report to you immediately. Now, I intend to withdraw some gold to bribe the merchants in Greece." You don't have to wait. You can go now. I will look for you later," Pei Ziyan said as he walked through the corridor and arrived at the mansion next door where Helen was staying. This mansion was slightly smaller than Pei Ziyan's mansion, but the layout was similar. There was a large garden in the middle, and the surrounding buildings were built according to the garden. At this moment, Helen was sitting on the bed in the room. Her face was pale as she watched the servants bustling in and out of the room. She did not make a sound. She was thinking about her 2 brothers who had met with a shipwreck. She thought about the happy time she had spent with them. She thought about how they were legendary heroes. How could they be swallowed up by the storm so easily? She even thought about Sparta, the rude and unromantic Menelaus, and her own daughter. She also had the fear of living under someone else's roof. Her thoughts were all jumbled up, and she could not think of anything. She looked at the servants in front of her in a daze. Paisian walked in hurriedly. Helen's dull eyes saw him walk in, and in an instant, they became spirited again. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly rushed over and hugged Paisian, who had just walked in. She buried her head in his chest and said pitifully, "Darling, I thought you weren't coming. How could that be?" It was as if the last bit of Aphrodite's divine power was stubbornly refusing to disappear. Paisian's heart ached, and he hugged Helen tightly in his arms. It was the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Helen had traveled 1,000 miles to follow him to a foreign land. Although everything was arranged by the gods, a human's heart was made of flesh. Paisian's heart was filled with guilt towards Helen, and so he wanted to make it up to her. Moreover, this was Helen's first night in Troy. How could Paisian not accompany her? And to Helen, her situation was actually worse than the original script. In the original script, Paris had almost completely abandoned Anon and focused on Helen. Although there was a terrible prophecy from the sea god Nereus, under the effect of the arrow of love, they quickly forgot about the terrible prophecy and anchored on the island of Crana. Helen willingly married Lord Pallas, and they held a grand wedding ceremony. Immersed in the joy of marriage, both of them forgot about family and country. They relied on the treasures they brought and lived a luxurious life on the island. A few years passed before they sailed back to Troy. When they reached Troy, she was Lord Pallas's only wife. But now, Paisian was even more valiant, independent, and uncontrollable. Moreover, there was also Anon standing between them. The only thing Helen could rely on was Aphrodite's divine power to hold Lord Pallas back. "Tonight, I want you to stay with me." Helen pressed her face against his chest and said pitifully, "I want you to stay with me tonight." "Of course, Helen. I won't leave tonight. I'll stay here and accompany you well." Seeing her master's actions, the servant knew that it was not a good time to stay in the room. The room was almost ready, and so she left. Chapter 547. Rhodes Island, Royal Palace Rhodes Island, was located in the southeast of the Aegean Sea, at the junction of the Aegean Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. The current king was the son of Hercules, Tlepolemus. The messenger sent by Agamemnon slowly walked into the palace and bowed slightly to King Tlepolemus, who was lying on a sheepskin rug. Honorable King Tlepolemus, Prince Paris of Troy took advantage of the fact that King Menelaus of Sparta was on a diplomatic mission to Pylos and kidnapped Queen Helen. He bathed the palace in blood, causing Sparta to suffer unprecedented humiliation and losses. King Agamemnon said that the humiliation of Sparta was the humiliation of all of Greece. In view of the promise that the Greek princes and kings made to the gods during Menelaus' wedding, Agamemnon sincerely invites you to form a Greek coalition with the Greek kings and princes to attack Troy. The messenger's words were clearly heard in the hall. Prince Paris of Troy is so arrogant, he dared to openly kidnap the Sparta queen. We Greeks should teach the Trojans a lesson so that our women will not be kidnapped by the Trojans in the future. King Tlepolemus thought for a while and said, "Moreover, I did make a promise back then. Since this is the case, I believe that this time, everyone has no reason to refuse to form a coalition to attack Troy. Tell Menelaus and Agamemnon that I am willing to participate in the war against Troy. I will definitely be there soon. Where's the meeting place?" King Tlepolemus asked. "Honorable King Tlepolemus, Agamemnon has set the meeting place at Oris." "Oh, Oris, I understand," Tlepolemus said and waved his hand. The messenger of Mycenae slowly retreated. Lagos, the messenger of Mycenae, bowed to King Diomedes of Lagos, who was sitting on the throne, and presented a token. He said, "Honorable King Diomedes, Prince Paris of Troy kidnapped Queen Helen of Sparta and bathed the palace in blood. King Menelaus of Sparta and the great King Agamemnon of Mycenae sincerely invite you to join the Greek coalition." Agamemnon hopes that you will keep the promise you made in front of the gods and fight against Troy together. The meeting place is set to be Oris, and the time limit is half a month. Oh, I heard about this not long ago. Prince Paris of Troy is really too much. His actions are undoubtedly provoking the whole of Greece. Go back and tell Agamemnon that I will immediately lead the warships to a meeting. Diomedes, the son of Tydeus, king of Argos, readily agreed to the war against Troy. Dozens of Agamemnon's messengers went to various cities and kingdoms in Greece with the tokens. Almost all of Greece responded to Agamemnon's call and agreed to come to the alliance to fight against Troy. Only the cunning Odysseus hesitated. Kingdom of Itachi, royal palace. The Itachi royal palace could be said to be simple compared to the royal palaces of some of the larger Greek countries. A garden surrounded by more than 10 palaces. If one had to compare, it might be slightly better than the Amazon palace. The main reason for this was that the entire island was only 781 square kilometers, and it was divided among many families. Of course, it was also related to the personal preferences of Odysseus, the king of Itachi. He had always been used to simplicity, so the palace was not lavishly built. For example, when Odysseus was building the palace, there was an olive tree in the middle of the palace. It was as thick as a pillar, so he did not cut it down. Instead, he trimmed the branches and leaves of the tree, leaving the trunk to be the pillar of the bed and the room. At this time, it was inside the room. It was raining outside, so it looked a little gloomy. Queen Penelope was still very young at this time. She was elegant and slender. She lit a candle and said, "My dear, are you really not going to accept Agamemnon's invitation to the alliance? As far as I know, all the princes and kings of Greece have gone." "All the princes and kings of Greece have responded to Agamemnon's call?" Odysseus asked. "Yes, my dear. Now only you and Peleus have not accepted Agamemnon's invitation," Queen Penelope said worriedly. "Oh, Peleus didn't go either. Then not everyone has responded to Agamemnon's call," Odysseus said in a relaxed tone, revealing a sly smile. Penelope scooped out a small basin of hot water to wash her face. She also added some spiced sheep's oil to moisturize her skin. She said in a light tone, "Yes, I think that with so many princes and kings going, Troy will definitely be conquered. If you don't go, you will have lost a chance." "Chance?" Odysseus smiled bitterly. His expression was a little gloomy. After a while, he asked, "I heard that Prince Palamedes has agreed to Agamemnon's invitation." "Yes, you rejected the messenger last time. This time, Prince Palamedes has personally come to invite you." "He is already on his way," Queen Penelope said. Odysseus looked at the young queen and her young son, Telemachus, and cursed in his heart. "You look smart, but you're actually stupid. You've invented so many things that seem powerful and bring convenience to everyone, but in the end, you've offended the gods. You still can't see through this trap. The Greek army's attack on Troy is a trap. Who knows how long this war will last, and how many people will die?" Odysseus had mixed feelings about Palamedes. At first, Palamedes was very smart, and he thought he had gained another smart person. However, as this person's inventions became more and more effective, he slowly offended the gods. Odysseus knew that the gods did not want humans to become smarter. Prometheus stole the fire seed for the humans and was punished by Zeus. He was tied up in the Caucasus Mountains and had to be eaten by the eagles every day. That was not all, but the gods were very wary of heroes with high reputations. Now that the Greek army was attacking Troy, they wanted to eliminate the strongest human heroes one by one. Odysseus saw through this trap from the beginning, but he could not bring it up with anyone, including Queen Penelope and his young son, Telemachus. Anyone who enters Troy can die. Even someone like me who is blessed and loved by the gods, Odysseus thought. Odysseus knew this, and he did not want to leave his young wife and young son, Telemachus, just because of the Spartan queen's unfaithfulness. He walked over and whispered a few words to his wife, Penelope. "My dear, do you really want to do this?" Penelope looked at him as if she was looking at the Hydra. Odysseus said, "My dear Penelope, war is not a good thing, and how can I bear to leave you and my son? King Odysseus has gone mad." Prince Palamedes rushed to Atachi and heard the people discussing the news. He rushed to Atachi's palace and saw Queen Penelope. "Dear Queen Penelope, when I first entered the city, I heard people saying that King Odysseus has gone mad. I want to confirm with you the truth of this news," Palamedes said with a slight bow. Prince Palamedes, unfortunately, this news is true. In fact, Odysseus has been suffering from symptoms for a long time, and I did not expect it to happen now. Queen Penelope pretended to be about to cry, and those who did not know the truth might have been fooled by her. Palamedes was someone who knew Odysseus well, and he had never heard of Odysseus going mad. He immediately put on a suspicious look and said, "Dear Queen Penelope, this is very sad news, but Odysseus and I have been friends for many years, and I hope to visit him." Queen Penelope did not suspect anything. She nodded and brought Palamedes to a secluded corner of the garden. When Palamedes arrived with Queen Penelope, he saw Odysseus riding a donkey and plowing the fields in a very uncoordinated manner. He even used salt as seeds to sprinkle it on the newly plowed fields. Prince Palamedes, look, he's sprinkling salt as seeds. Queen Penelope looked at Palamedes with a helpless look. I thought the fields would grow more salt. Palamedes was very smart. He carefully looked at Odysseus, who was plowing the fields, and laughed coldly in his heart. How could a mortal hide from me? With this in mind, he said goodbye to Queen Penelope, turned around, and sneaked into the palace, carrying the baby Telemachus away. Palamedes carried the young Telemachus to a corner of the garden and found Odysseus, who was plowing the fields. He placed Telemachus on the field that Odysseus was about to plow. Odysseus carefully lifted the plow and let it pass over his son. This revealed that Odysseus was very sane, and he was pretending to be crazy. Palamedes immediately jumped out and laughed. "Ha! Odysseus, are you still going to pretend to be crazy?" Odysseus suddenly hated Palamedes. Originally, he could have just pretended to be crazy and stayed out of this crisis, but Palamedes had exposed him on the spot. Not only did he lose face, but it also meant that he would not be able to avoid the war against Troy. "All right, son of Nauplius, noble prince, my good friend, your wisdom always makes me jealous," Odysseus said, pretending to be angry and helpless, but a hint of murderous intent surfaced in his heart. Palamedes was the prince of Euboea, which was the second largest island in Greece. It had an area of 3,654 square kilometers and was considered above average in the entire Greek kingdom. Therefore, Palamedes often acted presumptuously because of his intelligence. Normally, Odysseus would tolerate it like the other princes, but this time he really wanted to kill Palamedes. "I promised to bring 8 warships to the Oris conference and listen to the orders of Menelaus and Agamemnon." "Palamedes, who are you going to invite next?" Odysseus calculated in his heart. Since he did not respond to the call, he must not be willing to go. "You, Palamedes, are forcing people to go, and you still think you are proud of yourself? How many people have you offended? Can I think of a way to unite with the princes and get rid of this good friend in one fell swoop? Next, we need to invite Peleus." Palamedes was proud of his victory and gave Odysseus an answer that he had expected. Odysseus muttered in a low voice, "This is going too fast." "What are you talking about, Odysseus?" Palamedes asked. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Odysseus' eyes again, but he did not plan to tell Palamedes the truth. He said, "Nothing, Palamedes. Let's go. I will go with you to meet Peleus. I hope we can invite him to this conference." Chapter 548. The Palace. Palamedes and Odysseus traveled through the night to the palace to meet the great hero, Peleus. It was already late at night, and a light drizzled in the wind. The palace was lit, and Odysseus stood in front of the door, looking at the people inside. A warrior reported that two foreign princes were requesting an audience. Peleus immediately invited them in. The servants came out to unload the sweating horses and led them into the stable. The manger was filled with oats and fodder, and the carriage was sent into the shed. The two guests were invited into the palace and bathed in warm water to wash away the dust and refresh themselves. They were then introduced to Peleus. Odysseus walked into the hall and saw a row of soft chairs with cushions on them. The nobles were sitting there drinking and surrounded by bronze statues, holding torches in their hands. A merchant bowed to Peleus and then left. The two did not mind and walked past each other. The banquet began, and the first thing to do was to offer a toast to the gods, which was to raise a cup and pour it on the ground. After this was done, Peleus said gently, "My two esteemed guests, please take a seat." Peleus was one of the heroes of Argo. He was the husband of the sea goddess Thetis, the grandson of Zeus, and the son of Aeacus. At this moment, his hair had already turned white. There were delicacies, fruits, and wine. Dancers danced, bards sang poems, and noble warriors performed swordsmanship. But none of this attracted the attention of Palamedes and Odysseus. They had been paying attention to Peleus's reaction since the beginning of the banquet. The two saw that Peleus only cared about eating and drinking and did not mention anything about the Greek army. They knew that inviting Peleus to attack Troy was not going to be easy. Peleus had been observing Palamedes and Odysseus throughout the banquet. He thought of the merchant's message and slowly said, "Prince Palamedes, King Odysseus, I already know why you are here, but I am old and cannot participate in the war." Palamedes stood up and said, "But you also drank at Helen and Menelaus's banquet, and you swore and promised that if anyone tried to ruin the marriage between Helen and Menelaus, you would join forces to attack him." Odysseus immediately sensed Palamedes' straightforwardness and laughed in his heart, but he did not say a word and watched Peleus' reaction. "Yes, I once made such a vow, but I am old. Even if I want to go, I would not be able to. I believe the gods will forgive me." Perhaps because Palamedes was the prince of Euboea, the second largest island in Greece, Peleus was very polite. Seeing that Palamedes was about to speak again, Peleus raised his right hand slightly to signal him to wait. Then he continued, "I had a son who could fight in my place, but he disappeared when he was 9 years old. I asked the oracle to tell me that he was still alive, but I couldn't find him anywhere." Achilles was the son of Peleus, the hero of Argo, and Thetis, the goddess of the sea. When he was born, the goddess also wanted to make him a god. She carried Peleus on her back at night and dipped him into the river Styx. In the morning, she healed him with magic medicines. She did this for several nights. One time, Peleus peeped in and cried out in fear when he saw his son convulsing in the river. This prevented Thetis from completing her secret mission. She sadly abandoned her son and did not want to return to her palace. Instead, she hid in the sea kingdom and lived with the nymph Nereides. Peleus thought that his son had been seriously injured and sent him to the famous Dr. Charon. Charon, who was half man and half horse, was a clever Kinerosian who had taken in and raised many heroes. He kindly adopted the child and fed him lion's liver, pig's gallbladder, and bear's marrow. When Achilles was 9 years old, the Greek prophet Calchas predicted that without the participation of Peleus' son, Troy would not be conquered in the future. Achilles' mother heard of the prophecy and knew that the battle would cost her son's life. So she quickly floated to the surface of the sea and snuck into her husband's palace. She dressed her son in girl's clothes and sent him to the island of Cyllus to be handed over to King Lycomedes. This was why Achilles disappeared when he was 9 years old and why Peleus could not find him. Peleus finally sighed and said, "Prince Palamedes, King Odysseus, if I have a son, he can take my place in the battle." When Palamedes and Odysseus heard Peleus' words, they knew that there was no point in saying anything else. The most important thing now was to find Peleus' son, Achilles. After Palamedes and Odysseus bade farewell to Peleus, they left the palace and went to find the Greek prophet Calchas. Calchas was a great Greek prophet. Many of his predictions were extremely accurate. Everyone believed in his predictions and thought that he was the messenger of God. The two of them trudged to Calchas' residence. Just as they were about to enter through the front door, they saw a veiled woman walking out of Calchas' residence. This woman is no ordinary person, Odysseus thought to himself as he carefully sensed the mysterious woman's aura. After the woman walked far away, the two of them saw the Greek prophet Calchas. Calchas saw the two of them walking together and invited them to sit. With a face full of regret, he said, "You are here to ask about Prince Achilles' whereabouts, right? Unfortunately, the war started too quickly. Achilles is not yet 15 years old and cannot participate in the war. But you once said that Achilles must participate in the war to attack Troy. Otherwise, Troy will not be conquered," Palamedes said. "I did say that Achilles must participate in the war to attack Troy, but he is too young. Perhaps in a few years, when he is 15 years old, he can be invited to participate." "The war is progressing too quickly," Calchas muttered. This was the same as what Odysseus had said that day. Odysseus smiled and said, "You also think that the war is progressing too quickly? I think so too. Logically, the war should only break out in a few years, and by then, Achilles will be able to participate. I don't know why, but everything has been brought forward. Maybe the gods feel that the development is too slow, so they sped up the war. How can we mortals guess the decisions of the gods?" Calchas said. Odysseus nodded and agreed with Calchas. In other words, in the war against Troy, without Achilles' participation, our allied army will not be able to conquer Troy. Doesn't that mean that the war will last for a few years? Palamedes asked. He had always thought that the Greeks were so powerful that they could finish the war in a few months. "Prince Palamedes, this war of Troy has been going on for many years. Achilles joining the war a few years later will not affect it much," Calchas said. "Oh, is there a better way to end the war as soon as possible?" Palamedes raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was the first time he had heard that the war would last for a long time. Last time, Hercules gathered a small group of people and defeated the Trojans. "I didn't notice." Calchas wiped his cold sweat regretfully and said, "Now, let's go to Oris first." He also wanted to end the war as soon as possible, but this was all arranged by the gods. He was a prophet and knew more secrets, but he could not tell outsiders. Odysseus seemed to know some inside information and interrupted Palamedes' questioning. "All right, let's go to Oris first. Once we get there, we will know." Calchas looked at Odysseus gratefully. He really did not know how to answer Palamedes' question. Fortunately, Odysseus helped him in time. The three of them took a warship and rushed to Oris. Port of Oris at this time, many heroes had already led their fleets there. Port of Oris was full of warships, and there was still an endless stream of heroes leading warships to the port. Odysseus and the other two rushed to Port of Oris. Seeing the unprecedented prosperity of the port, they were overjoyed. They did not expect so many heroes to respond to the call. Seeing the scene in front of him, Palamedes was even more confident in the war against Troy. He believed that even without Achilles' participation, it was only a matter of time before Troy was conquered. No matter how strong the walls of Troy were, they would not be able to withstand the attack of so many allied forces. Odysseus, Palamedes, and Calchas quickly arrived at the hall and participated in the meeting between the heroes and the princes. After watching for a while, they said loudly, "Everyone, Prince Paris of Troy has openly kidnapped Queen Helen of Sparta and bathed the palace in blood. This is a provocation to all of Greece. Paris has made all of us Greeks lose face and suffered unprecedented humiliation. But even if Paris has done something that angers the heavens and the people, we must first use peaceful means before resorting to force. We should send messengers to condemn Troy and protest to King Priam. This way, we can send troops in accordance with the will of the gods. Also, we need some time to prepare for war. Many princes have not arrived yet." As soon as Odysseus finished speaking, there was a heated discussion below. The focus of the discussion was not on condemning Troy, but on the problem of who to send. I think Odysseus is right. We should send messengers to condemn Troy. I recommend Odysseus to be the messenger to Troy. I think Palamedes is quite suitable to go to Troy. As everyone knows, Palamedes is quite good at diplomacy. How can we not send Menelaus, the victim, to Troy this time? No one is more suitable than him to go to Troy. Everyone had a heated discussion, and someone even recommended the king of Athens, Menelaus, to go to Troy. Paris had lived in Athens for a period of time and had a good relationship with Menelaus. After a heated discussion, everyone's opinions gradually came to a consensus. Finally, everyone elected Palamedes, Odysseus, and Menelaus as the messengers. Palamedes, Odysseus, Menelaus, I hope you will live up to your mission and condemn Troy harshly. Make King Priam hand over Paris. Agamemnon emphasized the word harshly and said, Palamedes, when the meeting is over, come to me. Sending messengers was to show their righteousness, but they did not really want to solve the problem peacefully. Therefore, the tone and conditions of the messengers were very important. Go and humiliate Troy. If they really wanted to solve the problem peacefully, why would they send a resentful Menelaus? Chapter 549. More princes have entered the harbor. The blue sea lapped against the sides of the ships. The entire harbor was filled with warships that had come to form alliances. There were at least 200 of them, and more were coming. Although Palamedes, Odysseus, and Menelaus were appointed as messengers, they were not immediately carried out. This was because there was a more important matter to attend to. With all the princes present, they had to elect the commander of the allied forces. At this moment, there was King Trepolimus of Rhodes, Kings Diomedes of Agos, great Ajax, son of Termon and Areboia, and his half-brother, the famous archer Thocros. Little Ajax, son of Oreus of Locris, King Menastheus of Athens, god of war sons Ascalaphos and Iarmenos. Megas, grandson of King Ogeas of Neles, Trepolimus, son of Hercules, Diomedes of Agos, and so on had all come. What was different from the script was that some of the smaller cities did not come, and some of the princes that Palamedes had visited with some doubts brought fewer fleets. Also, Achilles did not come. This was the real change in the script. However, no one cared about Achilles. The scale of the allied forces had already shocked all the heroes. This was an army of tens of thousands, an army that Greece had never seen before. Everyone, this time, we have formed an allied army to attack Troy. We cannot do without a commander. We should elect a commander to better lead everyone to victory, Palamedes said loudly. He had received Agamemnon's hint from the beginning to bring up this suggestion at the meeting of the League of Alliances to see everyone's reaction. When Palamedes made this suggestion, everyone was silent. No one spoke, as if they did not care about this matter. Odysseus looked coldly at Palamedes' performance and laughed in his heart. Palamedes must have received a lot of gold from Agamemnon. Agamemnon did not expect this sudden silence, but he was prepared for it. He subtly winked at someone in the crowd. Someone in the crowd immediately stood up. I support Agamemnon as the commander of this allied army. Other than him, there is no other person who can convince the crowd. It was Tripolimus, son of Hercules, of the island of Rhodes. After the first person agreed, there was a second. King Menelaus of Sparta stood up and said, I also agree that my brother Agamemnon should be the commander of the allied army. Without him, the whole of Greece would be a pile of loose sand, and we would not have been able to conquer Troy. I agree. I support Agamemnon. The people who had been silent earlier all expressed their support for Agamemnon to be the commander-in-chief of the allied forces. Seeing this situation, some people also followed suit. From the perspective of the gods, only the descendants of Zeus could serve as the commander of the allied forces. From a national point of view, the most powerful country in Greece was now Kenya. Although no one liked having more than one person at the top, the truth was that they needed a commander, and the most suitable person was Agamemnon. There was no hope of becoming a king or a prince of a small country. Seeing that everyone was supporting him, Agamemnon's face glowed, and he walked to the front of the stage. Respected kings and princes, thank you very much for your support. Since everyone has chosen me to be the commander of the allied forces, then I promise I will definitely lead everyone to victory in this war against Troy. Respected Commander Agamemnon, do you have a detailed plan to attack Troy? As far as I know, Troy is a big country, and it has many allies. I am afraid that when we attack Troy, we will also suffer heavy losses. Little Ajax asked. Little Ajax asked a good question. I have a plan to attack Troy here. Let me give everyone a rough idea. First, I will gather our superior forces to surround the city of Troy. When our allies of Troy arrive, I will split up a portion of our forces to destroy their allies one by one. Finally, we will gather the strength of the entire allied forces, and under the situation where Troy has no strong reinforcements, we will take Troy in one fell swoop. Agamemnon explained to everyone the rough plan of how he would lead the allied forces to attack Troy as the commander. To be honest, this plan was very simple. It was to surround the enemy and attack the reinforcements, using absolute power to crush the enemies in front of them. But the most important thing was stability. If the allied forces' attack on Troy is thwarted, what do you plan to do? Austin asked. With the strength of our Greek allied forces, there is no possibility of them being thwarted. Furthermore, we have so many great heroes, Agamemnon said proudly. Before the battle, we should consider what we will do if we fail. This is what a commander should do. With our long journey and the lack of supplies, if we are thwarted, we won't be able to last for long. Austin did not seem to want to enter the battlefield without a clear plan, so he insisted on getting to the bottom of the matter. King Austin, you are also a great hero. You should understand the importance of a legendary hero on the battlefield. If we really are thwarted in Troy, I will be the first to stand up and lead our heroes and warriors to take down Troy. I believe that no one in Troy can stop the attack of so many legendary heroes. Agamemnon said confidently. What he said was indeed the truth. In this world, legendary heroes could control the battlefield. A legendary hero was too powerful, and there were many heroes in the Greek allied forces. That's right, with so many heroes and soldiers, Troy will not be able to resist. Agamemnon is quite capable, and he does have the qualifications to be the commander. The heroes present were all bandits among bandits, warriors among warriors. They had been through hundreds of battles, so they naturally understood this. The atmosphere became more heated, and the way they looked at Agamemnon changed. However, at this moment, someone shouted, "Agamemnon is the king of kings." Hearing this, the kings and princes hurriedly looked around, but they did not know who this person was. They could not help but look at each other, and many people's enthusiasm cooled down. Was this title King of Kings that anyone could call? Being the commander of the allied forces was one thing, but did he really want to be their king? Austin looked at Agamemnon and said, "King of Kings? That's a title that only Zeus has." Hearing someone call him the King of Kings, Agamemnon's first reaction was not to reject it, but to laugh. He raised the scepter in his hand high up and looked at the heroes from the high platform. They were all kings and princes of the various Greek kingdoms, and they all had to listen to his orders. At this moment, Agamemnon even had the illusion that the world was in his hands. "King of Kings, Agamemnon," Agamemnon muttered, and his grip on the scepter tightened. Mount Olympus, this was a sacred mountain, and it was also a giant garden. There were treasures that could not be found in the outside world. The gods sat around the palace, and in the middle was a thick cloud, which showed the grand gathering of the heroes of Greece by Oris. When Agamemnon became the commander of the entire Greek allied forces, the gods were indifferent. They had long expected this and continued the banquet. For the gods, the wine they drank was white, which was the liquid that could make mortals immortal. The dishes were similar, and Hebe, the goddess of youth, kept filling them up. Moreover, there was no such thing as feces and urine. Drinking and eating, it would turn into power and be completely absorbed by the gods. Although it seemed insignificant, It accumulated over a long period of time. Some people said that this wine could make the gods immortal and forever youthful, and they believed that, like the Garden of Asgard, the gods relied on the wine of youth, and if they lost it, they would age. This was actually wrong. The gods had their own source of energy, and they did not need it to maintain their lives in youth. It was just that this was at public expense, and only official gods could enjoy it. Look, Hercules did not have the fortune to enjoy this treatment. Note 1. While the gods were distracted, they suddenly heard someone call the king of kings, Agamemnon, and Agamemnon raised his scepter to show it. The voices of the gods suddenly disappeared, and the whole palace, including the sound of wine being poured, disappeared. The king of kings, Agamemnon raised his scepter, and his image froze in the clouds. The gods had strange thoughts, and they could not help but look at each other. This was the title of Zeus, and Agamemnon dared to call Agamemnon that. Was he not afraid of divine punishment? Everyone looked at Zeus, who was sitting in the middle, but at this moment, Zeus's expression did not change much, and his expression was inscrutable. After a while, the hall became lively again, and the gods seemed to have a tacit understanding. They did not express their views on this matter, but only exchanged interesting news with each other. After a while, Athena leaned over to Hera and whispered, "Honorable Hera, if Achilles did not come, the gap between the Greeks and the Trojans would not be too big. Do we still need to attack Agamemnon? Agamemnon is the descendant of our formidable gods and enjoys the greatest wealth on earth, and this time he is qualified to be the commander of the coalition army. But now it seems that he is too complacent, and this kind of ambition should not be allowed. Agamemnon, do you continue to be arrogant and disrespect the gods, or do you wake up and not cross the line? Your life depends on this decision." As Hera spoke, she glanced at Zeus, and seeing that he did not say a word, she already had an idea in her mind. She turned to Artemis and said, "The matter of Agamemnon, I will leave it to you." Artemis looked at Zeus, and seeing that he did not say a word, she looked at Hera and nodded. Her divine power was far above Apollo's, and this cleanup would not hurt her foundation, so she was relatively calm and not as anxious as Apollo. But since Hera had spoken, she nodded slightly in agreement. Zeus looked at the clouds in the middle and did not speak. He thought, "Agamemnon, you are my descendant and not on the list of elimination. Originally, I was going to protect you safely on your way back to Greece, so that you could enjoy glory and old age, but now your ambition has brought you disaster." Zeus was the king of the gods. Not saying a word did not mean that he had no opinion, but sometimes it was a kind of tacit agreement. Note, Hercules climbed Mount Olympus, but was then expelled by Hera and did not have a real divine position. Chapter 550. Prince Troy's mansion. Peleus and Thetis have been informed of the message. Pei Zi-Yun was lying on a wooden recliner. He was not used to the marble chairs in the Greek world. Usually, he would ask the craftsman at home to make a few wooden chairs according to his wishes. The recliner he was using now was specially made by the craftsman at home. At this moment, he closed his eyes and listened to Jessen's report quietly. He shouted in his heart, "System!" A small plum blossom appeared and enlarged rapidly. It became a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: stop Achilles from participating in the war. Completed. Mission: King of Kings Agamemnon. Completed. Although the mission had been confirmed, he still had to listen to Jessen's report. Prince Paris, with your guidance, we took a few turns and informed Peleus and Thetis of the message. In the end, the person who reported was not one of us. According to the information, it is confirmed that Peleus and Achilles will not participate in the war. Pei Zi-Yun glanced at Jessen and asked, "Are you sure that Achilles did not come?" "Yes, I'm sure," Jessen said firmly. Pei Zi-Yun nodded his head in satisfaction. In the original script, Achilles had participated in the meeting on Oris Island. Now that he had not come, it was because Pei Zi-Yun had brought forward the progress of the war. Achilles was too young and could not participate. In this case, the The strength of the Troy and Greek allied forces would not be too far apart. It would be convenient for him to harvest heroes. After a few years, Achilles would be able to participate in the war. Paesion's strength would also increase, and he would not have to be afraid of Achilles. However, the heroes and princes of the various Greek kingdoms and cities responded to King Agamemnon's call. They led their warships to Oris and elected King Agamemnon as the commander-in-chief of the allied forces. According to your orders, we hinted that we were Agamemnon's men. We bribed someone and shouted the slogan, "King Agamemnon is the King of Kings." Jason stood at the side, holding a piece of parchment. He bowed and reported the information he had gathered during this period of time to Paesion. Oh, Agamemnon became the commander-in-chief of the Greek allied forces and did not refute the title of King of Kings? Paesion asked. Yes, Prince Paris. Hearing this, Paesion let out a cold laugh. In the original script, Agamemnon already had the ambition to unify Greece. Even without his help, he was suppressed by Zeus and died a horrible death. Now that Achilles was missing, if he didn't immediately tear off his clothes to express his rejection when he called out the King of Kings, then it would be confirmed that this was Zeus' domain. Even if Zeus did not have the intention to eliminate Agamemnon from the start, knowing Agamemnon's intentions, he would still have the intention to kill him. However, Agamemnon was after all a descendant of Zeus. Perhaps he would follow the script and give Agamemnon a warning. Rather than saying it was a warning, it would be more accurate to say that it was a choice. Paesion thought about the trouble that the allied forces had encountered when they left the port. He then said, Jess, arrange for someone to check if Agamemnon is preparing to go hunting. In the original script, Agamemnon killed the sick deer of the goddess Artemis while hunting. The goddess was very angry. When the warships of the Greek coalition army planned to leave the port, she let the port calm down, and the ships could not sail out of the Gulf of Oris. Everyone did not understand what had happened. Later on, they found the prophet Calchas and found out that Agamemnon had killed the sick deer of the goddess Artemis while hunting. This resulted in such an outcome. Calchas told everyone that there was only one way to solve this problem, and that was to sacrifice Agamemnon's own daughter, Iphigenia. After much thought, Agamemnon finally chose to kill his own daughter in order to consolidate his power. However, this method also caused Agamemnon to be killed. Actually, this is only on the surface. The real choice is if Agamemnon gives up his position as the commander-in-chief in order to protect his daughter. This proves that he does not have the ambition to become the King of Kings. In this case, Agamemnon will regain the trust of Zeus. Not only will he continue to be the commander-in-chief, he will also be rewarded. However, if he chooses to kill his own daughter in order to consolidate his power, although he has no choice but to be used in the battle against Troy, he will definitely die. Should I add more fuel to the fire? Paesion thought and said, Your men, contact Agamemnon's queen. I want to pass on a message at a critical moment. Jason was a little confused. He did not know why Prince Paris had asked him to investigate whether Agamemnon had hunted or not, and to contact Agamemnon's queen. However, there was one good thing about Jason. Although he was confused, if Prince Paris had given him a clear mission, he would complete it without any hesitation. Otherwise, Paesion would not have valued him more and more. Very well, Prince Paris, Jason replied. Paesion did not notice that the system had created a mission and was slightly disappointed. This is probably because I did not need to fan the flames, and the condition for Agamemnon's death has already been met. He continued to ask, Have you collected the number of warships that are participating in the alliance meeting? Prince Paris, we do not have the exact number of warships, but according to the observation of our men at Port Oris, there are about 500 to 600 warships, and the number is still increasing. There are already so many warships. The Greek alliance is very strong. Jason, continue to monitor the progress of the Greek alliance. Do not be afraid to spend money. If there is any movement, inform me immediately. All right, Prince Paris. After understanding this, Paesion lay down lazily. Is there anything else? Everyone has elected King Agamemnon as the commander of the alliance, and has also elected Menelaus, Palamedes, and Odysseus as envoys to Troy. It is said that they want to settle the matter peacefully. Settle the matter peacefully? Jess, do you think that is possible? Paisian opened his eyes and stared at Jess. Prince Paris, this is obviously impossible. If the Greeks really wanted to negotiate peacefully, they would not have sent Menelaus, who was filled with rage. Since they sent him, they would definitely not agree to settle the matter peacefully. Furthermore, according to the reports, one of the envoys, Palamedes, even took his and Agamemnon's gold. Oh, Palamedes took Menelaus and Agamemnon's gold? It seems like the envoys sent to Troy were hoping to settle the matter peacefully. They just wanted to take advantage of the situation and push the responsibility of the war onto Troy. Paisian laughed coldly. Isn't Odysseus in the list of envoys? I don't think Odysseus is of the same mind. You have to keep a close eye on the three of them. If there is any movement, inform me immediately, Paisian said. Paisian knew that in the original script, Odysseus was seen through by Palamedes. Since then, he had hated Palamedes and even wanted to kill him. Can I make use of the fact that the two of them are not on good terms with each other and create some conflict? I can even get rid of Palamedes before the war starts. Odysseus framed Palamedes by secretly burying a sum of gold in Palamedes' tent and then writing a letter to Palamedes in the name of King Priam, in which he mentioned the gold and thanked Palamedes for betraying the Greeks' military secrets. Odysseus then announced the letter at the meeting of the Greek princes, Odysseus said. Odysseus was convicted for this murder. Although he had Athena's protection, he was still forced to wander for 10 years. Since Odysseus wanted to kill Palamedes, it was easy. I gave the three envoys gold and said that I was praying for peace. I also wrote a letter to praise Palamedes for his contributions to Greece. I praised him for inventing lighthouses, scales, measuring devices, calendars, etc. Then, I purposely sent it to the wrong place. If Odysseus saw it, Odysseus would most likely be jealous. Because of his intelligence, he would definitely make use of this to kill Palamedes. It looks the same as before, and I even helped Odysseus clear many of his crimes. However, I can use this method to make fate think that I was the one who killed Palamedes. I can gain fate points and even harvest bloodlines. Paisian thought to himself, if I were to pursue the matter further, I would have sent gold to the three of them to pray for peace. I wrote a letter to Palamedes to praise him for his contributions to Greece. It was just that the Greeks were wrong. Just as he was thinking about this, the plum blossom appeared again. It enlarged rapidly and became a transparent information interface. It appeared before his eyes. Mission: stop Achilles from joining the battle. Completed. Mission: King of Kings Agamemnon. Completed. Mission: lure Odysseus into killing Palamedes early. Incomplete. As expected, there is a mission. Paisian tapped lightly, stopping Achilles from joining the battle. He received 3 fate points. Indeed, this is the most important thing. King of Kings Agamemnon received 1 fate point. Looks like this is just going with the flow. The impact is not that great. However, I have 6 fate points now. I have to spend them sparingly in the future. Paisian looked at his own attributes on the system. Heroic Bloodline, Level 3, 98, 3%, Special Skill, Nimble Wind, 3-4, 5%, Special Skill, Copper Infusion, 25, 6%, after robbing Helen. Even if I prepared for a rainy day, my reputation points still dropped. It seems like I have to find other ways to level up faster. Just as he was thinking, Jess saw that the prince did not give any instructions for a long time. He kept the parchment and bowed. Prince Paris, I have reported all the information I have gathered. I shall take my leave now. Jess, you have worked hard. You have done a good job. You may leave now, Paisian said as he watched Jessen leave. He then stood up slowly. Ever since he leveled up, he had not properly tested out his 2 special skills. He used his priestess sense to feel around him. Realizing that no gods were looking at him, Pei Yun took out a bronze sword. Pei Yun shouted, "Iron cast copper infusion." His skin glowed with a metallic luster. He grabbed the bronze sword and cut it on his arm. Only a shallow cut appeared. Pei Yun knew that the power of the iron cast copper infusion was not bad. Although the power of bronze weapons could not be compared to the iron weapons of the Great Su dynasty, his iron cast copper infusion was not complete. Pei Yun was looking forward to it. If his iron cast copper infusion was maxed out, it would mean that he would be invulnerable. This would be the same as Achilles. No, it would be better to surpass him. After all, Achilles still had a flaw. Of course, any defense was relative. If he met the weapons of the gods, he would not be able to defend himself. Pei Yun shook his head and walked into the garden. Both his legs stepped on the ground, and his body floated a few meters forward. This was under the condition that he did not use his full strength. Agility of the wind. Pei Yun shouted. In an instant, he felt as if his body was lifted by the wind. With a light tap on the ground, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. This nimble speed and the distance he covered in a single step far exceeded his expectations. Not bad at all. My agility has increased by at least a few percent. After the experiment, Pei Yun thought to himself. However, the most important thing now is to watch the show. Now, I just have to wait for the hunting incident to happen and firm it. Agamemnon, what will you choose? Choose your daughter, or choose your throne. This is a choice between life and death. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.